Hey guys, good morning. At least for me it's morning. It's 8 o'clock, 8:22. And I thought today I will do, rather than a video, I may also make a video, by the way. I got a script and all, but I thought maybe it was interesting to just, check it out together, check some things together, and do a bit of a run through, test a few things, test the loot filter, test some of the regex that I made and that I saw were available in the guides. I should probably also get the guides out there and get this thing, because that's where my regexes are at. So in terms of guides, let's see what we have, right? I got a script. That's one thing. But we have this, which I will show you. So this is the original Guardian SRS guide, with loadouts and everything. I'm just gonna follow this for the most part. And then in the notes, there's a lot here, right? But I noticed that these regexes are not working anymore for some reason. I'm not sure why. But this regex is not accurate, it seems. So that is kind of interesting. But yeah. Guys, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How hard can it be? Nice to see you in the live stream, man. Master, hello. Good morning. It's 1 a.m. over here. Tired as hell. 1 a.m. So you're in the States? Yeah, I can imagine. Outside the ES is getting nerfed. Yes. Less survivability? Not really for my build, though. But for other builds, maybe, yeah. I wasn't really relying on energy shield, but I see. Do they have capybaras in Texas? Is that a thing? So yeah, these are the notes. Depend, on what you wanna get, and then I of course have also, or maybe that's not of course, but I do also have the Mobalytics guide, right? The Holy Slammer versus Blighted Contagion. Or the Holy Hammer, yeah. Thoughts on Absolution? I think, you could already league start with Absolution. So, and it's received significant buffs, right? So, I think Absolution is gonna be pretty good. Ah, see, it's getting a little bit of traction. I can tell by the number of likes this is getting. So, this is the main thing that I'm updating, actually. So I've already made like nerfs, neutral, and buffs for the build, and then maybe depending also a bit on this run and depending on some of the things that you might bring up, I will just update this. Plus, I have a whole video as well. Not yet at the moment, but yeah. Yeah, I'll put the link into the MOBA. Here, this is the link to the MOBA. This is the thing that is like the latest, probably the latest thing that you should follow, in all honesty, because that will always be updated. Like, I will always make sure that is like the latest updates that I'm sharing, right? Okay. I can also make some chat commands here. That might not be a bad idea, right? So this was the smoky build, but don't need that. Here, MOBA. It's this one. Save. And then the build is like content. It's guide, I think, just right. League starter, yeah. Let's see. That would be build. Build video, save. And then POB. Yeah, for now it's just a POB in this video. Here, this one should still work. Where is it? My latest POB of not Scav Miner, SRS Guardian. SSF. There. Save. Now there you should have all of the different links. Just try it out, I would say. Is it worth getting the level 21 gem for the extra level 1 support? Yeah, that's a good question. That will depend entirely on your build, but I think for my build, maybe, depending on what you get. Of course. So you'd have to hit a good support gem, right, for starters. But the best thing to do, for example, right, I just have my 100 character over here, and I actually did a bit of the homework. So I have a 100 SRS Guardian. With these settings, it does 8.6 million DPS. Now it does more because half of the time the enemy is on low life. So on low life I do 13 million DPS, right? So the real number is somewhere in the middle. Let's say 11, you know, for argument's sake. And then I said, okay, what if I implement the patch notes as good as I can, right? So what I did is I removed any awakened elemental gems. I removed the covered in ash because that was coming from a graft, which I no longer have. Defensiveness wasn't calculated in this to begin with, so that is not a problem. Defenses from the grafts, and then yeah, and then this is what you end up with, and then you can just check, like, hey, you know, would I rather not have, for example, a level 1 Ruthless and have a level 21 Summon Raging Spirit? In my case, definitely not, right? A level 21 is 7.3 million. A level 20 and a level 1 Ruthless is 8.5 million. Right? And I think this is just how you do it. So you just, like, I did several support gems. So this one is decent. Elemental Army, 7.7 million. Fire Pen, 8.2 million. Combustion, 7.4 million. You just have to check in POB what happens. So Ruthless is clearly a good one, but I think like minion speed would probably be decent as well, right? So I think in a lot of cases, the +1 level is not gonna be that big of a deal unless you're playing spells, right? Because with spells you get like so many additional, you know, base damage. And I think with something like Spectres, yeah, you want levels on Spectres, right? You don't want... But for SRS, apparently it doesn't matter that much, a single level on SRS. And I can see why, because there's a lot of like flat damage in the build from other sources. Whereas normally flat damage would come from your gem, right? So that's I think the main thing to think about. Let's see, what else are you guys asking? Yeah, so the Absolution, yeah, I'm not like a huge Absolution enjoyer, but I play it occasionally. I think it will be very, viable actually. Yeah. What else? What else? The new transfigured gem system. There's no new transfigured gem system, right? Oh yeah, in the lab. Yeah, in the lab. It's a little overstated in my opinion. Like, that is really not that big of a deal unless your transfigured gem or your gem has 2 transfigured versions. Otherwise, there's no difference. Because you still have to find the role on the Divine Font. Are you gonna play SSF on League Start? Yes, always. It's a big deal for me. Yeah, it's only a big deal if your gem has multiple transfigured versions. But the biggest issue for me is finding the role to begin with. Yeah, I spent a few hours with Smokey's build trying to get that gem. That's most of the questions, right? I think so. Okay. So this is how I look at the level 1 changes. And I also removed like elemental focus. I had awakened elemental focus, and now I just have the regular version. So I think all things considered, if you would... I can't right now because POB doesn't know, right? But if I would just put in, let's say, 2 greater support gems, I'm probably back at the level where I was before. Because before I had 8.8 million, now I have 8.5 with Ruthless in here. And that is not taking anything else into account that the league might offer, right? So, yeah, this build did not get nerfed. I would say, in fact, it did get buffed. Because there's so many good changes that this league makes that, yeah, I think it's going to be completely fine. So, but back to don't save. Back to the guide. I'm just gonna follow this, and then make some changes along the way, and just and show you guys how I league start this build, right? That is the thing. So this build this build POB exclamation mark POB has a bunch of different loadouts, right? From level 5 to level 94. Even level 97, I think this is. Endgame gearing with a tree and whatnot. And I will probably even add my level 100 character in here as well. I can just import that guy. So you have the whole picture. And then what I want to do is just update the notes a little bit, update the vendor. This recipe is not correct anymore, I don't think, for some reason at least. Yeah, maybe make some changes to the loot filter, maybe. I think the loot filter is pretty good. I think greater is in between, yeah, but they're target farmable, so I think they should be easier to get, because getting awakened gems is a complete crapshoot, right? Like it's pretty hard to do. So yeah, let's see, right? We'll have to see. Okay, but yeah, guys, I hope that is clear, right? That is the plan. And then here, of course, I have several notes, especially on the progression, and then just some regex and useful things. I will have to update these occasionally, though, I feel. Let's open the last thing, which is the actual loot filter. Where again, it is Guardian SRS 3.27, right? Yeah, and then I would imagine in the, let's see, in the campaign, so I start at some point hiding armor types that I don't want, like higher than level 14 apparently. I think that is completely fine. And the same thing for rares, I suppose. But I have faith in my own... oh yeah, normal magic rare, and this is only normal and magic. Yeah, so that's good. And then the only thing, I could highlight items. Or like colors and links, right? So link gear, did I do that? No, I just said show it. But yeah, you could duplicate this rule in theory and then make it show the specific links that you want, which is blue, red, and red, blue. But yeah, I just saved your info on the build yesterday. Thanks for the detailed guide. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Yeah, so today will just be, you know, fine-tuning, but even if you don't take any of the updates into account, this build should be entirely fine. I did a little test run yesterday, see this guy, but we're just gonna delete him. Migrate all, yes, migrate all, right? From the, and I'm using the Pox Keepers thing, because it's a fresh league, it will still run for a whole week, so that's good. Hello, Mr. Worm, hello, Mr. Code. Is that a question or is that a statement? But if it's a question, then I am going to league start this. Yes, I should at least. So delete the SRS. Join.
You swore sinew and soul to
Do
serve
another.
God and
There
the
we
order
go.
of the Templar.
It's okay, your memory is full. Oh. Oh, no way, I'm farming the Maven with my memory. The man with the memory game, you mean? Yeah, so this is the filter, right? 3.27. Skip all tutorials. I put this on move. I move with spacebar, by the way. So I'm just holding spacebar and then I'm moving my mouse. But so then I can easily leave the default attack on the left mouse click. But people get very triggered if I do this. Like I get comments in videos and whatnot. So we'll swap that around. But now, of course, I don't have it anymore. Wait, here, like this.
Even death gives no solace in this tortured land.
By the way, I'm not a speedrunner of the campaign by any stretch of the imagination, right? So, I'm not necessarily. This is not going to be like a 6-hour 2 Voidstone run or anything. At least I don't think so. But my point is mainly to, you know, check if there's like any glaring mistakes in the filter or in the guide. There shouldn't be because I ran this guide myself, but who knows, right? So it's just a bit of a QA and of course also a Q&A. So it's like a quality assurance, but it's also questions and answers from your end, right? Like if you have any questions about the build, then yeah.
It would seem my god has no need for my
Then we can
company
tackle those,
just
right?
yet.
I would see the new gem on the new holy gems make a decision before leaning towards SRS. Yeah, no, that makes sense, I think. This is just going to be incredibly decent starter, if anything, right? Okay, so we start with rolling magma, of course. And so I have a regex. So this is the vendor pre-30. Here, it should... Not sure why this shows up then, right? So oh, it shows up because it's blue, blue, red, right? Which is great. So yeah, we'll buy that.
Farewell.
Yeah, okay, so that works. And also here, no.
Hello.
Fender pre-30. Here, more blue, blue, red, right? Okay, good. +1 level the chaos skills. That's also +1 shows up, just in case. And then I have one more thing that I could buy. Oh, I also did skill gems. So there are no skill gems here that you should be buying, which I think is correct. Because these are all skills that you're not going to use. You just want a blue, blue. Right, for Ellie Proliv. And rolling magma. That is all you want. Now this ideally we wear, I suppose. So let's sell the rest then. I can identify it, I guess. But I think you should save up for to buy your gems rather than spend it on gear. So that's what we're gonna do.
They were prophecy.
Arakali, then I move to SRS. Reveal cone and dominating blow. I mean, dominating blow is gonna be, I think, pretty decent. Like or absolution. You can do both. I do like dominating blow though. Dominating blow, Herald of Purity, it's pretty good. At least I think it is pretty good. But will it beat SRS? I don't think so, actually. Because SRS is just so smooth, man. It's like it's kind of hard to beat. I feel, from just like a league start perspective, right? Like will Will it scale better? Like, will SRS scale better into the end game compared to Dominating Blow with all the new support gems? Not sure, right? Maybe.
You survived the melding. Now test your new self.
I never played both, yeah. So here I'm definitely killing some monsters. Not only are these incredibly dangerous, also you want a little bit of experience because you want to hit level 4 in here. So Buckler is good because you want a shield. So normally I don't really kill too many monsters, but like here in the mudflats with the Roas and all, it's kind of a thing, right? And I tend to open chests at the start, just because you can get scrolls and whatnot, and scrolls are in high demand, right? But now we're 4. We can do this. I'm also not really spending points, as you can see, not on purpose, just because I'm streaming, I guess. I hope the new Templar starting skill is better. Yeah, it may be better. I don't know. But rolling magma is hard to beat, but it doesn't really matter, at least for me, because after killing Hillrake over here, I'll be swapping over to SRS anyway, right? So we'll play SRS from level 4. Morning bread. How you doing, buddy? Okay, now maybe spend some points in here. So it's just damage and then the minion nodes, and then we'll path ASAP to here, Enduring Bond, so that these minions are actually, you know, have some duration. You would do the same thing for Dominating Blow, I think, and for Absolution, because also there you want these minions to stay alive, right? I might just pick up some items. Like, I'm hoping these guys drop like maybe some magic or white items, or rare items, I mean. But you're gonna be needing a few things here, right? Also, transfigured, no, not transfigured, transmutation orbs. We're talking about transfigured, but transmutation orbs, that sort of thing, right? I think he always drops a portal scroll, doesn't he? I'm taking all the magic ones. I might just complete the zone here. A little unconventional, I suppose. But, you know, reasonable density. And a bunch of corpses for some reason. And fairly safe, too. And then just take the waystone back at the end. Here you can destroy the crates maybe. Like 2-3 extra wisdom scrolls go a long way. At the start. But I'm not getting them by the looks of it. So. It is what it is. Like I said, I don't care. I care a bit less about speed as long as the progress is relatively smooth, right? That is like what I'm aiming for here with this run. SRS and SRS Totem. SRS Totem?
I'd almost...
Quicksilver. Yeah, so you take Ruthless, I would say, for your SRS.
Goodbye.
So,
And here it doesn't really... Oh, you take a Holy Flame Totem, actually. And then I start with Frostblink. And ideally you have the stuff to buy the other things. So here you can just test. Here is another blue red, but I have now 3 already. That would be the 3rd. That is not going to be necessary.
Stay sharp.
I want now a blue,
Yes?
or sorry, a red, blue, right? And here you see +1s. See, so here the +1 all fire skills shows up. This is a pretty insane wand, by the way. Yeah, if you somehow drop an alchemy, this is going to be pretty helpful. But yeah, SRS started transitioning over to something else. No, it's just going to be SRS. No, it's just going to be SRS. And here I have a skill gem regex as well. So here it highlights the skills that you should buy. Just in case, you know. So, shield charge, steel skin, holy flame, and summer raging spirit. I will try and make one for the support gems as well, but I'll have to do that manually. The website doesn't support it for some reason. So, yeah, there's that. Oh, and of course, SRS. Is SRS in there? Yeah, of course, right? Almost didn't buy my main skill here.
Goodbye.
So SRS, I think then Ruthless, right? Ruthless, SRS. You could do Ellie Proliv at the start. I'm lacking some gems here for sure, as you can tell. So I can't really slot in anything, but that's kind of okay, I guess. Frostblink, roll, and the rest is just gone. You just sell everything else. I wouldn't identify much, personally. I would just sell all of these and hope you get some of these, right? You need transmutation shards
God hasn't
because you will need transmutation orbs down the line. Yeah, so we got SRS. We don't have much else, but I'll pick up something from the ground that I can actually use, right? Yeah, it's Regex, it's PoE Regex, the website. The tool is Awakened PoE Trade, this. It helps you roll your maps and whatnot, but it can also roll, you know, and put stuff in the vendor screen, like I am doing there. And then on the website, PoE Regex, you can make the regexes that you can paste in the tool, right? But for now, I can only support, unfortunately, the what is it called? The main skills, let's say. It doesn't support, which is a little unfortunate, but it doesn't support gems.
The path becomes clearer with each bloody step.
So the start is a little, you know, it can take a little bit of time. It's a little slow starter, maybe, depending what you compare it to, in all honesty. But yeah, you wanted to ask if I did Ubers with the build already, and yes, is it extremely hard or was it pretty smooth? I did do that. Clearly, if you want to do Ubers in SSF, I think unless you play a completely broken build, you will find that you do need investment, clearly, right? But I think playing basically full-time for a week, I killed a bunch of Ubers and the feared and whatnot. So it can do it. Yeah. You can do Jewu, you can do !POB, and then you get the POB. Then all of the support gems out of all the loadouts are in there. Right now I'm using Ruthless and Elemental Proliv, but that is just because I have nothing else, right, available to me, pretty much. So, you know, I think plenty of other people wouldn't kill this many monsters, for example, right? When moving around in the first few acts. But I don't mind doing it because I just like to get a little bit of gear, get a little bit like going. I typically do league mechanics as well. I'm not gonna do that this run because we will not really have breach available, right? So in this run I'm not gonna be using that, but normally, yeah, I don't mind it. I kind of would, and I will definitely be doing Mirage when it is available, right? Okay, we take up all of these if I can. I kind of can. Yeah, just log out. Log out, or just we'll just move back. Like, it doesn't matter much. Get the minion damage. That's 20% more minion damage. These guys give you a lot of XP as well. I would imagine for Mirage it is no different, right? Yeah, you would expect Mirage to have like a bunch of additional experience and stuff and whatnot. Like, you're effectively making the campaign 30% larger, I think. So, yeah, I'm not sure you want to do it every zone. I'm probably gonna do that every zone, but yeah. I try scaling the SRS builds to submit budget with timeless jewels. Yeah. Yeah, but you're playing trade and like I make this happen in SSF, right? So I'm not really depending on who is there or not. Also, this build, like it's a very beginner friendly, SSF friendly creation. So I think you really need to look at it from that perspective as well. So, like, could you make this build like 5 times, well, maybe not 5 times, but like 3 times better in trade? Yes, probably, right? I think so. But then what would I ask you to do, right? Like, get a bunch of cluster jewels, you know, all of a sudden you're looking at those things, and this build has none of that, right? It doesn't have transfigured gems, it doesn't have cluster jewels, it doesn't have really any uniques to speak of except the Darkness Enthroned. It doesn't have respecs, it doesn't have any sort of next level game mechanic interactions that no one understands unless you got a PhD in math, right? So it's a super straightforward build. Like, I'm already playing it. I will be in like 90 levels, effectively play the same build as this, right? And that is the strength of this build. So it is not the absolute best build out there, but I think it is one of the best builds out there if you just want to get into the game and not worry about it too much. You don't need a huge amount of game knowledge. You can just like get the skill, play the game. The whole thing will make sense as well, right? Like, this is a very sensible build. Scaling is easy. So I think it's got a lot going for it in that sense. Okay, let's see. I have a few more things that I got. So this Holy Totem, it can be supported by 2 blues, and I think it actually can indeed. So let's sell first of all. So I'm not gonna identify most of these. Like, I don't care for most of these. You could identify a tribal mall, for example, and then it will turn into an alteration shards, right? You will get alteration shards instead of transmutation shards. But I'm not gonna do that, right? That doesn't matter. I'm gonna say a little prayer and do this. Exactly. That is the exact reason why. 10% movement speed. So these boots are gonna be great for the next 3-4 acts, right? This transmutation shard, don't use it or trade it. You want that for gems. Now, then shield charge is in there. Steel skin you can put in the offhand or something. You can level that in the offhand. You don't need it now. You're not gonna need it now. But it's good to have. All right. I just love your content. Thank you. Just go to Since Keepers. Been watching all your vids. Hope to see you more next week. Yeah, no, for sure. I will make update videos on this. Yeah. There will absolutely be new content. Okay, I need to buy some support gems, right? So I really like Summon Phantasm. But first I should do my my SRS, I think. So the totem, I'm just gonna get infused channeling and SRS in there, and then most likely call it a day for now, right? So that is infused channeling, SRS on the Holy Flame. That is like significantly more damage plus additional minions. That's just gonna help out. For now, the SRS with Ruthless and Ellie Prolif is fine, I would say. Another thing you would like is Arcane Surge. Arcane Surge is also quite nice, for example, on Frostblink. So you could do Frostblink, Arcane Surge. I would have to spend another Wisdom, but I think that is fine because I'm not going to be really spending more Wisdoms on at least gems, I think. So let's just also get Arcane Surge. Level this until like, well, 4 is probably already enough, right? You don't need much more. I will be pathing over here just for a little bit more defenses and then go to the SRS node. I haven't really tried Holy Relic, no. So now I have like a Holy Totem. I can just drop this thing and it's gonna, you know, just give me some sort of passive XP. And then in the meantime, I will just be doing this. You know, if it's like a bigger pack, I just drop the totem and basically call it a day until I see magic monsters, right? I will stop for magic monsters, kill the magic monsters. But from here on, it's going to be pretty much like this. I might drop the occasional, you know, SRS. But you know, these totems do a lot of damage. And now all of the minions that spawn from it, the SRS minions, they are also doing quite a bit of damage. So it's gonna be pretty smooth already from this point onward, and we are level 6. By the way, according to Mark, that they doubled the currency drop rate. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see because there's so. I mean, I'm sure that's true, right? So I'm not saying that it's not true, but I'm saying we'll have to see because there's so much going, like different things going into like how loot is perceived and dropped and whatnot, that and because that's what they also said in the live stream, that it's hard for them to see, sort of grasp and see like what actually happens. Like for them it's hard to figure out what the impact is of changes like this. And yeah, but I think overall very good stuff, right? I mean, I think a very good... I'm gonna die here if I don't be careful. I'm also burning. Okay, that was close enough. Yeah, and I'm killing these because they're magic. So unless they're like fire and ignite resistant, which sometimes they will be. But anything else I'm just killing. It's so much experience, magic monsters, that you don't want to just skip those things, even if they're a little harder to kill sometimes. So, yeah. Is this overall or just... wait. Yeah, it is overall, yeah. Hey, Nujas. Good morning, man. Yeah, the go men are dangerous. Go men are dangerous, indeed. You can also tell, like, I am prioritizing all of the different gems that I need over any potential gear upgrades, right? So I still haven't identified that simple robe, just because I really feel that I need my wisdom scrolls for the gems, right? I want to get my gems in order first, and then I will worry about other stuff, right? So that is how I approach these things.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
This is an area that I typically don't kill the magic monsters because they're getting resurrected half the time, so I find it a little bit annoying personally. So I don't really do, too much with it. You can still, of course. This zone, you kind of want to find the secret area. Pretty easy to do typically because there's a box. Like there will be a strong box icon in your mini map, right? So here it should be here. There it is. You could even consider putting a transmute orb on this thing, but yeah, ideally it's rare and not this. But let's hope we get one quicksilver from it. Yeah, that was a horrible haul. So that might mean that I have to do the quest in Act 2. But that's okay. And maybe we just drop a quicksilver. That would also be fine. So a little unlucky there. I think more often than not that thing is actually rare. At least in my experience. But maybe I'm always lucky. You don't get a divine, you're gonna riot. Yeah, well, prepare the rioting shields then, I guess. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So making our way to the Enduring Bond here.
Your answer's here, heretic. In Ray class.
And it will guarantee divine trust. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna have some challenges, I think, with mana, but let's see. We'll make it. Easy enough. Even some rares, that's pretty good. So that's just more transmute orbs. I need a few transmute orbs again for the skill gems, right? And I have written down what you actually need. Here, 2 orbs of transmute and the rest is quest rewards. And here I need full scrolls and the rest is quest rewards, right? So not too bad, I would say. For some reason I didn't write it down here. I think because there's barely any changes. But yeah, it's all in the guide. And I think it's quite helpful also. You have a bit of an idea what you should be farming for. So all of this is just gonna get sold immediately. I have 2 transmutes, but I might need more. Okay. You have a choice. I think melee splash is the way to go for me. And then I will buy the added lightning. So the melee splash is for the SRS. You of course prioritize the SRS over anything else, right? So I will care more about SRS than I care about the Holy Flame Totem. At some point the Holy Flame Totem will also just go, right? Like we will no longer use it. So here, and then Ruthless again, and something you could level in the offhand as far as I'm concerned. And then you purchase added lightning for 1 transmute, and get rid of Ellie Prolif. Now Ellie Prolif you can just sell as far as I'm concerned. Like you're not gonna be using that. And then you should really talk to these other guys, by the way. I think you get clarity. Yeah, you do indeed. See,
Stay sharp out there.
clarity, pretty nice, of course. A little bit of mana regen. It's gonna help out quite a bit. You could consider buying an amulet, but I wouldn't spend money and currency on these things, personally. Like, you don't really need it, first of all. And I'm already set. Like, I got my 2-3 links. That is really all I need. I really don't need much else. You could just leave this active, right? See if you find anything that you still need. Yeah. I would say that's it for the most part. You could optimize, right? You could do added fire, which is something that I did for the totem last time. But summon phantasm infused channeling is completely fine. You could buy more support gems and start leveling them, but also that is not super necessary, I would say. So in terms of what you would like to have, we're mostly there. I think a vitality is quite nice, just like in terms of quality of life, having that also as an aura, because you don't need that much mana. So I will pick that up as well. I can't equip it right now, but yeah. So that means I can now swap that out. Maybe you wanna, spend, for example, this, and then just put that in the offhand for like 1 more wisdom scroll. And you say, well, the Ruthless, the Steel Skin, they go in there, right? Get that taken care of. Sell your remaining things. And then I'm just gonna keep this in here. It doesn't really matter, I think, what you do with it. But we're now pretty much set up for the rest of the run, I would say. The Quicksilvers show up. Yeah, the Quicksilvers, I can have a look. The Quicksilvers are very expensive, right? Is Static Strike good now? I don't know. They do show up. Yeah, you are right. Like, I should buy a mana flask if I can, maybe. But it's too expensive, I feel. Nah, we're just gonna suffer through mana, I think. And here you see a few more, right? I mean, the filter works. Here's a red, blue, if you want it. Another red, blue, but not really necessary, right? As you can tell. You have a choice between added fire and infused channeling. So I have red, blue, red, blue. So I have basically all of the stuff that I want. I bought the added lightning, I think. I did, right? Frostblink with Arcane Surge, ideally level 1, but yeah, mine is a little higher. Clarity, don't level it up past level 5. Yeah. So, yeah, we just went to the prison, but we were a little unlucky with the thing. So let's activate Clarity at least. Here's another transmute, so that's gonna help quite a bit. You'll be getting plenty of currency. Also, most likely, I would think, from the Mirage, right? I think the Mirage is gonna be pretty good. I just like make a little bit of a point out of, and you saw me do that basically just now. I just make a bit of a point out of making sure that I have some currency at the start, so that I just don't have to worry about the skill gems. like proper 3 links, that sort of thing, right? Like that is just not something that I want to be concerned about, really. So that's why I spend maybe, you know, 20 minutes longer on the first couple of zones than other people would, but it does always allow me to have enough wisdom scrolls and other currency to buy my stuff. And then from here it's just super smooth because you're on a double 3 link and you can really focus on just progressing the campaign. And if you want, you can focus on, of course, the new elite mechanic and whatnot. I will keep killing any magic monsters that I find. And you could, if you don't have enough transmutes yet, just keep picking up these pieces, don't identify them, and that way ensure that you have enough transmutation orbs. But the later you get into the act, you will also just simply start dropping them raw, right? The SRS by now is almost enough to just like do the work, because it has melee splash on it. And melee splash is great, as you can see, right? Like I can decimate these monsters by just melee splash. It's really quite comfortable. I'm completely going the wrong direction. Apart from that though, pretty good, right? I'm starting SRS, yes. Good morning, good sir. Good morning, the America 92. How are you doing? But here you see, right here, in the shield, heavy belt, scroll of wisdom, use spirit shield, right? So you'll get your stuff, is all I'm saying. Just at the start, I think the focus a little bit on the essentials, like grind a zone maybe once or twice. I find that very helpful. And just the way smoother start. There are people that want to go like zoom from like the first 30 minutes. Yeah, if that's you and you know what you're doing, great. But otherwise, yeah, it takes a little bit of time to just get the basics in order, and that's gonna set you up for a like super smooth the rest of the run. Because right now I don't really have to worry about like anything anymore, and I can just focus on some upgrades, completing the campaign zones, maybe find a few new things, right? They added like 20 new things in the campaign, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. How do you decide between going staff and minion 1 shield? The decision is you always go minion 1 shield. Like you never use a staff. And the reason is the trigger gem or the trigger craft on the wand. Like you want the trigger craft on the wand. Also there are no real minion staffs, right? Like you can't really roll too many minion stats on staffs or staves. So yeah, you would always use a wand. Putting SRS on the totem is super nice early game. I would never put SRS on a totem, but like on a spell totem. But yeah, sure, I can see it, I guess. Again, I wouldn't do it, I think, but yeah, sure. Little trick you can do. You can. This is one of the rewards that I don't care which one it is. You can sell an iron ring and this one for a sapphire, so that you have a little bit of cold resistance when you're starting to do Merveil. This is also the point where you can start identifying everything. You should really only do that if you have a few transmutes, so you can buy the stuff that you want, right? But this is what you can do. So I'm gonna go for light shield, spell damage. It doesn't matter, right? Spell damage, just so you know. But so the shield is mostly defensive until the moment that you start getting minion shields. I will always take 30 strength, right? Over anything. And then now you can just start selling and try get as many alteration orbs as possible. And maybe even alchemy shards, who knows. But now, because these are identified, they will give you alteration orbs. If they are not identified, they will give you transmutation orbs, right? Would it be possible to change SRS out for Absolution? I mean, not just one-on-one, but yeah, for the most part, sure. I mean, a Guardian Absolution is going to be pretty solid, I think, yeah. Don't see why not. Okay, let's also activate Vitality. I mean, as long as you understand what the basics are of the build, you can just swap it. But if you don't know why certain choices are made, then yeah, just swapping out things is very dangerous, right? Because you don't know what you're doing. So I wouldn't just take the build and say, okay, now I'm going to change the main skill into something else and then assume it keeps working. That is typically not true. So here just a bunch of magic monsters, right? Which I will gladly kill. Yeah, Orbs of Chance. Super good. You need Orbs of Chance also for skill gems. So you need like 4, I think. Maybe in total. 3, 4 Orbs of Chance. In Act 3 for the library quest. To get all your sort of latest updates to it. By the way, guys, if I'm not answering a question, then just ask it again, okay? It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just that I'm also trying to play the game and explain a thing or two. Reminder, can you sell blacksmith whetstones? Yeah, you can. You can. But sometimes you also need those to buy stuff from the vendor. So I try not to really, for the most part. But yes, it is true. Same for transmute, by the way. Like transmute is also 4 wisdom scrolls, but yeah. Also wouldn't necessarily recommend that. I would recommend always killing these things, because you can just slam these on anything that has like a decent... Here, another chance orb. We're going quite strong. This is just super useful in case you find a proper 3 link, or even later probably a proper 4 link, right? So yeah, I would absolutely recommend, because at the start I care more about the links than the actual items for the most part. So yeah, I think that is something to keep in mind. Those essences are super useful at the start. Thanks, I saw Steph on Herald of Purity Necro. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, why did I put it on Herald? Yeah, okay, but those are different types of builds. I mean... Oh wait, I have 4 skill points, by the way. Yeah, but those are the Falborn series, right? Like the Falborn series aren't really like pre-made builds. I'm just like doing whatever happens basically to me in that run. So it is not really, I would say, those are not build guides, let me put it like that. And you should not treat them as build guides either. Also, I think Herald of Purity, yeah, it is, you know, technically a minion build, I suppose. But it's a little different. I would normally pick up these shoes, but right now I don't really have to do that, I feel. It's a little different than a build like this, right? A little different.
This forest is so twisted. I pray that I'm not too late to turn the tide
Of my level, okay. I'm only over leveled 1 level, so it's not horrible. It is also because I'm not doing the mechanic, right? If I would be doing Breach, I would be probably level 18 at this point. Magic monsters, just kill them. Right, good for XP. I think this is just a standard good thing to do when you're leveling. I would not normally kill the uniques. He was just here. But every zone has a unique boss. I would not go out of my way to kill those personally. But yeah, minion abilities have got a massive buff. Yeah. Yeah, I think the level 1 is going to be really good. I did a little bit of theory crafting. I think it's going to be about or around 10 to 15% more damage.
Good guess.
So one less summoning means one less button to press. Yeah, this is a 1-button build, by the way, for all intents and purposes. Here, so I'm saving up on more alteration orbs, right? As you can hopefully tell. Now you could start checking vendors again if you want, I suppose, but I don't think it is super necessary, because at this point you should really have most of your gear in order. Now I'm not wearing a helmet, but I don't really need it, right? Like I don't have skills currently that I would like to equip, but I don't have. So yeah, it is decent to check maybe her for something like a +1, but even a +1 wand, for example, is not, you know, it's not massive or anything. It's not like, yeah. Merc roulette, yeah, oh, it was Merc roulette even, okay. Thought process, how means, and try to get different perspective. Yeah, no, it makes sense. No, I think by default minion builds, for the most part, they always use a wand and a shield. Also, a shield allows you to shield charge, right? That is pretty big for just like moving around and stuff. I'll take a heavy belt. So that's one thing. I'm going into the den just because I don't have a second Quicksilver flask, right?
Your trust is the only reward I need.
Yeah, so it's mostly about that, and you can just roll way better mods on minion ones, and also minion shields, by the way. I mean, there's also minion shields and minion, yeah. So it's really all got to do with that. Is he in here? Oh, a staff. Oh, wow. Even, this is a super lucky drop. This is a staff for the Animate Guardian. That is broken. I've never had that thing drop in, like, the campaign or basically in the first week of playing. That is insane. We'll get the, we'll go to the library later. This is also why I need these chance orbs and the alteration orbs. And then in the library, we will get an Animate Guardian. Again, essences, you do these, right? You do those essences. You could, yeah, you could consider using this. I do agree, but yeah, let's stick to the plan. Also shield charge, I think, as you can tell, it is my main source of moving around, right? So, yeah. What do you think about the new holy skills? Yeah, they look cool. I don't really have like too strong of an opinion otherwise. I will definitely play them, but not as a first, not as a starter. I'm gonna go with this as a starter. I know what this thing does. It's gonna be pretty great. So, and it got buffed a little bit, I think, at least. So yeah, this is gonna be absolutely fine. Yeah, it is coincidence, yeah. And this is also a unique staff, right? Like, you can't really expect to get unique staffs at all in a solo self-found, let alone in the campaign, right? So, okay, there is a, or should be, oh, I can take momentum for the shield charge, and then I can take a combustion instead of the infused channeling. A regal orb even, okay, not bad. I'm looking here for the what is it? The trial, right? The trial is in here. Okay, so this is the actual exit.
That thing! It slaughtered everyone! Help me!
Ah, a helmet. Helmet is nice. Didn't have it yet, so that's good. We can do this. We can also try and do that later, but yeah, here also there's not really that much that you need from these. Like, you're not taking a herald, so I think you will just take a herald of ice and then swap it for maybe like a ring down the line. Here, second flask.
Goodbye.
You could consider doing this quest, by the way, even, I think, if you...
Goodbye.
Even if you don't need the flask. Because she also gives rare belts, I think it is. So that's, you know, that's decent, I would say. This is just strictly better, so we can sell that. And the helmet I can't wear yet, but for the rest, we're good. Yeah, the summon phantasm you're not gonna use, so I'll just destroy it, and then we'll make our way over to these. Let's see, arcane surge. I'm gonna lock. I don't want arcane surge to level up further. You can talk to these guys.
Go with courage.
Shall I enable the quests for you guys? Like, I typically don't have them, but I could, right? So we know what we're doing. Okay, let's find the what is it? The trial, right? Cool, thanks for answering. Yeah. But I learned how Animate Guardian works, right? I thought in your videos when donated to Animate Guardian you were just throwing away. Yeah. It might seem like that. Yeah, it's kind of hard to sometimes articulate in a video what you're actually doing. But yeah. No, I can see how you would think that, yeah. In these things, in these cases, it's nice that you have a little bit of vitality running. Like, you could entirely rely on potions, and I'm only using vitality for like 2 acts maybe, but I do quite like it, specifically for these instances. Another thing you could do here is not this thing there. Is it here? If you're lacking, it's not etching zone wood. Is it in this zone? Or is it the next zone? No, it's not the crossroads, is it? There's another place here where a bunch of, I think, exiles, rogue exiles, are guarding some jewelry, and you can go in and steal it from them. Oh, yeah, it's here, right? This like massive zone. Here they are. Here, Vrastel's jewelry cache. And now it only dropped a ring for me, but sometimes it drops something really good. Also, they drop jewelry, see? So you could get a bunch of rings, boots, belts. Like, this is going a little bit maybe out of your way as what you were planning originally, but just a little trick that if you see this area, which typically is near the waypoint, you can just spend 10 seconds, kill those guys, and get a little bit of an upgrade. So this is the monkey, the Carnage Chieftain, that we're gonna be taking as a Spectre later down the line, right? Because he gives frenzy charges,
Your trouble.
which is really good. Now you can pre-summon some minions if you want. This is not like a super long fight typically. And it's kind of nice about SRS that they just follow him around even though he's teleporting all the time, right? So these are pretty nice fights. Portals are going well. Let me just put this thing away because it is taking quite a bit of space. Identify, see what we're dealing with here. Now again, you could just... yeah, this is why I took this one here. See, you get a topaz ring instead. Because later you'll have to find a fire boss. You could also take life and then take life per enemy killed or something. It's a little bit up to you, but I like resistances personally. This doesn't have movement speed, so we'll sell it and we keep the essences. Now you could slam it on this thing, for example, see if you get lucky. I think it personally is a little bit of a waste, not gonna lie. I think on a regular wand, this is not gonna do much for you. So I wouldn't spend currency on this. I would spend currency on if you find a... what is it? A convoking wand? Is that the first one? Maybe a calling wand? Right, a minion wand. I think a minion wand is what you're looking for there. Clarity fixes many mana issues. Yeah, absolutely true. Once I get Sentinel, for sure, yeah. A 20k hour, never knew about this. Calling, convening, convoking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the funny thing about PoE, right? Like, I also, like, sometimes I watch other streams. Not that often, but... Sometimes I watch other streams and then also, like, I read the chat or I watch the stream and I'm like, wait, is that how that works? I had no clue. Yeah, the beauty of this game, I think. Also certain hotkeys or something, right? Like, I think only a year ago or something, I realized that you can like control click, control alt click, control shift click. You can do sort of like all possible human combinations on the keyboard and interact with an NPC, and they all do something different. It's pretty cool. Okay, 3 rares. That is not bad. I do tend to take iron rings, especially because you will get rewards that, like skill gem rewards that you just don't use. Combine it with an iron ring and now you have a resistance ring, which I think is not too bad, personally. The portal hotkey was a godsend. Yeah, the portal hotkey indeed. Let's see, where are we? Here. Yeah, the portal hotkey was pretty big. Although that was... I think that was part of the announcement itself. So it was not that it was like that big of a secret when it came out, right? That clicking stuff is actually quite new. Yeah, like two years old, I think, at this point, maybe. You could pick up the ruby ring and then just like throw essences on that. I tend to save up my essences a little bit at the start. Maybe more than others. But I don't use these things straight away. I like to have like 2 or 3 at hand. Just for the... You know, whenever because I care more about the colors. So if I have decent colors on an item that is usable for me, then that's the item that I want to use an essence on, right? And I don't want to just like slam essences on like a random ring. First off, I don't need it. Right? Like, this is not a build that relies on gear. At least during the campaign. So there's just no real reason to have, you know, go for a whole bunch of upgrades. It also takes time, right? Going for all these different upgrades. Like checking the vendor and whatnot. I think people waste a lot of time in the campaign checking the vendor and doing all sorts of like micromanagement, whereas I do that for the first hour just to like get the setup going, and then after that it's just basically gonna be like this. And then maybe in 2 moments or something in the campaign, probably, right? Probably 2 moments in the campaign, I really focus on a few specific upgrades. Like around the first lab is a big one because you get so many new things. And then probably around, you know, Act 6 or something, because there's just so many options. Yeah, that is a shame. Yeah. I can be running, I think, a Purity of Elements already. I'm not 100% sure, but I will for sure swap to Purity of Elements pretty soon. I don't think I have access to it already, but yeah, if you get frozen by a strongbox, then it can be game over, depending a bit on what comes out of that strongbox. But I think I was also cursed with elemental weakness, so yeah, that was a little painful. I'm checking all these gems if I actually... And then I get a single portal scroll, of course. Am I leveling up all of these? So Clarity, that's the only one you want to check. You don't want to end up with like a level 10 Clarity. You just cannot sustain that. So Clarity stops at level 5. You should stop Clarity at level 5. I mean, you can kill the guy. You don't have to kill the guy, but he gives boots. I guess that's fine. And the Grand Flask, which is an upgrade here. I just throw these away. You could also vendor these if you want. Like 3-to-1 gives you the higher version, but I don't do it personally. Morning, Brunny. Good morning, W. Hey, good morning, Senna. How you doing, buddy? Console players have to open inventory to use the portal scrolls. Really? You can't hotkey it in any sense? That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Any quest stuff that I get? Yeah, from her. Can I get... so I have the skill here. Skills, see? Tempest Shield and Desecrate. It's quite nice though, right? This Regex string, isn't it? Like just having this so that you don't have to even think about it anymore. At least for skill gems, right? I might try and make one for support gems. I think support gems is going to be a lot harder. But yeah, here, Tempest Shield.
Be well.
That wouldn't have saved me, but it's good to have. And maybe buy like another sort of offhand thing. Oh, here's the first calling wand, see? Triple blue calling wand. 4, 1 transmute. And I have 2 transmutes. So I think this is a decent candidate, right? I don't have the int, so there's that. But this is okay. Like this you can just buy it, 1 transmute, very manageable, and then you throw any essence on it. It doesn't matter which one. I guess this is nice, right? This is a minion damage essence. It only got minion damage, so pretty bad outcome really. But this is at the end of the day 34% increased minion damage. I mean, decent, I would say, right? Decent enough. Here you take the only mastery early on, increased AoE. This is just going to help with all sorts of things for the minions. So I think very good. Let's see. Do I take any other upgrades? Like I just said, I'm not gonna spend too much time, or I don't want to spend too much time on this, normally speaking. So all of this is just gonna be sold, including the ring. I think that is fine. I should try and pick up a few things for my offhand as well. Okay, that part is done. Now the bottom part of the stuff. Meanwhile, finish the campaign just now. Yeah. When I was starting SRS, I used the lightning golem up until maps dropped the clarity. Yeah, I think you have some options. I think it's more important that you know why you make certain changes rather than You know, if you're not gonna follow the guide exactly, then just make sure that you know why that is, right? I think that is the most important. If you just think that something is better, but you know, it may be, it may not be, right? Yeah, that is a little bit of a risk, isn't it? But in any other case, you're gonna be probably fine, right? Aren't you? But the damage already starts to be decent enough, I think. You know, Act 2 and then in Act 3 you're really gonna be quite comfortable with everything. It's, yeah. And every now and then I just check my level compared to the zone level. So I'm level 19, this is level 15. That's a little bit... Act 2 is a little weird with the zone levels, I will say. But like in here, if this was a Mirage, I would probably just be doing it. Yeah, because I don't see why not. Also, you're just gonna be learning about the mechanic. I think that is underrated. Like the experience from like a level perspective you get is probably pretty good. But also the experience from a knowledge level that you get, I think, is underrated and not sort of often stated. And then maybe people just rely on like videos or something to figure it out, or I don't really know exactly how that always works. But I think there's something to be said to figuring these things out yourself, especially in SSF, right? That there's no real reason as to why you should be heading to the mapping like ASAP. These guys hurt a lot, actually. What's going on there? Do I need these? I don't really need to kill these guys, but you know, fine, I guess.
We will be best friends, Beast, until we slaughter you.
The lightning golem. Yeah, I don't like golems either without like serious investment. So I'm not taking... Also, golems early, by the way. It's not that early, right? Golems are level 38. You get those things at the end of Act 4, right? I mean, it's not exactly early. By the end of Act 4, I have my Sentinel, and I don't have to do anything anymore, right? I can just like shield charge, and everything dies around me. So I do take a Tempest Shield, as you saw. I really like Tempest Shield. I think also in the campaign. Block is underrated, in my opinion, in the campaign. Like, I almost never see anyone investing in it in the campaign itself. But I think the what is it, 20% spell block that I have at this point from just the gem, pretty good, right? Just want to say, love your videos. Making PoE feels less competitive and fun again for me. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate it, man. Happy to be able to help. Yeah, let's do the Act 1 thing, because I always forget. We could even do a quick check. Maybe Nessa sells something nice. But I doubt it. Yeah, it's not there, right? You could buy something still if you want. I don't think you need much. You need a spirit offer, a flesh offering, by the way, right? So you could buy this and then just start leveling it. I don't typically use it though, but it's something for the offhand, right? And you could, I guess, buy a... If you want something cheap with some sockets. Same here, right? Like, it costs a transmute. You kind of don't want that, though. But I wouldn't mind an offhand. If I can. Here, like 3 blues. But then not that it costs a transmute, right? But it's okay. It's we'll find something. Okay, let's identify, sell. So this is a minion shield. +1 to all physical spell skill gems. Is SRS a physical? No, it's not. It's still 10%, but okay, for just 10%, I'm not gonna give up on the res and the life, right? But it's a consideration, I would say. This is an upgrade, right? A bit of life and fire and lightning res, so that's just a flat-out upgrade.
Goodbye.
I need some int. Which she doesn't sell.
Farewell.
But again, like these are all sort of problems you don't need to solve straight away, in my opinion at least. Sentinel charge. Sentinel change looks terrible. No man, it looks great. What do you mean? Why does it look terrible? The Sentinel's gonna be completely broken. Like having the... You mean the Sentinel of Radiance? That thing will always be up. I kill, by the way. You could go for defenses if you want. But I think with minion builds you always want the points. Because it's just so valuable to have the...
You are thus blessed.
the goat's horn. This is pretty funny actually. You always want the extra points to get to extra sockets primarily, and then slot in another Abyss Jewel, right? Oh, he said incredible. Oh wait, what did I think you said? Oh, I think you said terrible. Interesting. My bad. Sorry. Apologies. I do yes, I am from the Netherlands, yes. I invest in block, in campaign, and temp shield. Yeah. Yeah. No, same. And soon, at least, I also invest in elemental purity, or purity of elements. So... But that is in a little bit. That is in Act 3. Purity of elements. Kill a trigger level 10 SRS on kill. It's a shame, like you can't really use this. It is technically better, I suppose, than what I have. So you could just mess around with some of these things. Like, I'm not gonna have 46 decks, right? But you could just like corrupt it and see what happens. Got a wide socket. So nothing really happens. I could equip it, right? Maybe I do something on kill for whatever reason. But it shouldn't trigger because I'm not the one killing, right? My minions are the ones that are killing, so... It shouldn't work, but maybe you will see an occasional random SRS appearing from somewhere. Who knows? I think there's one of them, see? No, so I guess my shield charge killed something, for example. Is it also cover ash? I mean, the cover in ash is actually pretty decent. I used this on mercenaries in back when they were available, just to cover enemies in ash. It's pretty good for this build because you primarily deal fire damage, or you know, my minions primarily deal fire damage. This playthrough is unethical. Yeah, the playthrough is getting a little bit unethical. But this wand is really not doing anything for me. And the moment I have the moment that I get... What is it? Enough intelligence. Yes, that is what I'm looking for. The moment I have enough intelligence, I will swap to the convocation, like the minion one, right? Yeah, we go here. Take this little wheel with like life and energy shield. You don't get a lot of energy shield early on, but you know, if you... The idea is that in terms of like armor type, you invest in armor energy shield. You could go pure energy shield if you want, but armor fits the Templar a bit better. Also, it fits the skills that you need, like the coloring, a little bit better, which I think in SSF is slightly underrated. I mean, can you fix colors other ways? Yes, you can, but it's not gonna make life that any easier, so I'm full clearing the zone also for no apparent reason. Why don't you use Infernal Legion like to pop? I don't really like popcorn SRS. Also, you're gonna be pretty far out of the way of like I'm just not pathing in that direction. So you'd be spending a significant amount of Atlas passive points for really, in my opinion, not that much gain. I think the moment you have added lightning and melee splash, these things are doing a lot of damage. So yeah, I don't see it personally. I don't think it's really that much better. So that's why. I mean, you can. You'll have to respec later or make it a different build. Because if you want to play Popcorn SRS, that's fine. But that's just a different build. Or a slightly different build, right? Scaling is also different. Like you would be scaling minion life then. And not flat damage per se. So yeah, it does turn into a little bit of a different build if you do that. You mostly go as good for links, but armor is... Wait, even with changes in EPSO, is purity, it would all still leak stuff. I will, yeah. But I think the... you know, the other skills have become also very viable. But yeah, no, I would. You could swap, right? You could just see if it is better. I don't know. But I like SRS personally. Also, I have the whole guide and whatnot, right? Like, I don't really want to pivot when it is still completely valid and sort of like workable. So yeah, that's kind of my stance on it. Oh.
That look in your... There you time so. You keep your wits. Nothing. Return.
You can do a quick check on the vendors if you're in town, you know. If you want like this or like skill gems. It's still the same 2 skill gems, right? It's not going to change. Here you have some options. I like the elemental damage with attacks personally because it gives you a little bit more leeway for your 4-link. So I'm going to pick this. You should really buy the other ones now from her. Those will not show up. I haven't fixed the support gems, but what you want is minion life, and I have plenty of alterations currently, so that's good. Ally focus is something I use. Let's see, is there something else I do here? A culling, not really. Fresh meat I don't use. You can. It's not bad, I will say, but I don't use it. No, I think this is it. Conk effect, don't use it, I would say. No, it's mostly this.
Be kind, if you can.
Oh, talk to Aramir.
The end of learning is the beginning of death.
Skelly setup? I think I don't like skeletons. Like, I think it's pretty annoying actually. And a lot of work. I don't know. Might just be me. But I'm not a fan. Also, you gotta target where these things are, right? Like, they're not gonna move to the position automatically like SRS does. Like, they'll move around a little bit, but they're like super slow, right? So, the Wheel Whisperer, yeah. Yeah, this is a completely planned out build though, right? So, this is not a wheel build. But I'll be doing some wheel builds probably again this league. I do have significant less time to play though. Because last time I took 2 months off from work. Because I had the option to do a sabbatical. So in November and December I was basically full-time playing this game. So that also explained why you guys got a lot of videos and whatnot. That is not the case anymore. But, you know, I still have 1.5 weeks off next week. Or, well, when the league start is. So, there will still be a good number of videos. I plan to do a daily update, or maybe a bi-daily. Is that a word? Every 2 days and do an update. Something like that. The reason I use Kellys is because you can summon a bunch and run away. Yeah. Yeah, it's like yeah, I don't know. But I can do the same thing with SRS, right? Like, I can summon a bunch and they run away. They also stay there and just, like, do stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's really better. But, you know, to each their own, right? Come on. Oh, so close. Alright, we'll take the Greaves and the Mask. Oh, and an Agate? What is that? Strength and Int. Okay, that is actually good. And Life. It's still not enough though. How much Int do I have? 80. Okay, and I need 81. Yeah, that is just fantastic. I think that is a movement, yeah, that's movement speed, that's fine.
I don't mean...
Yeah, there's a little bit of roleplay with these bosses sometimes. I watched the announcement, but I didn't play since Affliction. Everything seems overwhelming. Yeah, just follow a build, man. That really helps, I think. My problem with Minion is that Delve may be an issue. Now that GGG mentioned Fossil. Delve is not an issue. Like, I have delved with this build quite a bit. And it's actually quite nice, in my opinion, Delve with minion builds. Because you just go to the node and you spam SRS and you can just stand still. Like, you don't have to do anything. It's super cozy. You can just, like, go to, you know, follow the little cart. It ends up at a node. And you just kill everyone at the node and that's it. So, yeah, it's pretty nice. Another Orb of Chance, that's really good. Because I'll be needing those.
Allow your wisdom.
Are we still good? Yeah, we're still good on these. Good check. Okay, let's go to Piety. She's always like facing the sort of the top left wall, right? So that's how you know where she should be. See? So she's always facing here. Also here, she's facing top left. Taking these guys down, even though it can take a while sometimes. Buckler? Yeah, I don't. I'm out of room. That's okay.
Living machine. There's your truth, heretic. Enough of this.
I'm running another private league again. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need super deep delve either, indeed. Tumbaraba enjoy the game on trade, yeah. I see that. So many cool things you want to milk. What changed for SRS Guardian in terms of ascendancy? Yeah, very little. Very little. So you can just make the you can just use the build guide that's already out there that I already have. You take flammability.
General grip. Go with courage.
Don't do anything like
And I want to sell a few things that are not identified yet. Oh, this wand we're gonna also put in the offhand actually.
stay out of the shadows.
Because I need some transmute orbs indeed. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this goes in the offhand as well. For minion life, for elite damage it attacks. For flammability, I guess. Okay, now at least we're leveling some gems. I'll take it. For the time being at least. Momentum, yeah, that's just not really gonna be a thing. I need 26 dex, which I don't have. Okay, yeah, fine, I guess. A better life flask. This thing can go. Yeah, identify for me. Is it movement speed? It is not. We'll just sell the momentum. Can I purchase a pure int thing? Nah, I will path to int actually. Here's int. That's all I need. And then we go for the aura stuff. So we're gonna be fine soon. And we're purchasing. Here, I can do the skill thing again. Here, these are the ones you need to purchase, right? Flammability, I have automation and purity of elements. I'm gonna equip purity of elements. And automation we'll just put in here for now. So that means another swap. I think I will swap out the ones that I just don't need, like vitality, and we'll keep Tempest Shield because soon I will have the reservation, so I can run all three of them. Yeah, the Sentinel is not only there, it is also permanent now, which is completely broken, by the way. But yeah, should be fun. Have you tried Infernal Legion linked with Skitterbots? No. No, I mean, I tried a lot of different things in terms of minions, because I do like minions. But I think this is just one of the smoothest sort of league starts that you can have if you like minions. This is incredibly smooth and cozy, specifically in SSF, right? I think that is the sort of the key difference, or the key thing to remember. Like, this build is made for beginners in SSF, right? That is the point. And because I think there are other minion builds that objectively are better builds, I think, but they will be much harder to pull off in SSF, right? And I think that is what I was aiming for, at least. Like, hey, you know, a good build in SSF that allows you to, if you keep investing in it, Like either you pivot, right? You just like clear the end game, get your void stones, do some tier 16, some nightmare maps, right? It can do all of that. And then either you pivot, you just start it, you farm up for a new build and you do a new build. That's fine, of course. Or you keep investing in this one, which I did last league. And then in last league I was able to kill everything, right? Uber Pinnacle bosses, everything. And I have it all, there's videos about the whole journey of last league. And nothing has changed, right? So, or barely anything has changed. So there's no reason that this league you wouldn't be able to do that also. And I'm not sure I will, right? Maybe I will just get my void stones, get the initial league start, and then pivot to something else. I think there are some interesting builds out there as well. But I wouldn't mind using this character then to farm for those other builds. And yeah, that way basically sort of set myself up without having to league start a build that is just, I think, significantly worse in league starting or while league starting, whereas this is just so smooth, right? There's nothing you need to do really to have like a great league start. This Sentinel is gonna absolutely destroy Mirage in the campaign and in at least white maps, possibly in yellow maps even, right? So yeah, that is sort of the reasoning that I'm having here, right? If that makes sense. Okay, we'll do Clarity one more level and then keep it at level 5. Is at least the plan. Can you use a Covenant with the build? Is the Covenant one of those? Was that one of those helmets? What is the Covenant again? Can this build be done on Necro? Well, yeah, but then I don't know really the specifics. But there's Necro SRS builds, sure. Just I think Guardian is an easier to sort of league start and skill option. I think Necro might, if you really start like massive investing, the Necro probably wins out. But if you don't, I think the Guardian is a better option.
An emperor must bear 2 blades, hope in the left hand.
I don't know whether to start with this build or Smokey's GC Minor. Yeah. I mean, I think you can definitely start with Smokey's build, but you will have a rougher time in the campaign / maybe early maps, because there's just more required from like a farming perspective, right? But I think after 2-3 days, probably, the build will likely win out for sure in terms of damage, right? Absolutely. Like if you assuming you play full time, that's just my assumption. So you just go no life for the entire weekend and maybe 1 or 2 more days. Like if you do that, that build will outperform this build for sure after like 4 days. But those 4 days might be relatively rough, in the sense that the things that you need are in SSF. I mean, depending on sort of how hardcore you play SSF, but I would not say that is like a super friendly SSF build, right? The Arkan's belt, I mean, you may get lucky on the first time you kill it, but otherwise you need to farm the boss, right? Doedri's Damning, very doable. Farming the Transfigured Gem it can take a few hours, right, to get that gem. So yeah, and I think you should realize that Smokey is really good at the game. Like she always plays it very cool, which is cool, I think. But she is incredibly good at SSF, right? And knows, I think, way more than your average SSF player. And so it may, so it is. So what she's doing, it's viable, right? Like it's absolutely SSF viable. I league started it in Frisia. I had a great time. It is an absolutely amazing build, right? Don't get me wrong. And I think it is a better build than this build. But what might be deceiving a little bit about it is sort of how good at the game you need to be to make it work. Because there is some mechanics in there that are really not all that obvious the way they work. You have the overlapping mechanic, right? There is quite a bit of sort of intricate details about the Glacial Cascade Miner that you should have a decent understanding of, or the build is not gonna perform as advertised, right? And this build does not have that issue. Like this build is basically impossible to screw up, right? I don't see how you would not be able to get at least 2 Void Stones if you have absolutely no clue what you're doing and you just follow the build. Like there's no way to screw it up. And in the Glacial Cascade Miner, I mean, it's a little bit harder to pull off, right? I think that is fair to say. Did I get my thing? Yeah. Okay. Covenant is a chest that gives Socket. Oh, that is the Covenant. Yeah. The added chaos damage. You don't need it for this because that is for poison SRS, right? This is not a poison SRS build, so you don't need it. That replies to your question. Necro is more damage from the Ascendancy. Guardian is more coziness. Yeah. If you get the Covenant, yeah, Necro, animated weapon of ranged arms. Yeah, you can do that, or poison SRS, right? That's on lab farming. We get the option to choose the skill. No, that's not true. That's not true, George. You don't get an option to choose the skill you want. You only get that if you hit the roll for the transfigured gem to begin with, right? You still need to hit the roll, which is rare. That is a rare roll to get. Like the roll in the divine font saying transfer this gem into a specific transfigured version is pretty rare. Pretty rare in it. It took me 3 hours to get that roll, over 40 laps in Frisia. What you're saying is only true if your transfigured gem has multiple options, then you can pick one. But you can't just pick a transfigured gem, you still need to hit the roll. So it could take you hours for it to show up. I'm doing group found league. I do want to kill Ubers, having a hard time checking between this build and Smokies. I mean, yeah, I basically said the whole thing, right? Smokey's build just looks real squishy. I mean, this build is going to be way tankier than Smokey's build. But she will do probably four or 5 times the damage, right? So it is also a question of what you want and how you like to play the game. I think there is something to be said for some sort of tankiness. If you're constantly, and this I think ties in a little bit to my point earlier that Smokey's build is, in my opinion, a build for people that are a bit more advanced at the game. I don't think it is that beginner friendly of a build, even though she says anyone can play this. But I'm not sure that is actually true. I'm not sure anyone can play that build. You need to have decent game understanding, and like you need to know the bosses, and and I think she's very good at the game, so she just assumes that you have that, right? But I know that there are a good number of people that don't have that, And will they just be able to pick up the build and have a good time? It's kind of debatable. Although I will say, I played for, I think, until level 85 or something without the transfigured gem. And that was also mostly fine. In Frisia, which was way harder than the regular game, right? So you don't need the transfigured version, but at some point, you know, you want to have it. So there's that. Not the first time. Yeah, exactly. And mine mechanics to learn. You need mine mechanics. You need some automation. You need detonate mines that have to work. You need the throwing distance. You shouldn't throw them too far. You shouldn't throw them too close. You know, there's a lot of little things going on in that build that if you mess up all of them, which a new player might, yeah, you're not gonna have a great time. And there's a respec too, right? That is that I really don't like in League Starts, having to respec. Also for new players, huge risk, right? Because they don't know what they're doing with the respec, so yeah. It will be way easier to get trans gems. One of the reasons I'm starting SF. We'll see. I don't think it will be way easier to get transfigured gems unless the one you're looking for is out of a pool of a gem that has multiple transfigured gem options. In that case, it will be twice as easy. But in any other situation, like the Glacial Cascade Miner situation, it will be just as hard as last league. Right? There is no difference.
What is that?
What is that? Not a cockroach? Yeah, we'll take intelligence, I think. Because for some reason I need intelligence. I should have taken dexterity, actually. My bad. But okay. Let's go in here. You maybe want this craft over here. Maybe. Fire damage, rank 1. It's a maybe for me. I don't know why, but I love farming the trans gems. Yeah. Yeah, okay, you know, some people like to torture themselves. That's okay. You know, I'm not judging, but I don't really enjoy it too much. You get to choose the gem you want. No, that's not what they said. That is not what they said, right? You get to choose the gem you want after you hit the roll on the divine font, and only you get to choose the gem you want if there are multiple transfigured gem options of that gem, right? So this change was only meant for the situation where you are farming lab and you are farming for a gem, like I think that the Detonate Dead, for example, has 2 transfigured versions, right? And then if you finally then hit the roll on the divine font to turn a regular Detonate Dead into the Detonate Dead of chaining, let's say, but you roll the other transfigured gem, that feels super bad, right? And that is what they changed. In that situation, you can pick the gem you want, but you can't just put in any blue gem and hit transfigure and then pick the gem you want. That is not change, right? That is also not what was shown. Plus, clearly that wouldn't fit in the UI, right? They would have to show what, 50 transfigured gems. So that's just not the case. You go there with the Glacial Cascade, you pick up the trans gem from the font. No, it's not true. That's not the case. You have to hit the roll. You have to hit the roll on the divine font, right? It's not a guaranteed roll in the lab or anything. You have to hit the roll. Similar to today. Will you use any of the new Guardian Ascendancy? Probably not. Because... because there's no they're not really better than what I'm doing. Yeah, she was farming for 2 to 9 hours. Yeah, and she may be farming for 2 to 9 hours likely too. I farmed for 3 hours when I played her build in Frisia. It took me 3 hours to get the roll. GGG would never make it that deterministic. No. It's not like that. You need to hit the roll where you transform the gem to... Exactly. Right, exactly. It's still RNG, just not double RNG. Exactly. That is exactly the change that they did. Which is a fair change, but it's not like you can just go into the lab and get your gem now. I think that roll is like a 1 in 10 maybe, 1 in 15 on the 3rd lab. Something like that. 1 out of 8. I mean, there's variance, right? But I did, I think, about 25 runs before I got it. So then I got really unlucky if it's 1 out of 8. I remember I was playing Bomber Guardian. Yeah, I played... what build was that? It was the build with the Detonate Dead of Chain Reaction. And then you had Lancing Steel of Spraying, which was also transfigured. And then you could... I don't know what kind of build it was exactly. It was, I think, 3 years ago. I'm not like huge on builds, despite me now testing my own build. But I'm not like... Yeah, I care a bit less about builds than most people, I feel. But it was a fun build. Like, you would spray your Lancing Steel, which I think is still used for cast on crit. And then on cast on crit, you would link Detonate Dead of Chain Reaction, and it would just explode the whole screen. It was completely broken. It was one of the meta builds back then. The roll's pretty common. Well, I mean... It's variance, right? So sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But it is not uncommon, I think that is fair to say, that you're spending a few hours on League Start in the lab to get your transfigured gem. Like, that is... There is a decent chance that that happens, despite the odds. And that feels bad, I think, at least. I think that feels bad. I don't like that, personally. Yeah, I prefer to not have my experience like that starting out, and just have a smooth, fun build. What I will do, more likely than not, is for the 4 lab runs that I'll be making on this guy, I will take a Glacial Cascade gem and hope I get lucky, right? If I get lucky in one of the 4 and turn that gem into the transfigured version, that is gonna save me a huge amount of pain for if I want to transition to the build, right? Okay, we're locking Clarity. So Clarity will remain at level 5, as it should. And then... yeah, and then we'll just do this. So damage, like, it's still on a 3 link, right? It's still kind of okay, I think. Nothing crazy. But solid DPS. After this though, we're getting the Sentinel, and then it is crazy, right? Mana, Tower Key. Do I care about anything else? It's about time we get 4 links, I feel. The Labyrinth Craft to transform, yes, to a transfigured gem version now allows you to select. Yes, no, it's true. Where multiple transfigured exist, yes. But the key point there is where multiple transfigured versions exist, right? That is the key thing. Indeed, as long as you hit the option on the font, and that's my whole point, that can take 3 hours, right? To hit the option on the font. Saw Smokey, the 13 labs, yeah. The Val plus 21 domination blow seems like it's gonna hit like a truck. Yeah. Wait, how are you getting a 21 Val domination blow? That's not a thing, right? A Val gem can't be level 21, right? Or am I missing something? Why not? Incursion Temple Corrupt? Oh, I see. I've never got that result out of all the gems I corrupt. Is that a common outcome? Like make it 21 and then turn it into a Val version? What are the odds on hitting a Val to begin with? Div, yeah, you have a div card. That's true. Yeah, you have a div card. Okay. SSF is not used. The C21 Val gems. Yeah, exactly. Come out those. Val first, then 21? No, that wouldn't work, right? Because then it's corrupted. I guess that with double corrupt, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it overrides that idea. Okay. More. We take this cluster all the way, including the little points here for 32% increased damage at the end of the day. Here, I don't think you take any of these. No.
You have Talakota.
Boys, stay out of the shadows.
Wherever he be killer.
Let's see. Let's sell a little bit more. And then instant recovery. Yeah, that's fine, I think. 1290. And then here another mana flask just for the time being. This has got int, strength, life and fire res, which is probably better. I need dex though. Oh, I can equip my minion wand, so it's gonna be a bit of extra damage. Oh, but then my 3 link is gone. Well, then I think the Holy Flame might just be out, actually. Unless I put it on like... Yeah, the Holy Flame might be out until I get something better, which is fine, I guess. Because the extra damage is pretty good. So we'll have Summon Raging Spirit with this and then melee splash. Anything blue I want to put in there? Ellie Focus, I guess. Because at some point it has to leave anyway, so that doesn't matter too much. Vitality I could level. I wouldn't be using it though much. Okay, all of these are gonna go. Is there anything that I want to slam? One of my essence. I have 3 essences. Now I'm gonna wait until I get like a 4 link. Now I have another regex. This is post 30. But the question is if this one is accurate, and maybe I should just make a new one, to be honest. No Val 7 links, yeah, probably, yeah, because that probably doesn't work, yeah. Holy Flame has been buffed considerably. Yeah, true.
See you.
No, it has. So, oh, I even got more. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely gonna use a few essences. Okay, let's make one. Other links. Takes a lot of space, yeah. I think you care less about the... Well, you could do the +1 wand any. And then... enable... Well, or you just say 4 links, right? Just show up 4 links. And then ideally, I guess you... Let's see if it does this properly. 1 blue... Oh, sorry, 3 blue, 1 red. Then this is the combination, right? Got AoE tag and more projectiles. I think Flamewood you should put on totems with a lot of life, or just on a lot of different totems. So Searing Bond, when it gets levels, it gets also more. It gets more totems, and I think that really helps. So I did a league start test earlier this week with Searing Totems Flamewood. It works actually pretty okay. It's not as smooth as this, clearly, but it works pretty okay. I mean, I could put a 5-link in there too, why not, right? Copy. Will a vendor ever sell a 6-link? I kind of doubt it. Okay, a 4-link with 3 blue and 1 red, or any 4-link, right? And then put that in the regex. So the vendor post 30. Yeah, this seems like a much more sensible regex, because first of all, it's between these little, what is it?
Something?
Quotation marks. Post 30. I'm not surprised. And here it shows everything, which is probably fine, right? I guess.
Tread carefully.
Okay. This guy. Right. Okay, fine. We can test on him though. No, not here. Purchase. Do the thing. Post 30. Let's see. So nothing. And if I do pre 30, also nothing. But that could be true. Like triple blue, I'm not picking up. So that is. It seems to work. I should not be picking any of these up by the looks of it. Yeah, fine.
Good luck to you.
Okay, the final part, and then the library. I have 3 chance orbs, which may just be enough actually. Yeah, so temporarily no more Holy Flame Totem. I think it may not be that temporary. Maybe we just drop the Holy Flame. Because in the library quest, you don't really use it anyway, so it's like fine. Like these minions start to do significant damage, the SRS minions. Looking for the waste helm though. Follow the road is typically the advice here. Okay, so there's the library and there is the other thing. Let's do the other thing first, I think. Here, see? This other thing.
An emperor must know.
Okay, now that's all the trials done. So that means I can get my sentinel. I will wait. Where's the last guy? Oh. I will wait a little bit with that though. Let's first do the library quest. Then we get our stuff. Maybe get a 4-link. Who knows? Hello, Exiles. Hello, buddy. Not sure. Yeah. Now 5-link, 2 5-link. I think the other 5-link may be out, right? Because wasn't that a guaranteed breach 5-link? Or was that 5-link tied to the original beach? That I'm not sure of, actually. So I think the currently existing 5-link may be out and just replaced by the 5-link Octavian was talking about. Hey guys, I want to do this as a starter, but I have no clue how to implement a Spectre. Yeah. Soon. I can explain it pretty soon, because pretty soon I will have a Spectre. It is a little bit more complicated than Pee-wee 2, but it's not too bad, I think. Yeah, Spectres are probably the only thing you can actually mess up with this build, right? And if you do, it feels pretty bad. That's I guess the only sort of counterpoint to what I was talking about earlier, right? Spectres is... Yeah, Spectres is always a little bit of a mess. But it's got a lot better. So the one in Act is safe. The one in Act 5 may not be. I'm not sure if the one in Act 6... So there is one in Act 6 currently on the beach, right? And I think you have to do the breach for it. That is the one, that's the 5 link that I'm aware of. And that is guaranteed, but you have to do breach. And I think breach might not be there, because I think breach is now there because it's the league mechanic, right? Is it required? Yes. Yes, it is required. It provides a lot of power, so you should absolutely run Spectres. Okay, where is this little fucking candle, guys? You didn't need until the Spectres you need to use. Yeah, no, true. So it's not required in the campaign, but it is like required... Oh, a double bone ring. Okay, interesting. But it is required in... well, when mapping, at the very least, I would say, right? Okay, where's the thing? I hate this zone. I think museum is gonna be gone from the map pool though, so that's a win, I guess. Where the fuck is this thing? Is it not here? You can typically tell by where they put the room as well. Thanks for the sub, buddy, appreciate it. Oh, here it is. Wow, what a nasty... What a nasty, nasty spot. Okay, 4 pages. Don't overthink it, buddy. 5 minutes, you'll understand Spectres perfectly. Oh, perfectly. We'll see. We'll try though. An alchemy and a fusing, not bad. Yeah, so I'm not using the breach mechanic, right? Apart from like running across it every now and then, but otherwise not using it. Just to sort of keep it like a clean, fairly clean practice run. I can screw up, believe me. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you should practice with Spectres that you can't lose, which we will do. So it's not gonna be a big issue really. Am I leveling Desecrate? No, I still need Dexterity, which is a little ironic. I might have to buy an amulet for that. It's getting a little crazy. Oh, an Orb of Binding. I think that is also guaranteed, by the way. Like, aren't you always getting an Orb of Binding around this time? Like for a 4 link? I think that is actually also a guaranteed drop. Yeah, you killed... Well, you hover and press A. I think that is also an important one. Or you might raise the wrong Spectre. Okay, I don't think there is any of these that you actually need. Yeah, I don't think there is any of these that you actually need. But, you know, I'll take Fire Pen just for the sake of it. Okay, so I have a regex with the skill gems that you are expected to have. And we're gonna buy a few, right? So I have 3 Orbs of Chance, which is maybe not enough because I want an Animate Guardian. I also want support gems, by the way. Okay, they show... a few too many show up. Hopefully people understand that you don't need like flamethrower trap and conflagration, but yeah. Haste, right? For an alteration orb. Haste is good. And then skiddy bots, also for an alter. How many alts do I have? 5. Okay. Skiddy bots, you take. Temper shield, I already have. Clarity, I have. Flash offering, I have. Summer racing spirit, of course. Purity of elements, I have. Flammability, I have. Automation, I bought. Ray Spectre, right? For another chance, but we'll wait a little bit with the chance orbs. And that is it. Oh, and very important, convocation, right? Alteration orb. So that's easy. I don't stream on Twitch now. But there are also support gems which you need. And I think the most important one that I would say you want is over here somewhere, right? These Feeding Frenzy, Meat Shield, these specifically. And I think for the 3 chance orbs that I have, so I need a few more, I will focus on the Spectre setup, right? So what you do, you take Meat Shield. Do you take Meat Shield? Do you take Elemental Army? What did I... This is why I write things down. No, you take Meat Shield. Meat Shield, Minion Life, Ray Spectre, Animate Guardian, right? That is what you're going for here. So, Meat Shield. Minion Life is already leveling somewhere. Ray Spectre. Animate Guardian. And then Minion Life is somewhere in my offhand. This requires a 4-link, which I don't have. But that's kind of whatever. And then are there other gems that I still want? Now, I wrote it all down, right? So, doing the library quest here. You need 3 chance orbs, 5 alts, 2 transmutes, 1 wisdom scroll, and the rest is from quest rewards. So, the main links I have already. Animate Guardian, I just bought this, right? Automation, Steel Skin, Convocation, got that. Shield Charge, faster attacks. So faster attacks is here. That is a transmute, so that is indeed correct with the guide. Faster attacks, Frostblank, I have Clarity, max level 5, Purity of Elements, Desecrate, keep it level 1, and Flammability. So, all good, right? I have all of these. And then later, 38, once you get golems, you could go back and also buy a few more things. Primarily Feeding Frenzy and Elemental Army, right? Hey, okay, Deem, how are you doing? What is the difference with the Ritual Spectres? The Ritual Spectres are spectres that you could mess up in a way, although it is still a little hard, I would argue. And by messing it up, you might lose the Spectre, whereas other Spectres are in your Spectre pool. But I will explain in a second. Okay, so this is everything I need from the library. I would still advise you do the library quest in all honesty. I think it is still pretty good. Okay, now I need a few things. The main thing I need is dexterity. I can unequip this thing, so I really just need something with dexterity. That would be great. And it is not giving me that, at least not in Act 3. Let's try Act 2. I just craft on a suffix. Yeah, you can also craft it on a suffix. That is actually true. You could do some crafting too. Or I just, you know, I buy it for 1 trance and I slam it with an... is there anything that I... Jewelry... Lightning there, it doesn't really matter, but maybe you can get something decent, right? Life regen per second, not bad. For example. That's fine. Didn't get much else. But this is what I need, right? So now I can equip level 1 Desecrate, which I really want. Okay, most of the other stuff can go though. Convocation automation, I really like, right? Elemental focus, I should really level in the offhand. Flash offering. Yeah, maybe. You can't automate it though. I have automate somewhere. Am I not leveling it? Here's minion life, by the way, for your 4-link. Elemental focus. Steel skin. Yeah, ideally you automate also steel skin, but that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Where's my automate? I have it somewhere, I think. Is it in my inventory? Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's in my inventory. Okay, so automate convocate, that's what you want. Then desecrate you will use here for the specter. Right, I have an orb of binding, so I'm gonna buy a chest piece. I think from Act 3. Right. Gonna buy a chest piece. From this guy, I think. A white chest piece. Huh. Yeah, you could also do this and get it over with. I think he just sells me this. That is pretty good. I have 6 chromatic orbs. Okay. Alright, excellent. Now we're putting something on there. Again, it doesn't really matter. I just want to make it rare in the hopes to get something, you know, here. Get some energy shield going. And then hopefully some res, who knows. Didn't get res, but I can still craft on it, right? So, this is great. This is going to be the 4-link. So, melee splash, summon raising spirit, added lightning, and minion damage, for example, right? Which I have been leveling, I think. Have I not? Have I not been leveling that? I took minion. I'm sometimes struggling. Normally I would just have these in my stash, but I thought I'd keep it, you know, a little cleaner maybe. But I'm not sure that's all working out that well. Where's my minion damage? You could do Ellie Focus too, by the way. It doesn't matter too much. I think minion damage. Maybe I didn't buy minion damage. Maybe I only bought minion life for some reason. I could swear I bought minion damage, but okay. We can buy one in Act 1. And it will be leveled, so it's fine. Why not Gamba? Yeah, you could do Gamba, but I'm trying to not do that too much, because I think it may not be as good. Here, minion damage. Summon Raising Spirit, added lightning, minion damage, melee splash, right? That is, I think, also in line with what this is saying. It is, right? See, SRS, melee splash, added lightning. Those 3 you already should have, and then you have a choice depending on which item you roll, either elemental damage with attacks or minion damage. I think excellent, right? Okay, let's sell some shit.
While we live, we are blessed.
Okay. Yeah, you can, of course you can gamble too, right? I have a little bit of cash, but I'm not sure you're gonna be guaranteed getting like 4 links from gambling anymore. So I'm also trying to show, you know, what should you do if you can't gamble, let's say. But we got more 4 links in theory, so I'm gonna buy like this torture cage over here. This is also why you want to have like a bit of a supply of these materials, right? Buy a torture case and then orb of binding it for 4 blues. Now, not horrible, but I want really 1 red. So we're gonna try and get 1. 2 reds is not good. This is also not good. 1 red is good. See? Okay. all great. Vitality, I'll slot it in. I don't need it really, though. That means that my Spectre setup is good. And my Animate Guardian. So we are all there. I need to get some things back in. Let's get rid of the Vitality. Can I level that in the offhand? Not really. Okay, we'll put it in there. I need one spot also for the Dexterity. One way or another. I need like... I need something like this. No. I need... something with a green socket so that I can slot in Dexterity. So I can actually level Dexterity. I spend another transmute.
Good luck to you.
Maybe if I just get a wand, like an Act 1 wand with like a green socket.
What little help?
Yeah, like this is fine. Because the flat, yeah, that's fine. Desecrate. Yeah, one Tempest Shield back in. The rest is mostly fine. Combustion I don't need anymore. Infused Channeling I don't need anymore. Skitterbots you can level in the offhand. You'll not be using it straight away.
Goodbye.
Okay, now, so with this we can actually get a Spectre, right? So you go to Act 2. So here's the little Spectre tutorial, right? First of all, make sure you have Ray Spectre, right? And ideally, and I would almost say definitely, make sure that is linked to these skills so it actually survives. But it's a little bit less relevant, but this will be relevant later on, right? So you have Ray Spectre, that's one thing. And Animate Guardian we'll talk about. As a matter of fact, let me get this thing out that we found. Okay, fine, right? You go outside to the old fields. And now you have two options, roughly speaking, I would say. You can either, like, just go out and kill shit, right? Like now I have bodies lying around. And what you want to do is you select Desecrate. Now I would normally not put any of these things on my main bar, but fine, right? Either you Desecrate or you select your Spectre. And then you could, in theory, just hover over with your mouse and press the button and it will raise a Spectre, right? Now I have a Spectre. It's a little spider, I think. It's something at least. It's a little bug. But I don't want this guy. What you should do is you hold the A button, you press A, and then you hover over roughly where the corpse is, not exactly where the corpse is for some reason, and then it shows up, right? It shows you which Spectre you're actually targeting. And then, once you target the Spectre that you want, then you press W, like this, to get that Spectre, right? That is the idea. I don't want any of these Spectres though. What I want is to Desecrate, right? And if you do Desecrate, what you do is you spawn a pool of corpses of the monsters that inhabit this area. That is how it works. And you can hover over with A to see if there is any Spectre that I want. And in my first hit there is. I want this guy, the Carnage Chieftain. Now you have to know that you want this guy, but it is in the guide, right? It is all written down. So I want this guy, the Carnage Chieftain, I hover over him, press A, right? So it has selected him. Press W, because now that is my raised specter gem. And there we go, right? Now I have a specter. And this guy now will always be in my specter pool. And the specter pool is a thing that you can't see or really know about otherwise. But the game has a specter bank or a specter pool, I think, of 5 specters. And that means as long as I raise specters from monsters that are sort of naturally in the game, like all of these guys, they will now be part of the pool. And if I use Desecrate again, every now and then, you will see like the little sort of dead specter over there? This is one of the specters that I raised. And if I hover over him, see, it's the Dirt Scrabbler. That was the bug that I raised earlier, right? So my Desecrate occasionally will spawn one of my dead specters, which allows you to get it back easily, right? Here's the guy that I got from earlier. They're sometimes a little rough to target, I will say. But you can see how, here's the Dirt Scrabbler again, right? So by using Desecrate, you will be able to find the specters that you raised. The last 5 times that you raised, right? Here's the Dirt Scrabbler again. And here is probably something else again. So the moment you have raised one specter, you're going to be fine. See, here is a Carnage Chieftain. See, so if I want another Carnage Chieftain, I just do this. I can't though, my specter limit is 1. But this is how it works. Pretty easy. If a specter dies, he will resummon himself. That's new, but they will resummon. Previously, you had to summon them from the pool, but these days, they will summon himself. However, and here is where it gets a little bit nasty. If you, for whatever reason, let's say you find the upgrade, right? You walk around like this, you kill a monster, you're like, oh, great, it's your new helmet. Let me get that thing. You get it, you put it in, bam, specter gone, right? Because it's you don't have it on your gear anymore. So now the specter is gone. And this can be a problem. Now, as I just explained, in this case, it's not much of a problem because you will say, oh, my specter is gone, right? Let me Desecrate again until it shows up. Here is the Carnage Chieftain again. Press, in my case, Control E. Not a bad combination. And there it is, right? Got my specter back. No worries. However, if you have this as a corpse from the ritual, those guys will not be part of the desecration, right? They will not show up in there because they are itemized corpses from ritual. So you will never get these guys in. If you make a mistake, intentionally or not, and you swap your helmet and your specter dies, he will leave a corpse. But not in maps, only in your hideout. Right? So if for whatever reason you run this and you have a bunch of specters that are ritual specters that you farmed ritual for, and you are, you know, not so intelligent, and you swap out this thing, you will lose all your specters, right? Which is not great, but that is the case, unfortunately. So that is something you gotta be very mindful about. You can do it in your hideout, right? Even safer is, like, if you wanna make adjustments and whatnot, right? Even safer is just, like, let's say you do this, you put it back on, you do this, you do some other swaps, I don't know what. If all is well, see, he's still here. He's still here because whatever I do in town doesn't matter. If I do it here, it's gone, right? I just showed you. But if you make your changes in town, it goes well. If you make your changes in hideout, more debatable, right? So if you want to be absolutely safe, just go into a town, a regular town, not your hideout. Make your changes to your gear and then go back into your hideout and everything should be fine. Unless, let's say, you changed the spectre limit, or unless you messed something else up, right? Then it's not fine. But for the most part, this is the main tutorial. And then maybe to finish it with the Animate Guardian. The Animate Guardian is capable of wearing any gear, depending a little bit on the gear level, right? So I can drop, probably at least, I can drop this and then do my Animate Guardian, which I put on Control T typically. Where is he? Where's my Guardian? Oh, here, yeah. You can hover over the gear and then press the Guardian, the Animate Guardian button, and he will try to equip that piece, and then from that moment he's also active. So now there's no icon in here, right? There's only a Spectre icon because I only have one Spectre. If I do this, see, now I have an Animate Guardian, and you can see somewhere, he's somewhere. This little guy, he's only wearing boots. See, so my Animate Guardian is now a pair of boots, walking around, probably doing unarmed combat. I guess if you leave him like this. But we don't leave him like this, right? We're gonna give him a helmet. See, now he's wearing a helmet. Very good. And more importantly, we're gonna give him this, which is like, you normally don't have this in the campaign, but I found it. And this is a huge buff to your army, because look at what this thing does, right? Increased effective auras, increased effective curses, nearby allies gain damage, and non-curse auras from your skills, right? So this is a great item. And you say, hey, pick it up. And he will, right? See? There he goes. Now he's wearing this staff. Now, ideally, you give him a little, a little bit of armor, maybe, and some other stuff. You can give him some gear if you want. But that is the Animate Guardian. And now you have sort of your supporting cast ready. This guy, the chieftain, if you're in combat at least, he will give you frenzy charges, and he will also give your minions frenzy charges. So that is quite nice. And this guy will just be buffing your army, and he will do a little bit of damage too. Like he will walk around and start attacking. So there's that. Nah, Bob's gonna be fine. Okay, now hopefully that was useful, and hopefully now you have a decent idea of how specters work. Time for lab. And then yeah, we linked here automation to convocation, which means that you can tell as well, right? I'm automatically convocating my minions back to myself, which means that they first of all stick to me rather than go out and kill themselves. But also it means that they heal, so that's good, right? I didn't want to copy paste, but I don't think you saw me. You can copy paste. You wanted to play, yeah, because I'm not reading everything, right? What? Oh, you wanted to play for trade? Yeah. Do you think you could show us how to craft the gear for the optimal resources? Because in notes 5 to 7, it showed to use King's March. Yeah, but that's what I did. So, yeah, I'm not much of a crafter. I don't really craft like a whole lot of gear personally. So that is how I got it. And of course the tree was insane for gear, right? It might still be pretty good, but yeah. But if you play trade, you just farm currency, you buy it, right? Or like, what is the... I think I'm missing your point. You wanted to play for trade. Yeah, okay. Shows how to craft the gear with the optimal resources. Yeah, so there's really not that much crafting, I think, going on with this gear. I mean, but I can't right now because I don't have resources, right? So I can't really show you right now. SSF Wreck Infected Base and SS spam. Yeah, I mean there is some
Yourself ascendant.
how should I put it?
Such resilience.
Wait, I wanna... Where's my flammability curse? Is it gone? Flash offering. Do I still have flammability? No. Where did it go? I had it. Elemental focus. Oh, here's flammability. I don't have space for it. Okay, well, we'll figure that out later, I guess. So you got, so when you're swapping, for example, so what I just did, like when you're swapping, you got to be pretty mindful of like what you have in these sockets, especially on a minion build. Like you could really sort of mess up something there. Kevin AG is very powerful DD in change of command. A damage dealer, yeah. It can be, yeah, for sure. When do you SSF versus trade? What do you use? I only play trade personally. Sorry. I only play SSF personally. I never really play trade anymore. Well, this is trade because it's the POX league and I know this is not gonna get voided for another week, so I could in theory trade, but I'm not gonna. But normally I'm only playing SSF. I feel this build is overall good, right? It is a great all-round build, and you can do all content with it. And I have a whole video series of this league where I do all content with it. So, but it doesn't excel necessarily at anything. It is just an all-round good SSF friendly, beginner friendly starter build, and that is the purpose of it, and that is what it does, right? But it is not like, you know, it's not great at 500 delve. It's not great at maxed out tier 17s. It's not great at many things, but it does everything. And for a league starter, I think that's important, right? You can boss with it, you can farm with it, and if you keep investing in it, it becomes really good, you know?
Prove yourself ascendant. You were born for this. Pity the Emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Wanted to play as first character, play too much Necro, Poison SRS. Yeah, no, it's a better starter than Poison SRS for sure, because it's much easier to get going, right? So I think Poison SRS is it scales better into late game, but that is only after significant investment. And I think before that, and that is quite some time that you have before that, it really doesn't like scale all that well. But do you only play with SRS or have you tried Absolution, Dominating Blue 2 and Endgame? I mean, as a starter, I play SRS, yeah. Have I tried those other builds? Yes, but not as a starter. Yeah. So this is gonna play Guardian SRS? Really? Interesting. I mean, it's a good starter skill, right? I imagine he's gonna pivot though, right? To something else. Like he might level as a Guardian SRS, but I imagine he's gonna try one of the new skills. Or is he gonna go like full, like me, sort of end game SRS? Because you can, I think it's really good, but I would imagine he would try out the new skills. The guide, try exclamation mark guide, exclamation mark build, exclamation mark POB. Those all work. You want to try the new Guardian? Yeah. Second character, Inspector Necro. Yeah. Yeah, but the new guard, I would imagine he tries it with the new skills, doesn't he? Right? Yeah, actually, he will probably go for new Halo skills, right? I can't imagine he just does SRS. Because there's barely anything new if you just play SRS.
Don't give up yet. You are free.
Okay, we'll take the kite shield, I guess. The rest is kind of fine. You can pick up a few pieces if you want more. For example, alteration orbs, which may not be a bad idea, but...
Emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice,
And maybe the...
you are worthy.
Maybe you pick up the greaves, you know, hoping to get
Our gifts and rise
something.
ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
And the ending that we all deserve, yeah. I didn't really think about the gems. That is a small mistake, although chances of you getting something here are close to 0, I think. But yeah, I'm not really putting anything in this because this I don't think... Oh, does that work? Oh, it doesn't matter. No, I was about to say that doesn't work. That's fine. I'm not here for the font, but I think normally... Yeah, it's also because I'm streaming, but otherwise I would have taken a blue gem, right? Alright, Guardian, next, Ascend, and then you take, of course, the Radiant Crusade, right? This is completely busted. Put it on W, and from here on out, you don't have to do anything anymore. It is now completely over, the video game. Hello, buddies. Hello. It's my startup. Not sure if I want to go. Yeah. Take the chest. Oh yeah. Take the chest for AG. Yeah. I'm too late. Yeah. You can take some pieces, of course, for the... Yeah. I could have thought about that a little bit longer, but indeed, it's fine. The AG is gonna be fine. I will sell a few pieces raw because I want the alteration orbs, and then the rest I will identify.
Need something?
Let's see. Int and not much else. So it's not really better. Although you get more all res. No, it's not really better. This is not really better. That's not either. 15 dex. Global crit multi, life and mana region. Maybe. With strength and int. Probably. I'll just put this in the stash for if I need more dex. You don't need that much dexterity on the build. And you should not level your dexterity gems. To keep the requirements low. Best to gamble blue gem. Yeah, that's fine. Why no helmet? What do you mean no helmet? They'll die. On wiki it says if the radiance is there and there's over 5 minutes in the area, they get all onslaught. I don't think so. But I can't stand the Spectre. Is it playable without them? I wouldn't recommend it, no. But just if you don't want to deal with Spectres, at least just get the 2 monkeys, right? Like that is so easy, and maybe a Forest Warrior, and then that's so much power for free. Like, and the Spectres are easy these days, right? Like for the most part, you don't need to do much with them. Like they will resurrect themselves. It's not really an issue, right? Oh yeah, so you do this, you summon the guy, and he's just you're gonna convocate. See, he's gonna come to you with convocation, which is automated, and he's just gonna burn everything to a crisp from here on. You don't have to do anything anymore, right? You can now just shield, shield charge. He will kill the bosses for you. He will do everything. The only thing you have to do at the start of the zone is summon the guy, and then that is it. This is going to be the game all the way up until yellow maps. And it's gonna destroy absolutely everything. I think it's gonna also completely trivialize any mirage or whatnot, right? And it's gonna be permanent in the new patch as well. So this guy will always be there, assuming you summoned him at least once in the zone, right? And this is why it is such a smooth starter. You can just do this. You don't have to do anything else. And yeah, like what else do you need, right? You could stick around a little bit if you see magic monsters. You could summon 1 or 2 SRSs, but yeah. He's gonna be 36%. He's gonna be getting 36%, I think it is, more movement speed, which may not seem perhaps like much, but it's more. So that is multiplicative, and you will get a bunch of increased movement speed already, just on the Atlas tree. So yeah, I think 36% more is gonna feel pretty good. Let's see. I'm always a little confused here where it could be. But his range, because we took increased AoE for minions, right? His range is also pretty good. So as long as he's like somewhere in the neighborhood, he's gonna be doing a lot of damage. Like, look at how he's just burning everything down without any issue, right? Nothing for the AG there, so we're just gonna continue. If the Animate Guardian dies, by the way, you can just resummon him and he keeps all of his gear and whatnot. So that is also pretty smooth. It's not that much that you need to really do there, I would say. And this build is from, like, it was already pretty focused on tankiness, but the build is, apart from it, is pretty tanky, yeah? Which is, I think, sort of good to realize. Like, you do now a lot of damage, but you're also still very tanky. Like, I can just stand here. No worries, right? Because I'm running Purity of Elements, I'm using Tempest Shield, and I'm using Clarity. And you're going to be using that for quite some time. Radiance needs to be summoned in every new area. Yeah, exactly, once, yeah. 36 faster, yep. But yeah, you can tell how much damage, yeah? This is like... And this is just going to be the entire game. Right.
You were my
Like, this is the entire game from here on out, basically. At some point, like early red maps, I would say, Sentinel falls off a little bit. So, at that point, you're going to be relying more on your SRS. But yeah, at that point you're at like mid yellow, early red maps, where he's not that good anymore. But up until that point, yeah, look at it, right? The automate convocation is key though, right? Like, you don't want to summon him to yourself all the time. You want to have this automated and convocated. So that's why we do the library. Otherwise you only get automation convocation in what is it, Act 6, I think. So yeah, that's why this is quite nice. Yeah, and he just starts as a level 20 powerhouse, which is also why he doesn't scale, right? He doesn't really scale anymore after this. So you have him now at sort of his strongest point, apart from generic minion damage and whatnot, of course, right? But he doesn't really scale afterwards, and then that's why he at some point falls off a little bit. Once you get the reservation, yeah. Yeah, I think I died once, didn't I? Yeah, it also takes 20%. Yeah, you also take 20% less damage because of it. No, it's really good. Like, this is incredibly good, this guy. You don't have to do anything. You just gotta... You could consider... Like, what level is this? 34. You could consider going in there. I think it's, you know, viable to get into the Val side areas. For the most part. So I don't think it's a horrible choice. A little bit if you're, you know, enjoying that kind of thing. Rustic Sash. Wild Leather. Now the fun thing I think about also the Animate Guardian is that you can just give the Animate Guardian all of these pieces and not feel bad about it, which I think is fun, personally. Okay, I am taking the 16, so for another 32%. It's optional, right? But I take it, I like it. And then I think, following my own build, we're about level 35. See, so I take one of them. I have now ascended, so this is all good. And then you go to 40, take the other piece, and then we start walking towards Eldritch Battery, right? All the way over here. Take a lot of int. Eldritch Battery, so that we solve our mana issues, which you don't really have, but this allows you to lose clarity. You have no more mana issues from this moment on, and it becomes really really smooth sailing. So that is up next. Yeah, and in terms of skills, you will only get another golem, which is one more thing that you'll be getting, but that is then about it. So there's not much else going on, I would say. You could still fish for example, oh, this is quite nice. This is a lot of stats, right? I kind of need these stats, so that's good. I'm also not crafting anything on my gear, as you can tell, right? Like, I'm typically not going into like my hideout a whole lot to fix resistances or anything. I mean, I'm running, now it's not active, but I'm running Purity of Elements, so I am pretty much resistance capped. It's close at least. Ailment immune. You should wear the chest. Yeah, but I don't have 73 dex. But I'll give it to the homie, right? So he can wear it. See, so now he has a chest.
The earth here trembles with the fear of judgment.
I open strong boxes for no particular reason. I just like strong boxes. You lose the Uber Labs, yeah. I mean, it's a nice find. It's common though, right? Isn't it? Pretty common.
Corruption eats away at the roots of this mountain. No soul should suffer as you have, Deshret.
But in endgame, you must summon by yourself. There's no automation. Yeah. But now I just don't need to summon them. That's kind of the irony of it, right? Because the guy is so strong. So there's just no real need to summon them. I do summon them here. I summon a few because I see a magic pack. Right, but for the rest, I'm just shield charging. Whenever I see a magic pack, I throw out a few, but my sentinel takes care of most of this. Huh? I think we keep purity of elements. Yeah, keep purity of elements all the way. It also works with your minions, right? So also your minions then get those resistances, which is pretty huge. So yeah, indeed. I think this is also the moment where I would like do a lot more league mechanics actually. Right, so for Mirage, right, Mirage at this point with the guy up and all should be really pretty easy, right? Okay, chance orb, that's good, because that is still something that you want. You're still looking for a few chance orbs, so you can at least in Act 6, let's say, if you want to wait until that time, that in Act 6 you can buy the final support gems that you want, specifically for your golems, right? You have some golems. Yeah. Did you take the build to Delph? Yes, I did. Yeah, you're pretty good in Delph about until maybe, you know, 200, 250 Delph, depending on how geared you are, right? But you can easily farm 150, 200 Delph and have a pretty good time. Farm some of the fossils there, not really a problem. The resto first. Oh, there's no reason. I always do it like this, yeah. I mean, regular Delph you can do on more likely any build, yeah. Yeah, so it's not... But you mean probably you need to farm the bound fossils, right? For the minion wand craft, which I think is true, right? You should. And this build can do that, no problem. Yeah.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
So I'm gonna give this again to the Animate Guardian, right? For the boots. Oh, am I done already? Really? Okay. Yeah, this guy will be block capped. If again, it depends, of course, a little bit on gear. Huh? You need a little bit of gear, but not much. You don't need much in terms of gear. Slams have been crippled. Not sure what'll be the deep delving build for 328. Me neither. I'm not much of a deep delver. I mean, you don't need the deep delve though in SSF, right? Like just delve is fine. Just quickly checking my level there if I'm still sort of on par with the, you know, with the zone, let's say. Which I seem to be, so. You will also notice perhaps that the loot filter is getting stricter, which is on purpose, right? So this loot filter is made for this build. 1, 2, 3. I'm still should still be playing, but the investment might be some more prohibitive. Yeah, I don't think slams are completely gone, but I think it's good that they just nerf what is like the absolute strongest. And then see what remains. Just it's fairly heavy-handed nerfs, but I think quite warranted in the end, right? I can give him gauntlets. I can give myself maybe gauntlets too. I'm still wearing wool gloves, right? But it doesn't matter. These would be an upgrade for me too, perhaps. But I prefer the sockets over anything else. Plus, I could just hit it with an essence, and maybe I will actually. Here, a bit more stuff. Did I mess up any auras? No, I did not. Always good to check. Yeah, you can drop this and give it to the homie. See. I think now he's in full gear for the most part. Yeah, he's got a helmet, gloves, boots, chest, and a weapon. That's all he can wear, so we are good. Is the owl helmet imported for this build? The owl helmet? What? To be honest, I'm surprised the Centrum range got a buff. Yeah. Yeah, don't tell anyone about it. Bone Strike Zen is not a slam. Also true. What do you mean with the owl helmet?
The air here burns with wrath.
Stupid question, sorry. Did mercenaries go core? No. No, there's no mercenaries next league. But we'll get them at some point. Maybe next league they will come back. I think they'll they need some time to figure out how to make them somewhat balanced, right? So yeah. No, you're welcome, man. The Battleborn. Oh yeah, it will show a bunch of div cards. I didn't want to like deprive you guys of div cards, but I'm personally taking these off quite quickly myself. Which auras will you be giving up then from the Merc? But my build is not... There's no Merc in the build, right? So I don't have to give up any auras. This build is not based on mercenaries, right? Sorry, I mean all the Crystal King from Delve. What about... Oh, owl. Oh, all owl. And then the helmet? I still don't know what you're talking about, in all honesty. But there's no need to kill all in Delve, is all I'll say. Like, I'm not using him or his loot, or if I encounter him, I can, you know, I sometimes kill him. But there's no, or very few uniques actually required. The only thing that you can do is in Delve. Sorry, Delve, not in Delve. Is in Abyss. Right? You go to Abyss, kill the bosses there, and then get the Darkness Enthroned, right? That is what you can do. That's the only unique. All other uniques are like a bonus, doesn't matter. I remember using a Merc with Haste and Grace. I mean, a few, yeah, like three leagues ago, I guess. at this point, 2 leagues ago.
The Black Spirit walks amongst us.
No, we got specters, right? You got specters for auras if you want. A walnut spirit shield.
To damnation come.
The nerf war cries, yeah. The owl helm for animate guardian. I'm not using the owl helm for animate guardian, no. I'm keeping it beginner friendly, SSF friendly, this build. So, you know, farming owl to get an item for an animate guardian seems a bit much. To me at least. Is this better in any way? Not really. It's got Chaos Rest, but that's about it. That was the last league I played. Yeah. No worries. It's just
This is perversion.
yeah, you can. Those are gone for a while now. But you can get some auras from specters. But also this build, because of the aura reservation node that you have in the build, you can actually run a good number of auras yourself too. Made for ground slam. You don't need automated cries, and there's not much melee variations. Yeah, I have very little opinions about like you know, slams or whatever. I just play whatever either I roll on a wheel or what I just think is fun, and yeah, I care a lot less about the meta, if that makes sense. Also, because in SSF it just doesn't matter all that much, right? Sender, thanks so much for the euros, buddy. I appreciate it a lot. Thanks for explaining these things. I missed a lot. Love your content and the way you talk. Thank you, man. Do you have an atlas tree for abyss farming? I do. It's in the guide. Exclamation mark POB. Check the notes. Is this the right direction? It can't be the right direction. He's always in the... like the bottom left, I feel, right? Isn't he? This guy like always in the bottom left. How good is Absolution compared to the SRS during the campaign? I think they're both pretty decent. If you're playing a Guardian, right now I'm barely using SRS, as you can see. Because of the Sentinel. I think SRS at least is better on bosses, right? Like, there's no way Dominating Blow is gonna do this. Like, you're gonna be hitting the boss for 5 seconds before you even summon your guys. Right? So I think from a bossing perspective, SRS is definitely better. In terms of damage output, it's probably also better, right? I don't think Dominating Blow is a better starter than this. But it can't be too far behind. I think you can do both and be completely fine. The new support gems are a bit of a gamble, right? Like, no one knows if they're gonna be good, right? Zerg build playable. Jug is still the strongest ascendancy. Jug is still the strongest ascendancy. Not sure about that. I mean, if you don't want to die, yeah. But in terms of damage?
You are imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron.
I mean, SRS with melee splash, I think it's hard to beat in terms of minion builds in the campaign. Yeah. Also, yeah, it remains to be seen, right? To what extent the hallowed support and whatnot are gonna be good. plus the fact that then you need to be also hitting enemies and whatnot with dominating blow. Definitely a little bit more sort of work, right, that you have to do, kinda. So, yeah, I don't know.
Your God-given talents were wasted, Malagaro. Embrace death.
Is darkness and throws for ailments?
Flesh was your undoing.
For ailments? No, it's not for ailments. It is for it is so you can slot in abyss jewels and get a lot of flat damage and health, like life, and that sort of thing, right? That's what it's for, I would say. Also, how difficult will it be to get awakened support gems? Well, the awakened support gems are gone. But you mean the greater support gems, I think. Well, I think they're easier than the awakened support gems. That is my assumption, at least. I think no one knows, right? No one knows the answer to this question. Because, yeah, we'll have to play the game. But, if my understanding is correct of the... Oh wait, I need to kill her, not him. If my understanding is correct of what they mentioned, they are tied to certain bosses, right? So let's say greater multi-strike is tied to, I don't know, the Shaper. And you can only get it from the Shaper, then at least you can target farm the Shaper to get the greater multiple strike support. Or multi-strike support, right? And that right now there's no way that you can do any of these things with awakened gems. So there is that, which I think is a pretty big buff. But then of course if, I don't know, one of them is tied to Lycia, which I'm sure some of them are. Yeah, then all of a sudden you have to run Sanctum, right, to get it. But at least you have, I think, a place where you can get it. Whereas right now it's completely random, right, where you're picking up these things. So I would say it's a buff. They are a bit less strong, it seems, than Woke Gems, but I mean, all in all, it seems okay.
I am your home. I felt you're going to. The corruption will pass.
Who's the gambler here? Oh, he is the gambler. Okay. I think that's another avenue we should take, right? So I'll gamble some... I want another... What do I want? Like another glove, I think. It's got a lot of... This has got a lot of life, though. This is not horrible. I can do this and then put flammability in there. But what I kind of want... Yeah, I can lose vitality. What is this? Clarity? I can soon lose clarity too. I want a triple blue shield, right? That's what I want for the golem, for the Jolem. Yeah. Okay, let's just gamble for that. Shields is like here. Energy shield 355. Yeah, so I want 3 blues. Here, and with minions. It's fine. This is fine. Level 41, that's okay.
Tortured, yet unbroken.
The vitality, I'll keep the vitality as well for later. I think we take the shortest route and do like a tiny respec later down the line. It saves you 1 point, but still. Am I gambling anything else? Shoes? Got this. I can gamble shoes. I could gamble also 4-link gloves. Just to get like enough stuff. I want pure energy shield, I think. 10% movement speed, 80 life. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. Can do the same with gloves. You get like a guaranteed 4-link. I'm not sure we'll be getting guaranteed 4-links later down the line, to be honest. That may not happen. Triple green is actually not bad. Because then I can put Desecrate back in. I can do faster casting shield charge. I can do flammability, which is somewhere in my offhand. Here we go, flammability. And then Desecrate, which is also somewhere. Yeah, that's good. This is great, actually. This is good. Yeah, sell. Just sell this. Oh, wait. Deliver cards. No, just sell.
Tortured, yet unbroken.
Yeah, fine, I think. I don't need the currency much anymore. Is it at least... Yeah, there's... How do you call it? Like... I don't know what it's called. Affinity, I think it's called. Infuse channeling, destroy. Right, vitality, put it in there, I guess. Oh, here's my Desecrate, level 1. Keep it at level 1. And then all of these can just go... His essences is also there. Yeah, that's fine. Where are my essences? Yeah, this is all messed up because I don't play trade, right? So I don't have any of this in a specific order. But we don't need much for a testing run. But it's kind of nice to have some space now. Haste. I prefer haste over faster attacks, I guess. Faster attacks is a bit of a luxury. You will not have faster attacks in the end. Okay. At least I know, I'm pretty sure I don't have that in the end. Act 4. Yeah, we're ready. We're getting a golem, but I need one more level. I can buy the golem though. And maybe buy... oh yeah, you take multi-strike, right? Take multi-strike and you take the golem. You start with a carrion golem.
Our hopes are with
And then either you just leave it as is or you visit the library one more time. I will do the latter. Visit the library one more time. This is a point where I don't have to understand the cultivating champ. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think they were probably thought they were too powerful, right? I did mention effects, not gems. Sorry, what did you say? Oh, the effects. True. But the effects are coming from gems, aren't they? Or... So the answer is, I think, kind of still the same, but yes, indeed. Oh, also automation. Yeah, I'm running 4 auras currently. Purity of Elements, Tempest Shield, Clarity, and Automation. Now, I think if I look at my own guide, I may not use Tempest Shield anymore. I may have pivoted. Animate Guardian. Steel Skin. Yeah, Steel Skin. Okay, but that's kind of a bonus. Unleash. Oh, can I do that now? Unleash would be pretty huge, actually. Oh no, I still have Tempest Shield. When do I drop it? When I get to... when I get to the Eldritch Battery, I guess. Summon Skitterbots. Yeah, and haste. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Alright. I should get Unleash. Level 38, yeah, but it's here. They sell it over here then, right? Shouldn't they? Is it her? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, alchemy orbs. I have a few. Let's see what else. Is there anything else that I need from here? I can buy it later too, I guess, but Bone Chill, Unleash, Greater Volley, Barrage. Mark on hit. We don't really do that. Castman stun, damage taken. There's no castman damage taken setup either, I don't think. If I remember correctly. No, it's this Unleash, but you definitely take Unleash instead of added lightning, I think. Because the added lightning is... it falls off a little bit with... once my minions gain levels as well. You buy a stone golem too. You'll have a stone golem. This you can destroy, doesn't matter. And then that is it, I think. Yeah, that's what you buy.
See ya.
Yeah. Golem, stone golem, multi-strike. Yep, got it. It's also pretty easy for like mechanics like this, the SRS Guardian. Right, you can just walk around. It's basically auto-targeting everything. Like I was able to stabilize the breaches in Act 6, for example, just by playing. And I think in Mirage, this build is going to serve you pretty well as well. Oh, I'm making a small mistake here, which is to raise my Desecrate, which I really shouldn't be doing. Oh, it doesn't matter too much, but you really should not be doing that. Is there anything that SRS cannot do? Nah, not really, because I did clear the whole game last league with this build. On very achievable gear, right? No crazy uniques or anything like that. But it does require investment at a point. So I think at some point, let's say after you get your 4 Void Stones and maybe a little bit of gear, you should probably figure out if you want to continue sort of scaling this build, which you absolutely can, or if you want to pivot to something stronger or something that maybe has a specific purpose, right? Because this is really an all-round build. It's not really good at anything in particular. It just does everything fairly well, but it doesn't excel at anything.
Scorn has no place in God's land.
So that's important, right? Which would be better for SRS? I think for starters, a Guardian, right? And for like super late endgame scaling, Poison SRS, probably a Necro. I don't really care about the rings. As a matter of fact, I don't really care about much of this at all. We'll just continue. Have it using a bit out of reach until you truly dedicate yourself to the right craft items in place. Yeah, I mean, I did some heavy juicing last league, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like you need some investment, but not crazy investment either. Like it still holds up quite well. Like you'll be able to squeeze out, let's say, 15 million DPS out of this thing ultimately, if you really go at it. But you know, that does require some investment, first of all. And also, like, at some point you should ask, like, is this the build that I want to sort of play the rest of the league? Which in my case it was, so then I think it makes a lot of sense. But perhaps you want something that just does way more damage but is way squishier, and you just go cast on Death Portal, you know, and have fun that way. And just destroy endgame most of the time, except when you die, right? It's just a bit of a preference in that sense as well. There's definitely a cap on like how much damage you can have this thing do, right? This build is not gonna do 50 million DPS. It's just not gonna happen, right? But it's gonna do 15 very consistent DPS, no problem. Those essences are nice, by the way. Bunch of essences are always useful in SSF. So yeah, that's a little bit it. 50 million was what I got about the medium budget. Yeah. Also, like DPS is not a one-on-one comparison, right? 15 million minion DPS. That is constant uptime DPS, basically. Because your SRS are always up. You always have 20 SRS, not in the campaign, clearly. But if you're mapping, you always have 20 SRS. You always have your Spectres. You always have your Golems, right? There's no downtime. So that 15 million DPS is probably comparable to 15 million DPS on, I don't know, a Slammer maybe, right? Because the Slammer only attacks about 1/3 of the time, and otherwise you have to move around and whatnot. So there's a lot of downtime in other types of DPS, which you gotta take into the equation a little bit. Same with like throwing mines. I mean, if you don't throw mines, you don't do damage. But if I don't do anything for 3 seconds, I still do 15 million DPS, right? Because my minions are just up and they're doing the damage, and they last for about, I don't know, 8 seconds in the end game or something like that. So yeah, you gotta see it a little bit in perspective, those numbers too. At the end of the game, I care much less about numbers. I think people put too much emphasis on numbers without actually playing the build, right? They just look at the numbers and go like, oh, it's trash. Like, yeah, well, maybe you should play the build, you know? And then come up with your verdict. I think it's just very smooth and a pretty honest attempt at getting newer people into SSF, into a build that it's very hard to mess up, and that can, if they keep playing for long enough, can actually clear the entire game. And there are several builds like this, and at the end of the day, it's just a bit of preference as well. How many divines are we talking about? Yeah, we're talking about SSF, so I have no clue about divines. Yeah, feel is important. Feel is important, right? I mean, this build feels good to play, at least to me. One button build, you can, you don't have to do much. I think that's quite important too. I'm so sad, got it by 40% my favorite build of the league. I still try it, but quite sure will be astronomically expensive to get the same amount of DPS as before. Yeah, but wasn't the amount of DPS you got before completely crazy? Like, I'm not sure which build you're talking about. But if it's like Earth Shatter or something. Wasn't that completely off the charts? So, yeah, I don't know. It sucks if it's your favorite build, I get that. But on the other hand, if it's, yeah, dominating the meta every time, then I think it's healthy for the game, right? They should take a look at those things. Six Link Dallas and 29 Ashes, Holy Relic of Conviction. Are we doing 43? And the zone is also 43. Alright, that's pretty good.
Cleansed of impurity, and so it will. Rise.
Hey, Smokey. I am doing SRS Restarter, yeah. Yeah, most likely. There's a decent chance that at some point I'll pivot to your build though. Like, I watched the hour video yesterday, it looks really good. But I'm not gonna league start it. I league started it in Frisia. I took it pretty far, I mean you saw the video.
The devout must set him back on the path.
Yeah, but it looks solid. I think it's gonna be a great build. Are there any chase items other than Darkness Enthroned? No, not really. Not really. I mean, I have a level 100 character I can show you in terms of like what that guy is wearing, but it's nothing crazy. No. Yeah, makes sense. SRS League. I think SRS League Start is a little comfier, yeah. And then maybe I'll just use the SRS to farm a bit of lab, and maybe get some of the pieces that you recommended, right? Like the belt and the Doedries, and then just like swap and have a much easier time. Maybe a bit of twin gear, you know. But then just like swap and have a much easier time in the campaign and like the progression. Because I think there's the start of the build is probably the roughest. What do you think of the new patch? Yeah, I like it. I saw your video on it yesterday, saying like they only changed a part of the map, which, you know, I guess technically true. But I think the existing league mechanics will feel, hopefully at least, pretty fresh with a bit of Mirage. I like the number of items that they added, and I don't know, there's a new boss. I think decent balance changes. And the whole thing just looks pretty cool. I think that's quite nice as well. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm looking really forward to playing it as well. I mean, it's new PoE League, right? That's always good. And yeah, I'm looking forward to progress with this character up until a point at least. I can see myself swapping after maybe a week, after finding some gear, maybe some twin gear or whatnot. There's a decent chance that I'll just pivot to your build. Because yeah, I watched it yesterday. Like it looks really really good. I played it for quite some time with the regular Glacial Cascade, which is even also completely fine up until late yellow maps or something, right? Because I was pretty unlucky with the lab, so I just used the normal Glacial Cascade. But I will say all of that was on a 6-link, and I'm not sure if we're gonna get like that easy of a 6-link again this league, because that was pretty nuts, right? Like you had a 6-link in Act 7 or something. Agree, actually. Just there's a weak spot in early map. Yeah, pivoting into late game after starting something else might be better. I think for me at least it will be better. But I think it's very viable. But just those early struggles, it's also not great to run the lab with that build. I felt, right? It's not fast, and not even later. Like it's not really a fast build, which I don't mind too much. But then if you're supposed to run lab for, if you're unlucky, 3-4 hours, could be longer even. I mean, yeah, and not very tanky. So I also died in lab a few times, which is, you know, that felt pretty bad, I will say. So at some point, I think I got my transfigured gem at level 90 or something. Because I was like, okay, I'm not dying to this shit again, right? So I just started farming the level 68 lab maybe when I was level 90? 85? I don't know, something like that.
Your ilk will suffer my wrath for what you have
But hey, I mean, it's absolutely doable. I played the whole thing in free shot. Yeah, it was more than fine. Yeah. I did 2 streams today. Yeah, I did many. You died many times in the lab. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I hate that shit. On League Start, I just want to play the game, right? So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna play this guy. Like, this is so smooth of a League Start. Like, I have now the yellow guy, the Sentinel. It's nuts how strong this guy is. They even buffed him for some reason. Like, completely unnecessary, but yeah, this is just gonna be so smooth. But the assumption is that we might get lesser shrines, which is not cool. Oh yeah, on the belt. We're talking about the belt. I saw a Pel's video yesterday. Oh, these gauntlets are nice. I saw Pelson's video on it yesterday, yeah. I mean, that would be the way to balance it. I'm not sure they will, though. I'm also wondering how common of a drop that's going to be. You can basically AFK now with the Sentinel till the end of the campaign. Yeah, exactly. And I kind of am. I can read chat again, you know. Yeah, because the rest is basically done, right? Now I'm level 41, so I can also equip the golem. And I should make a quick stop into the library. And then I have another golem, right? For a little bit more damage even. Not that you need it, but fine. And then I think I have Eldritch Battery now. So I can swap. Right, 1, 2, Eldritch Battery. So I can get rid of Vital or Clarity. Can enable Haste. Right. And then get this shield in. And take, where is he? Carrion Golem. Well, I'll just summon him for now, but he might die. But he should have Feeding Frenzy and he should have... what else should he have? Elemental Army, right? That's okay. Oh yeah, and I can... Oh, oops, my bad. And I can do haste, see? 14 mana left. Amazing. As if someone thought about it. Yeah, so now you have haste, elemental, or purity of elements, and tempest shield. Fine. And then I think pretty soon, with a little bit more reservation, you get rid of the tempest shield and you get skitterbots. But you can keep tempest shield too if you prefer the tankiness. You don't really need the damage from skitterbots, but you can. I think I take it in X6.
There is always hope.
Yeah, we're just gonna get we're just gonna do Kitava. And then get access to Lily, right? And like there's no need to go back to the library now, I feel. Is my automation still up? Yeah. What is that buff to the build this patch? How does this build do in tier 16s from league start? There's a few buffs to the build, I think. I can go over that in a second. I have I wrote it down actually. So there's a few builds, buffs here. So I made a written guide somewhere here. Oh yeah, here. Changes, nerfs, right? Removal of grafts, clearly. Genesis 3 nerfs. Neutral, I think neutral. The swap from Awaken to Greater Support Gems and Animate Guardian of Smiting. Which I'm not using, but you could if you wanted to. It seems to be doing a lot of damage, so that could be fun, I guess. And then buffs, the coins, right? That's a buff. It's a buff to any build, but it's still a buff. The Abyss, Scarab of Descending, guaranteeing an abyssal depth. That's huge. If you can get one of these, that means that's your Darkness Enthroned, right? For the most part. Ritual Scarab of Corpses, guaranteeing a corpse in the ritual. This is gonna save you a lot of time as well. Spectre levels is a buff, and then the Sentinel of Radiance, like this big guy, has no longer duration and 36% more movement speed. So he's always up. But that's a big buff. Like that is a 20% less damage taken, also always up. Because otherwise you had to manually cast this thing every 40 seconds or something. You will forget, right? So this is pretty big. And then whatever else, I guess, Mirage still brings. So it's not like really, it's about the same power level I think as previously, as last league, because I will lose a Covered in Ash from the graft, and I lose a little bit of shield, but I'm still at if I take my here, I made one after the patch notes. I sort of compensated for it. I'm still at 8.5 million DPS with minions. And I should also click the low life, right? At the low life it goes to 13.5, so it's somewhere in the middle. So let's say 11 or something, right? 11 million DPS. 185,000 effective hit pool. So it's just gonna be super tanky still, and I think do decent damage. 11 million is enough for most content, I would say. Because it's so consistent as well. And with like this amount of tankiness, you can survive most hits from bosses. You should have no issues with Mirage either, I think. Now this is a pretty decked out character, but it's nothing crazy going on here. Still one unique, by the way. Right, it's just a +1 minion wand with some stats, a +1 minion shield. A crown with +2 levels to all minions, but you will get this, right? And then some tree crafted gear, some res, some life, some res, some life. This is nothing special going on. The amulet doesn't even have plus levels, and it has anointed a block chance, right? Darkness Enthroned. I haven't enabled the flasks. If you enable the flask, you get another 100,000 effective hit pool. And if all is well, the skills, I think maybe, I'm not sure Steel Skin is enabled. If it is, it shouldn't be. Is it even there, Steel Skin? No, it's not even in the build anymore, right? No. So there's no cheating going on here with the effective hit pool. No. No, this is actually true. Because there's no Molten Shell or Steel Skin or anything like that in the build. So, yeah, there's that. This should be completely fine, and I think this is very achievable gear. Like, this is not like a try-hard SSF gear at all. This is just, yeah, and the grafts are disabled, right? I'm just not equipping them, so. Yeah, and the Ghastly Eye Jewels, like, they're okay, but they're nothing crazy. Like Taunt and Blind and flat damage, and increased damage when you use a skill. Another one, some life and taunt and flat damage and again, right? So it's fine. Should be no issue at all. Yeah, the damage might be better, but I think it's like this is sort of a reasonable. It's around that ballpark, right? 10 million DPS, median DPS, pretty consistent uptime. It will turn out to be very tanky again. Yeah. I think just for like Uber content. I mean, you saw the video last time, Smokey, I think, right? It can do it. But I think if you know the fights, having like 40, 50 million versus 10, assuming you kind of know the fight and you know what's going on, that's gonna be a huge difference, right? So I think once you get into sort of that territory, you're probably better off with your build. And that's probably the reason. I think after a week or so, I will probably pivot to your build, but just give myself some time to like farm up some gear, do the void stones with this build. Maybe just see how it performs in Mirage as well. I think this build is going to be pretty cozy for Mirage because it's auto-targeting as well, right? These minions are auto-targeting. Same as your mines, I think. So I would expect for Mirage it's going to be quite nice. And then I think the scaling ultimately on your build, it should be much better than this. But I think all the way up till, you know, nightmare maps should be no issues. And then at some point, I think you just have a choice. Either keep investing in this like I did last league, which is fun. I mean, scaling is pretty straightforward as well. There's no like huge power spikes in the build, but it's just like, you know, steady scaling. But it caps out, right? I think you'll be hard pressed to find more than 20 million DPS on this build in SSF. I can't see how you would do that, but will you make a build guide? I'm curious to maybe try a 2-stone on it, but I'm scared. Yeah, so I have a guide. Like, first of all, this written guide is, I would argue, pretty decent. It's got a lot going for it. But I also have this guide from last league. It's very extensive and still basically true for like 96%, right? Because almost nothing changed. And this here, I didn't know what grafts would do, so I didn't talk about grafts or anything. This build was made before the league, right? So this build is just there, and it will still work. I will update it a little bit, but what I will do most likely is make a short video on basically what I wrote down here, right? Nerfs, neutral, buffs. I got the script ready actually. I just need to make the video, and then I will relay people back to this video because this has got everything. And there's almost nothing that changed. And I put that this entire thing was scripted. I put a lot of work into this guide. I can't do this again before Friday. Like, I just don't have the time. I have to work 4 days before Friday. So it's just not going to happen. And it's not necessary because this is still completely true. And it's got almost everything I think you need. Like scaling options, pros and cons, ascendancies, going through the X and the rest of the campaign, end game, some crafts, some annoyance pantheon specters, what to do with them, animate guardian, and the whole thing is in a written version here as well, right? You can click on everything, right? Here, defensive scaling, it just brings you to all the defensive layers, offensive scaling, trigger craft. I mean, you know about the trigger craft. This I could improve on, but the tree was so powerful that it was basically only tree crafting, some fossil crafting, and then, yeah, that's it. I'm also not much of a crafter, in all honesty. Here, what you should put on your animate guardian, if you find it. But this is reasonable. These are pretty common for the most part. Cosprey's Will, you can do also a +1 curse on a hunter chest. Right, that would be working too. An SNS you will find at some point. And Legacy of the Fury from Maven, pretty common drop. Yeah, and before that there are some other cheap versions. You can do a Wake of Destruction for the AG, not bad. A Blood Bond. A Blood Bond, yeah, but you need the +1 curse, right? That's why it's on there. You need a +1 curse for the SNS explosions.
Remember, this ain't no Alright, time and
It should be pretty easy, a pretty easy run, Smokey. Also, this guide, which you can get from what is it? I'm not much of a streamer, to be honest, but does it work? It should work if my bot is running. Ah, there it goes. That is this POB, and it has loadouts from level 5 to level 94, which should help you out, including the skills. The gear you can neglect, but I did just make snapshots of my own run. Skills every 5 levels, what changes. And I think it's pretty like the scaling on this is it's a minion build. It's really quite straightforward. There's no weird tech going on. And then some notes on what you need. Some regexes, which I think the vendor ones are actually broken. I'm not sure why, but I think I feel they're broken. But I'm trying to fix them this run. But for the most part, this is correct. I'm following it now myself as well. So yeah. Thinking of going SRS LE Guardian, but on Trade League, yeah. Do you think it's overall stronger this league? I think it's about the same. I think it's about as strong as last league. You get more quality of life, and I think it's a little bit buffed, but not like hugely stronger, right? Did we talk to Lily? We did talk to Lily. Okay, let's do the. Let's talk to people here. On the beginner radiance minion, yeah. No, true. So but you know, assuming you want to do a little bit more than just that. Okay, let's get a granite flask in there, I guess.
Once not yours. Remember, we do this for free.
Tootles.
With the hype.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess this. Oh.
I don't ask. Don't ever give up.
Am I not supposed to get 3 skill books here? Did I miss something? Maybe I got it before. Okay, I think you focus now on more reservation, right? Is that true? Yes. More reservation, a bit more life. Boop boop. I'm torn between Windscream or Legacy of Fury. Windscream and Cost Priest give me +3 curse. I mean, yeah. You can just POB it, right? Just POB it and see if you add another curse. It will be I'm pretty sure those are level 1 curses, right? Unless you cast them yourself. Which I don't think you are. So you gotta take that into account. I think if you give your, what I noticed, if you give your guy an SNS, and he will blow up the packs, you don't even need melee splash anymore, because he will just like blow up everything. So I think from that perspective, you should probably go for single target, because if you give him an SNS, he will blow up everything anyway. And it will proliferate in that sense. So I think you're fine in that regard. I would go for for single target in that sense. Holy, what the? What the fuck is that? I don't think I've ever been killed by that guy. What the? What happened there? No one saw that. Will you use that anointable cord belt? No. Because you want the darkness enthroned, right? No, you didn't see it, Smokey. It's all good. Okay, let's identify. I mean, it's a decent shield. I just want these things to be 3 blues, which may or may not happen if I look at this. I'll put it in the stash for now. Strength, life, fire and lightning. Maybe I should like do okay, wait. Let's get the lily and then buy what I need. Yeah, purchase. Because I don't need much anymore. I need I want a feeding frenzy. I have an orb of chance, I'm pretty sure. You don't have enough currency. I don't think that's true. I think I have enough currency actually. Right? Oh no, it is true. Wait, I thought I had an orb of chance. But okay, fine. Apparently not. Okay, so I need a few more orbs of chance. Yeah, that's fine. I'll put these in here. And this one too, maybe for later. Typically doesn't happen though, but... What are my resistances look like? Not that great. And this is with elemental... with purity of elements up. Well, I haven't crafted a single thing, so we can work with that, I guess. Okay, well, then we'll do this, at least. That helps a little bit. And I could... Yeah, but I need my green stuff here. And what if I do this? It's fire and lightning. Ah, but I can do this, right? I gain a bunch of life, lose a bit of res. And then just craft. I think that's fine. Craft a bit. But this has nothing on it. Wait, let me slam like a random essence on it. Whoop. Great. Got nothing out of that. Okay, fine. Yeah, I will save the shield. It's pretty safe to play, be happy. Is this hardcore viable? It is, I think. You know, it would be. I've played this in the gauntlet on a puppeteer because that is what type of gauntlet they were running. But I think this is tankier than a puppeteer. So yeah, it's you can definitely make it, but then clearly, you know, focus a little bit more on defenses, right? Because yeah, I'm not taking that many life nodes, so maybe rather than, I don't know, going here with a bunch of minion damage, maybe you should invest in a little bit more into, for example, these 3 nodes, right? Take a bit, just go a bit safer. These 2, maybe some more block, that sort of thing, right? You'd have to you'd have to adjust it a little bit, I would say. But it is pretty tanky by itself. If you just over level and be careful, I think you're also going to be completely fine. So yeah, it should be good. What am I doing? I am trying to get some crafts going, right? I think that is what I'm doing. What is my currency situation like? 6 and 9. And 1 alchemy orb. So I'm not doing the mechanic. So that does set you back a little bit, I feel. Let's craft gold on this. Using my only alchemy, but that's fine-ish. Alright, see, this is already getting a little better. And then the rest will just do cheap shit, I guess. Here, fire res. A cheap lightning res. The movement speed I can see myself changing still. Cold res. How are we doing? Some lightning res somewhere, ideally. Not here. Here? Yeah. Lightning res. These pieces are horrible, by the way, but okay. And the wand? Am I doing anything with the wand? Could do attributes, I guess. Dex. Or cast speed if you... But I don't want to spend 6 alts, right? This is fine. 19 dex is fine. Oh, and this. Life. 1 alt. Okay. Now. Should help out a little bit. There should be 4 auras. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Exchange fusing for chance orbs. Yeah, I could. But I'll find them, right? They're common enough. If I do the league, if I would do any league mechanic, I will find them as well. So that's all right. I don't. I don't need them straight away either. Like it's kind of a luxury. I don't need damage either, right? Okay, but at least we should be kind of set for the next bunch of acts. And this should be fairly fast as well. Is there a leveling guide? Yes. Exclamation mark POB. I was scared playing minions and made Guardian Spectre setup too complicated. It's really not that complicated. They improved a lot on that, I would say. It's become a lot easier than it used to be, so I think you'll find it mostly fine. These guys are so tanky, by the way. What's going on there? Okay, I'm 46. The zone is 46. That seems good. So in this zone, we're gonna get a new island with tattoos, which you'll have to find. That's gonna be fun too in the campaign. A few more zones. Should be pretty helpful in SSF too. Oh, a 4-link plus a 5th socket. Not bad.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Oh, I know why I'm doing barely any damage. Because I didn't have Summon Raging Spirit equipped. I'm like, I am doing like no damage. What is going on? I was desecrating. And desecrate doesn't do a whole lot of damage as it turns out. Who would have thought? No one saw that. Yeah, okay. I'm so confused right now. Like, what happened to my damage? Yeah, okay. No worries. It's all good. My most successful tunes are minion builds. Granted Necros and granted Holy Relic of Conviction. Yeah. Holy Relic of Conviction is a bit of a debatable minion build, I think. But yeah, I see your point. I thought you were proving a point. No. No, I was just being dumb. You could pick these up. I think you should. For the vendor recipe for chromatic orbs and Lake Start scenario. You probably should. Is there a Jesus Christ, almost died again. Is there a target for minion resistances? That's a good question. Well, for regular minions, it doesn't matter. But it does matter for your specters, because you want them to survive. So yeah, for them you should just try to get as close to the cap as possible. And for the Animate Guardian, it kind of matters, but in all honesty, these days you can resummon the Animate Guardian, so it's much less of an issue. Previously, when he died, he would be permanently gone, but those days are over. So, you know, it's nice if he is tanky, but it's not like the end of the world if he is not. Do they start at 0? No, they don't for the most part. But to be honest, you should really just look at the calculations in POB for this. Like, I don't know how this works exactly for minion damage and resistances and whatnot. Did I not click it? Great, great.
The strongest metal of them all.
Those were 4-link gloves, but fine. Let's see, what else am I doing here? The lower prison. Okay, making it to the tower, I think, is what I'm doing here.
You there, local, come here.
Once you get a reservation on guarding, the resistance will not be an issue for you or your minions. I mean, I'm already running pure developments, right? So right now it shouldn't be much of an issue either. And I don't think it is. But it's typically not an issue, resistances, I would say. And if you really like want to know and are concerned about it, like just import your build in POB and like go to the calculations and see how many resistances they have. Because every minion is also a little different. Some have like innate resistances, others don't. I do check it every now and then because I do want them in the end game, like when I'm starting running tier 17s or in nightmare maps, I guess it is these days, right? You kind of want them to be capped or very close to capped, because otherwise they just die. But for any other part of the progression, it doesn't matter, right? Like, you're not gonna notice it in any way. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much personally, until, you know, like more aspirational content. Okay, if I do this, which is more mana reservation, I think, yeah, I think I can lose a Tempest Shield and get Skitterbots for a bit more damage. Not that I need that much more damage, but yeah.
Our final crusade sees its first triumph.
But I think that works. Do I have Skitterbots already? Got it somewhere. Here, summon skitterbots. Just put that in for now, I guess. I should probably level multi-strike, huh? And maybe the steel skin is more of a bonus. I don't think the steel skin is really a thing. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Skitterbots. Yeah, this is already it. Yeah, exactly. This works. So then Tempest Shield is out. Here. It's out. Or at least it's out for now. And then the skitterbots go in there. Yeah, fine. Oh, here are my chance orbs, right? Needed those. Yeah, they're common enough. Like, you'll drop them. Okay, so now Purity of Elements, Haste, Skitterbots, Automation, right? That is what you can do after getting this reservation. And then from here, you're gonna stay like this for a very long time. Until you ultimately get this one, at least for a while. Be happy. It performs really well. Yeah, it performs really well. And it's steady scaling too, which I think is a pro of this build. Like, you're gonna have a few decent power spikes, but for the most part, you're just gonna be pretty linearly scaling, and that makes for a pretty nice and smooth progression, in my opinion. So I'm a little underleveled. One zone. Of course, if I would be doing the actual mechanic, I would have had a 5-link by now. Actually, there's a 5-link waiting for me, I suppose, at the beach. But it's okay. I mean, you can run all of this on a 4-link too. It's it doesn't matter all that much. But at some point, you should interact with some mechanic, right? You would be doing the Mirage, and I would be doing, of course, some Breach and get a bit of the tree action and whatnot. But I think, you know, for the time being, probably just gonna use Gambling. For hardcore, can you swap haste for flesh and stone and arctic armor? Yeah, exactly. You can make some changes, right? For for hardcore, I wouldn't be running these auras, I think. You can be a lot more tanky if you want to. But this is just for sort of smoothness in the campaign, I would say. It's a weird layout. Sometimes he's on the other side, yeah, not often though. So this is mostly just to get, you know, through the second half of the campaign relatively smoothly, I would say.
suffer.
Yeah, and I'm not a speed leveler, right? Like, I'm doing this, I think, at a fairly reasonable pace, but I started at, well, I'm also streaming, right? That doesn't help. But started at what, 8? So it's gonna be a campaign time of, with a bit of luck, 6 hours. I mean, for me, that's pretty decent actually on a league start scenario. That's not bad. But yeah, like I said, like I'm not necessarily a speedrunner by any stretch of the imagination. Plus, you know, I'm taking some time to explain some things here and there. I think 6 hours on league start with this, assuming you don't do too many mirages, which I will probably do. I will probably take on a bunch of mirages. I think that's reasonable. I don't care about it too much myself, like how long I take to clear the campaign on a league that then afterwards I play for 400 hours, right? Like, but do I really care if it takes me 2 hours longer to reach maps and then I play for 400 hours? Probably not, right? Can it run reflect mods? No.
The Brand King. His time has almost
You cannot run reflect mods. It will kill your minions and your specters. So no, don't run reflect mode. There is in the guide, I put a regex of stuff that you cannot run. So you can just put that in your awakened PoE tool, and then the yeah, then that just works, right? The new skill intrigues me because the holy skills look good. I agree. Looks or at least look. I'm not sure they look good, but they look fun and interesting. I'm not sure about the values, but again, like I'm not much of a build maker in that sense. Like I don't know all the math of these things, right? I just play a build, and if it feels good, like it feels really good, I make a guide. But otherwise, I'm just letting other people tell me what is good, I guess. But more so, I just try it out and play it, and then make up my mind if I like it or not. I heard from, I think it was Jung. I watched, I think, Jung's video yesterday. He didn't seem too impressed with some of the holy skills in terms of numbers, right? If you care about that, but you probably should, because it can look cool. But if it does no damage, then yeah. Jung is more impressed with baits anyway. I think Jung is one of the best build creators in PoE. I played a bunch of his builds, and they're always, I think, very solid, but not beginner friendly, right? So you gotta have some sense of how the game works, or you're probably not gonna have a great time with those builds. But if you do, amazing builds, right? 6 hours is respectable, I agree. The great thing about SSF is the time is not a variable. Yeah, no, exactly. So, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to take 12 hours. You know, that'd be a bit much maybe, but because, you know, I've run the campaign for probably over 100 times at this point. I guess I've created 100 characters in my life. Yeah, it must be, right? No beginner friendly carries a lot. Well, yeah, but, you know, that doesn't mean it's bait. Just because something is not beginner friendly doesn't mean it's bait. If he makes builds that are difficult to understand but are otherwise good builds, then you know, people will call it bait because they don't understand the build, but that's not true, right? The build's not bait, it's just... You just don't get it. Basically. It's like, yeah, okay, happens to the best of us, right? Honestly, I don't even time to make proper builds. Yeah. So as long as skills list give I'm stoked. Meta builds look kind of boring for me, especially because I have less. I want to care. Yeah, well, I mean, I get that. You know? It's but meta builds. I also feel that, in all honesty, a little bit about meta builds. The issue with them gets overstated a lot, I feel. Like, meta builds are typically some of the best and most fun builds that you can play because they are meta builds, right? Like, meta builds will never be bad or clunky or that sort of thing, right? Meta builds will always be fun, good builds to play. So sort of like this idea that a meta build is bad because it's meta or shouldn't be played because it's meta is like, I don't know. I think especially if you don't have that many hours into the game, you should play meta builds, right? Because they're good builds and they allow you to experience a lot of the game without having to worry about your build. So yeah, I don't really understand why there's sort of like a negative connotation with meta builds. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So dedicated.
It's like not wanting to invest in good stocks. It's like, well, you know, sure, you can invest in other stocks too, but why wouldn't you invest in all of the stocks that everyone else is investing in, right? That makes... It's probably a good reason why everyone is playing and investing in those stocks. Is this where we're going? I think this is where we're going here. Swap it to level 55. Yeah, looks good, right? Oh yeah, we're getting the golem stuff too. But I probably want that first, actually. Yeah, so let's do the golem stuff first. Extra golem. Here, the summon stone golem. Are the mid-build base and junks is promoted league starters or early days? Wait, I gotta avoid a few things here or I'm dying. Aren't what Pelstron and others or him would consider league starters or things like that. I don't know. I mean, I have played his league starter builds and they were excellent. Like, Power Siphon Miner was an awesome build, right? That was insane how good that was. And I've played one more build from him as well. I can't remember. I think the one with the cast on crit, detonate, death of chaining. I also followed his guide, which was also excellent build. A little painful because you had to farm the lab for like 10 hours to get to transfigured gems, but hey, you know, you knew that before you started the build, I would say. The thing I'm not happy about is that there are no single player offline. I mean, it is because then people can't cheat, right? That is the main reason, I think. And I think there might be a bit of a monetary reason as well, right? You are now forced to interact with an online community, see other people online, see other people wear MTX. Every time you log in, you get some news about new things. So yeah, I think that is why. I don't think they will change anytime soon either. I'll take this and I can always try and
Stay sharp.
try if it's good. You know,
Good tidings.
do something with it. Is it Bestel who does that? Yeah. Is it good though? It's got cold res. I do like cold res, I will say. But I think what I like more is plus minions, right? Which at some point you'd think I'd get. Let's see. I'm getting some other good stuff too. 101 life. That is a lot of life. And it's a lot of fire res too. I need cold res. I don't need fire res. This has got fire and lightning, and it's got more lightning. I mean, it's. Oh. I need strength. Oh, for shield charge. Yeah, you know what? Let's buy a level 1 shield charge, because that is not a good thing to have. When you're leveling, at least. Where is it? Somewhere in here. This one. No, this one. Okay.
Time and tide wait for no man.
It's got gold. It's got the gold res. Yeah, it doesn't have much else. Am I gonna spend something on this though? Debatable, right? Let's put it in the stash for now. These I will just sell. Yeah, the rest I will just sell. And I can buy stuff from her, right? The support gems that I wanted. So that would be Meat Shield. No, it's not Meat Shield. Feeding Frenzy. And Elemental Army. That is what I was looking for. 1, 2. And then the life. Yeah, so I should really try and get like I think just gamble gloves, right? And get like, I don't need to desecrate really. So put haste on the shield, I guess, or something. The flesh offering I'm not using, right? So we can put that in the offhand at least for now. Shield charge is kind of whatever. I do like shield charge clearly. Animate Guardian, melee. Summon Skittle Boss, Purity of Elements. Frostblink and Arcane Search. Oh, I don't need Arcane Search anymore, right? Okay. Let's gamble a little bit. I want... where can I... Is there... You, I guess. Gloves, right? Random energy shield gloves.
Doubt even I could sell that.
4 blue. If I can get 1 red on there, that's then we're in business, I suppose. And what if I do a shield?
Could do worse, exile.
Blue, red. It's a lot of life.
I'd consider that a win.
I'm not sure I consider that a win.
Good luck to
But
you.
either way, I need to get 1 red on this thing. No. Okay. The Stone Golem, the Feeding Frenzy, the Elemental Army, and the Carrion Golem. For now. And then I can do Automation Convocation. I can slot that in there, I guess, for the time being as well. This is a decent shield otherwise. Some of these are not bad either, but... Yeah, I think fine. Oh, I need something red for the shield charge. Oh... I guess we'll gamble on the... I have one chromatic orb. It's green. Shame. I mean, it's good if I have a trigger later, but I'm not gonna trigger this one, I don't think. I want shield charge though, right? Like, there's no way I'm not getting shield charge. I can do this and then put the haste in here, I guess. But I would lose out on some resistances. Can do that. Shield charge. Maybe do a bit of crafting. How bad are the defenses? Oh, not bad at all, actually. Oh, that's fine. Okay, cold res on this thing then. What else did I just put in? This one. Also a suffix. More cold res. Alright. Good enough, I'll take it. Sell everything. Done. Yeah, maybe if I level up, I can do this shield charge again. But I will need some strength. But 103 is pretty decent for where I am at, I would say. Okay, I think we're all good. Yeah, this is also why the campaign for me is just not that fast. I do sometimes these things. I think others are way faster, especially considering, you know, sort of it's not even min-maxing, but just making sure that this is sort of okay. Okay, let's get out my... let's also try to not die. Right, one golem, and where's the other guy? The stone golem. Here, 2 golems. Yeah, 2 golems and the guy. I mean, our minion army is starting to look like something. We can level up shield charge a bit, sure. The Herald Sentinel's AoE buff is significant as well, yeah. True. I mean, there's some there's some pretty significant buffs in there. I think at the end of the day, you'll just have to try it out though, right? I mean, you'll just have to play the build. See how and if you like it. Dominating Blow, I always felt, was a little iffy on bosses at times. Because, you know, you gotta... It's got this ramp up, which I think a lot of other builds just don't really have. Unless you play like a poison build or something. We could run the Abyss, I guess. If you see it, you might as well. You're not gonna get okay, yeah. You might get a Soul Eater though. Screw the Soul Eater. But you might get a Stygian Vice. I think that is an option that you already can drop. Oh, the Sentinel by itself can carry you through the campaign. Like, you really only need the Sentinel. You don't need anything else. Yeah, a Soul Eater in Act 7, yeah.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
A vision?
Yeah, the radiance being perma. But it's, I mean, in the campaign for most zones, my radiance lasts for what? Let's check. Because at this point, let's see. Duration 32.8 seconds. So half a minute. Am I spending much more than half a minute per zone? From Act 6 onward, let's say. Kind of debatable. Right? I'm not spending more than half a minute here. So I think for a good number of instances, impact isn't like massive, but it is massive in endgame, like mapping, longer zones, that sort of thing. I think throughout the campaign it's like, it's similar almost, right? There is a guide. So exclamation mark guide. It's right there. Or exclamation mark MOBA also works. It's the written guide.
Evil may hide.
Have to go? Yeah, Senna, see you later, buddy. Your feelings about King's March seems a bit too strong, even after they made it so that you have to complete agency. Where you should engage with not. I mean, I can go into it a little bit. Although I feel I've sort of made my point in 2 videos. So first of all, I don't think it's that optional. Right? We'll have to see how optional it is. But at least in this league, it's not optional, right? For SSF. I don't think you can realistically say that King's March is optional. So that's one thing. Yeah, and whether those changes, what I'm seeing is it's getting more expensive, right? You lose the cost for the farmers. But the cost for the farmers is not the problem, isn't it? Like, the farmers are not that expensive. It is the mappers that are crazy expensive. Ow, I'm gonna die. Right? And they made them more expensive, which is like, okay, I'm not sure that was necessary. Like, why? They nerfed the loot, so that's good, I think. And from that perspective, you could say, like, well, maybe it's not that necessary now. We'll have to see, I think, ultimately at the end of the day, how necessary it still is. Well, maybe I should pick up that belt actually. I think I have a really bad belt. Yeah. It does have strength though. Any ideas on the pros and cons of your SRS compared to Smokey's? Yeah. I'll answer that in a second. Let's see what you're saying.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is
If tattoos aren't required, it will be optional. You mean currency from King's Martin, that's optional, you can farm it in any other. Well, if they have fixed that, yes. But right now you kind of can't, right? Like not really all that reliably. And not with that little effort, which I think is also a point, right? So if actually from regular mapping you get these resources, yeah, then sure, it becomes optional. But you're not gonna get tattoos, right, from regular mapping. You're not gonna get runes. Will you get divines and exalted orbs? I mean, according to them, yes. We'll see, though, right? I mean, we've all been playing this game for a while. There's no guarantee that what they say is getting implemented actually works, and they admit so themselves. So I think we'll have to see if the ground loot is indeed better, and if you can just by mapping sort of get enough currency to do your crafting needs in SSF. Because I don't need much, but I need something, and you're not getting anything these days. So yeah, one way or another, give me some annuls, some exalts, some divines, right? And right now that way is King's March, which I don't like. And I think King's March is anti-gameplay. Kind of no matter what it gives. My argument is really sort of 2 points. It's like, I don't like it as a mechanic overall in a video game like this, because I feel that this video game is about killing monsters, and King's March is the exact opposite. Right, and that is more of a subjective opinion, I think, because you could also make the counter argument and saying like, well, you know, the whole game is already about killing monsters. Why can't we have something that is not about killing monsters? It's like, yeah, all right, that's fair enough, I guess. But then the second point is really, if you make something that is sort of so far off of the base game, literally and figuratively, then at least don't put stuff in there that I absolutely need, right? Which they did, and which they may have still done in the future patch, right? It's still needed for recombination. Yeah, also a recombination, way too powerful, right? So I don't think it is really solved in many ways. Why did I not click that? Okay. Yeah, so I'm still quite negative about it, and I don't think it should be in game, really, at the end of the day. And clearly some people disagree, because for them it's like easy loot, and I get that. But yeah, you know, that is that's, and I do still feel the same way, to be honest, though, about it. still need, yeah, only when there's ground loot. For some people, King's March is the only way to get Defiance. Yeah, I think for many people, it's the only way to get Defiance, right? On a somewhat consistent basis. Assuming you just like do some meta crafting. I don't think that's for some people. That is like for the vast majority of people. That's the only way. I don't think it's such a hot take. I think the issue is more that for also people, it is the primary way to get loot, right? Because it is so easy, right? You only need gold, which you can get from anywhere, and then you can translate that gold into basically anything you want, whether it's decent gear, whether it is currency, so you can buy decent gear, like, and that is to me sort of everything that the game is not about. So if King's March didn't give like newer players a bunch of gear, or those that don't have enough time to play, or that sort of thing, right? Then more people would be in favor, because I think then more people would see that it's kind of a weird system to put in an ARPG. But because it is the primary sort of source of income for people, same with the Genesis tree, which is the primary source of getting gear, people get very upset if you want changes to it, because then they're like, oh, but now I have to, you know, play the rest of the game to get my gear. Which is, yeah, that is true, but that is exactly the point, right? And then with King's March, the issue is there are currencies and sort of commodities in there that you need, so you have to do it whether you like it or not. And with Genesis, it's kind of the same thing. Genesis tree, like, it is so strong, and you get your gear is so broken that you get from that tree, that it is also not optional, right? If it is so good, then you can't really say that it's an optional mechanic, because it gives me 6 links with tier 1 mods on it, on like crazy basis. Like, that is not an optional mechanic, right? That is a mandatory mechanic if you want to do aspirational content, right? You have to do the Genesis tree. It's not optional. Yeah, most of your devices come from currency trade, yeah. Master. Clearly, I'm talking from an SSF perspective, right? Clearly. It was also an SSF video, right? Which I think is also pretty clear if you follow my channel. But this is not only people in SSF are not a fan. I mean, Fabcon pretty much made the same point, right? In his ground loot video, right? He effectively said the same thing. Yeah? So it's not just an SSF take either, I think. Oh, the tree is nerfed. I mean, the patch notes already indicated, and the Q&A indicated it as well. My gold spent on trade. Yeah, no, I get it. My PvP is not a trade game, it's a grind game. Yeah, no, I think so too. I think it's about killing monsters and grinding. But it's also a bit of a different take, right? I do feel, I also said that this in some of the comments, like, I do think that from sort of a UI, UX design perspective,
and sort of an idea of helping those players that don't have that much time to catch up a little bit, right? I'm all in favor for that. I think that should be in the game, but just implement it with like a ceiling in the gear that you can get that way, right? So it is not perceived as mandatory by everyone else. So hopefully after the balance changes, they have reached that point where it is still good for those that don't have a lot of time to play to get some decent gear, but not the gear it gave before, right? But just like okay, decent gear that gets you going, that allows you to play like red maps, let's say. And then after that it just doesn't, right? I think that would be a good place for the tree to be. Like maybe it gives you an occasional 6-link, but then once it does, it shouldn't have fractured mods and tier 1 mods on there, right? Seems reasonable enough. I think that's reasonable enough. Yeah, it's a true master. It's only a matter of time. I mean, you're already here, so you will start to be sucked into SSF at some point. Okay, I'm taking these two, and then I'm taking the movement speed, which I understand. So 1, 2, and then the movement speed. Yeah, they are just missing out. I agree. But hey, I mean, to each their own, right? The trade is still more popular for a reason. Yeah, trade does save you time, of course. But that is also like trade is already kind of there. Like a trade is already a way to just convert stuff that you find, whether it's gold or currency, into basically anything you want. And I think that is why trade is there, right? And I think when it comes to other systems in the game, that should be limited. Because the more of that you have, the less interesting everything else becomes. Because I think that's probably my biggest issue with the whole thing. Is like playing King's March feels like playing trade. Right? And I don't like that. There's a reason why I'm not in trade. But King's March is effectively trade like, isn't it? You get gold, and then you trade that gold for another resource. And I do think it's quite... And I think the important thing, you don't do anything for it, right? There's no monster killing, there's nothing there, it's just administrative busy work, as I called it, right? There's nothing there. Which of course in other game mechanics you assemble a currency type or something, but first of all you do it by killing monsters, and then also the rewards are typically involve killing more monsters, or at least you're engaged with the mechanic. King's March is just random gold and then change it for whatever you want, basically. I don't think it's a good system. Right? If that's what you want to do, just go on the auction house. But okay, I think enough about the topic, right? It's also not, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal either, right? Like, I will still put my gold into King's March next league. Yeah, it's fine.
unclean witch shall poison this land no longer.
What's this? Huh. I don't think I've seen this like little alcove. Oi, 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 oi. I saw that, yeah. Not bad. My army is still doing pretty good. Extra chaos damage. I was about to say, like, these guys hurt a lot. I'm getting some food, guys. Also opening up the door a little bit. Get a bit of air in here. Yeah, doing a small break. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Back at it. You guys are also back at it, I see. It's all good. I think the point about SSF and sort of base content tricks makes sense. I think that is partly of what it is. I thought it's also part of the beauty of SSF because in trade you can sort of almost hide, although hiding is maybe not the right term, but you can, because you can trade, you can get away with not knowing almost anything about the game. And in SSF it just forces you to learn, right? Which some people like, some people don't. It comes with some pros and cons, clearly, because yeah, you will be slower. Although on a league start scenario, I am typically faster than my buddies at trade. Simply because they are in hideout and I'm playing the game. So on a league start scenario, it wouldn't be the first time that I'm like level 95 like a day before them. Trade gives a sense of community. I mean, there you can also be part of the SSF community, right? So, but it's true. I mean, it's true in the sense that I guess trade is like there's people coming into your hideout and stuff like that. That's true, right? That is the part of trade that I did not necessarily enjoy, by the way. That, you know, you had to go back. Like, hey, I'm mapping. You, I'd like to buy your Doedry's Damning for 3 chaos. Then you're every 10 minutes you're thinking like, am I gonna leave my map for 3 chaos? I don't know about this. The realm, a portal. A portal is nice, it's just that you don't have any free socket to do this. I meant that, you know, if you can find a good item, you can get it to someone. Yeah. Oh, like that. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Yeah. But I only pretend to care about other people, right? I don't actually. So for me, that's not really a problem. So a little small tip here. You're looking for the houses with the corpses outside. Those are the houses you need to get into. That's what leads you to these guys. See? If you're ever wondering how this thing works. And it also brings you to the exit. See here, another corpse. This is good. And here's the exit. Easy. Easy zone. Save you not a minute. Do means in PoE has a much quality of life? No. No, but they did gain a lot. And I mean, no, they don't, because minions in PoE automatically revive, for example. So no, definitely not. But I think they're very playable and quite nice. Spectres can now be revived in hideout, yeah. Well, exactly. So the Spectre hideout situation got improved a little bit, I guess. But if you got a trigger wand, you better be careful with what you do. Speaking of Spectres, I can probably do a second Spectre at this point, right? Are they here? Raise Spectre. Oh no, maximum is still 1. Okay. With Dark Matrix, yeah, but you do miss you do miss out on any other minion, right? Like you can't have any other minion, which is a pretty significant downside. Like I don't think this build would be a lot better if I only had SRS, right? Like no golems, no specters. That's not great. I think if you only have specters, sure. Right, that could work. Maybe only zombies? Sure. But only SRS? Not really. I don't see it at least.
A seed sacred to a false religion.
Speaking of all, why, if you can't reroll timeless, why the fuck can't you reroll timeless duels? I don't know. You don't really need timeless duels for this build though. SRS. Yeah, but you can't summon all of them, right? Like you will not have enough duration on these things. So it's just not gonna be... It's not realistic that you have 80 of them. Like if you could get 80 of them, sure, but you can't. Some kind of defense. No, it's not about that, right? It's just that you don't have the cast speed, let's say. Like you will not be able to get 80 of them before they start, you know, expiring, basically. Did you do the second sense yet? No. I could, right? I suppose. I'm level 58. Yeah. I typically, like, I don't do them in between. So I do them at the end. So I make sure I got everything here done, right? And then Before I take on Kitava, I run second and third lab. And that's it. That's how I typically do it. Because the power you get for like what the hour realistically, right? The hour that I am still in the campaign, I don't think it matters that much. At least it doesn't matter that much to me. So yeah, I typically just wait a little bit.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
So Radiance actually carries you until Kitava. It carries you until close to red maps. I mean, look at how much damage that thing is doing. Well into yellow maps, the Radiant Sentinel does pretty good. And then at that point you should have some other sources of damage. I think, anyway. But yeah, the moment I convocate this guy to me, everything dies, right? Yeah, so I'm 58, the zone is 58. Doing all well. And here you can catch up a little bit if you want, because these guys give insane experience, right? The boy scorches everything till you add moss to the map. Yeah. Even if you add moss to the map, it does. I think it does pretty well. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how far we get. But at that point, you know, you'll be on a 5 link, at least. At least you should be on a 5 link, right? He also, his melee hits, although he is slow applying them, his melee hits also hurt like hell. So like his sort of single target damage in that sense is pretty good too. Like he doesn't only scorch everything, also if he hits his sword, and yeah, he takes like 2 seconds to swing, but you know, when he does, it does also huge damage. I think gonna be broken against Juiced Harvest. I mean, he falls off, right? And that's also why I think they are fine with him. Like he's very strong in the campaign and very strong in white maps, and then okay in yellow maps, but in red maps he's pretty much. In terms of damage, he falls off because he's level 20 all the time, right? He doesn't scale. So sure, he benefits from, you know, increased minion damage, I suppose. But he doesn't benefit from much else because you can't support him like you would be able to in PoE 2, right? Like if this was a PoE 2 Sentinel, you would just be able to slap 6 support gems on the guy. And then also he wouldn't start at level 20, I'm sure. So that's how they balance him. So in red maps he is still level 20 like he is today. And yeah, it's just not gonna be as impactful, right? But the good thing is he's still gonna give you 20% less damage taken, so there's that. Which is, I would say, is pretty strong, right? Oh wait, an amethyst flask actually, it's not bad. I think I'll start pianoing as well. It's Super Saiyan minion, yeah, more DPS. It is technically more DPS. I think the real value is in the end game where he just will not disappear. So you will keep that 20% less damage bonus always up, which I think is super valuable. I think that's more valuable than because these zones in the campaign. This guy already lasts for 30 seconds and a little bit. You're not in zones for that much longer, right? Typically. So you might have to resummon him once, perhaps. But then that is about it. He does 400k, yeah. Yeah, he does about... yeah, I have it. I can show you. Not in this guy. Maybe in this guy too. Endgame gearing. He does... Sentinel of Radiance 650k. $650k. I mean, it's, yeah, you know, it's okay, but it's not... It's fine, right? It's fine. It's not like, it's nothing crazy, I guess. But the interesting thing, he also right now does about 650k, right? Or, well, I guess maybe half. But that's still a lot for, you know, where I'm at in the game. Like, he does about 300,000k easily right now. Easily. Because he insta-gips all of these characters, right? So... I think the current guide PU... Oh yeah, sorry. I'm waiting for the day that each campaign zone shows the exit. I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay. Ravenous Horde. This is gonna help as well. And then I think we're pathing down. I'm at 55, I think. 60. Yeah. To the double minion damage. Okay, time to identify some stuff. Let's see. Minions deal 65% increased damage. That's a big buff. We'll take that. And this is also a very good item. Lightning, lightning and fire. And this thing, it's got cold. Let's see if I can, what I can miss here.
See you.
So, these are all really good items, by the way. I would miss some fire. But I will get it back if I take that other ring that I just got. So this is trash. How about this? Defense. 15 fire res. But on this belt. I mean, I will have more fire res from my aura. So should I do this instead? It's a bit more balanced. I don't mind it. Some lower fire res, we'll figure that out later, I think. It's fine. Okay. Anything else here? The Moon Orb, Hagen, Maramoa. Let's see. Do I have the currency to make something out of this? I don't have much currency. Just to be expected, I suppose. I think I have a bunch of Act 8 rewards as well, or Act 7 rewards still. Yeah, I do. Oh. And Act 6 too, maybe, or not? No, Act 6 is fine, but Act 7 I can turn in a few rewards.
The many are brutal. Goodbye. So, here our ways divide. Hello.
And we can take this here, stunned, and I will not be ignited, so that doesn't matter, I guess. Let's do fist damage reduction, I guess.
You, sir, keep your wits about you.
Oh, really? Okay, well, we can...
You made it. Well, I was... Be ever vigilant.
Go with the
Turn your one left. Yes, there's an... Keep your life to your...
Yeah, don't pick up that thing. Okay.
Good. Talakota, go.
It's
Lightning, No, fire. Fire and lightning, maybe.
you found. Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
Okay, just got like 8 skill points or something.
Be careful.
Identify, let's see, movement speed? No. Unshame. Bad ring. Bad amulet. This isn't exactly a great ring either, I'll just sell that. This is decent though, I will say. Okay, this is a better ring, yeah. But now I can't handle the shield charges anymore. Yeah. The shield charges, I should simply stop leveling up shield charge. I think that is, or just wait a little bit until I can get more strength over there. So we take these points, then what else? I just go down there. I do take the dex node, see? Still not enough. Yeah, we can buy a level 1 shield charge as Lily and just keep it low level until because this is getting annoying otherwise. Here, right? I mean, it's fast enough at level 1 for the, you know, for all intents and purposes, I guess. Go down, right? I just leveled it to level 2. But yeah, let me remind me to right click. Never have to worry about it again. And then later we'll figure out, right, how, if and how and what and why. $59. The zone is 60. Good enough, I would say. You could pick up those pieces, but... Hey, Fizzlebang, how are you doing? You can do another attempt at this. I don't think you want to follow all the way, though. Seems like a waste. I'll pick up a Chaos Orb. I need some Chaos Orbs, 3 I think, for the trigger craft. Did I sell that that wand accidentally? I may have just sold my wand accidentally. I'm also doing good, yeah, doing just a test run. Trying to optimize the... I don't even really need to optimize the build, I'm basically just checking the guide. So I think tomorrow, after this, I already got the script and everything. I just wanted to do one quick run. I think tomorrow I'll update the guide and then make a small video. Bring everyone sort of on the same page regarding what I think of the build right now. Yeah, and to do that I thought let's play another playthrough, just a quick playthrough. I'm not sure how far I'm gonna take it into maps because I know where this is gonna end up, but the campaign is still very smooth, I would say. Which is nice. Yeah, you would lose out on all the different like everything. The whole, okay, let me put it differently. The whole map progression is kind of pointless, I feel, to test right now, because who knows what it's going to be like next league, right? I would imagine it is roughly similar. The question is really how quickly are you going to be able to get like through the campaign and that stuff. Are you going to go SRS again? Yeah. I will use this as a league start with and I'm keeping my options open when it comes to Glacial Cascade. I think I might pivot to Glacial Cascade in a later, at a later point, like maybe a week into the league, right? If I feel that either, you know, this, I don't think this build will lack damage, but I think at some point you will be at a sort of crossroads where you either keep investing in this, or you just use this character to start farming for something else that you want to play after you got your 4 voice stones, and you know. And I think that I may just do that instead. So rather than take this build all the way again like last time, maybe I'll just go Glacial Cascade Miner. I really like Smokey's build. I played it in Freesia. It's really good as well. So that is a big recommend from me. And yeah, I think it's going to be well equipped for this game. It's got a bit of a rough start, I think. So I'm going to try and league start with this, update the guide a little bit as well, right? And then yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Waiting for new SF guide for beginners. I mean, I'm gonna be updating my... I'm gonna make a video about the build, but I'm not gonna make an entire new guide because nothing changed, basically. It's gonna be just as strong as last league. So you can just look at my old guide and follow that. The PUB is still there, right? So, yeah. You don't need a new guide, I would say. Old guide is still valid, and I'll be highlighting a little bit what got changed, which is very little. So we're all good in that sense. Yeah, this is all nice, but I haven't done the thing yet. Have I? I don't think I have. Try to replicate your torchlight build. It was not my build though, right? It was, I followed Anime Princess. So I know barely anything about torchlight. I don't know. So I will not be able to help you, I'm sorry. Okay, great. All good, bro. Yeah. No, we're all good. I didn't mean it in a bad way either. I'm having a bit of food, guys. Now that it is still sort of warm. See you later, man.
I am just scattered blessings.
The dark in the matter. Goodbye.
You can.
Oh,
You did it.
have you ever? Well, it took.
Bye.
I think he's gone. Okay. Alright, George. See you later, buddy.
humanity?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, you would never take a shield like this, I don't think. I think you always go with a minion shield. Hmm.
Good luck.
You must. Oh, when I
So unfortunate following streamers in the Eastern Hemisphere so early in the morning. Early in the right now it's early in the morning for you. I started early in my morning though, so I'm sure that wasn't helping either. Yeah, agreed. It's quite nice. And the Mirage music was also pretty good, I felt. I mean, PoE music in general is really, really excellent though, right? I normally don't play with music because then it, you know, I make recordings of course. And then it also records the music, right? Which messes up my own jazz music. But now that I'm streaming, it's fine.
I have truly become the
Small advantage, I guess. I'll pick up the Greaves. Let's see. 10% movement speed. That's not good enough. Do you have MTX for SRS? I do actually, but not active if that is what you're asking. So this is there's no MTX on this character. But I do have MTX for SRS, yeah. It makes them green, like ghost skulls. Green ghost skulls, pretty cool, I think. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Is the transfigured enormity less damage? I mean, the transfigured for enormity is just a different build. That is, I think, the proper answer. So, if you, yeah, no, it's just a different build, right? So you can't really compare the two. You have to build it quite differently, I would say, compared to what I'm doing. But I'm not using it. There's no need to use any transfigured gems in this build.
An emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
Stupid question, but can't decide between Smoky and Elemental Time and the KF Ballista. Oh, Kinetic Fusillade Ballista. Your thoughts on deciding a League starter? Well, that's a good question. So it's not a stupid question at all. Well, how do I decide my League starter? Well, first of all, I think you gotta figure out what you want to do, and of course how you like to play. Clearly, right? If I didn't like minions, I wouldn't be playing this build, right? But assuming you'd pick between those two, they're relatively similar in terms of playstyle. You could argue they're similar, kind of. I think the Ballista is easier to play, right? Because you don't have to aim anything. So there's that. But yeah, and I figure out like how SSF viable is it, huh? I am not too aware of the Kinetic Fusillade Ballista. I think it's Pelstron's build, isn't it? So I would check for like uniques or something. Like, does he have uniques in there? Are there transfigured gems in there? Because I am not a big fan, personally, of farming the lab at League start. I don't want to do that, right? I would rather start a build, like this one, that doesn't have that requirement and has no transfigured gems. And then I would rather, at some point when I'm really strong with this build, farm a bunch of labs to get the transfigured gem, right? I would rather do that than do that on a League start scenario in order for the build to work. So I look a lot at like solo self-found viability. I also look at the creator. Because if it is a build from Smokey, who plays exclusively SSF, I know that if she says it's SSF viable, then it will be SSF viable, right? Whereas if someone who plays trade, and I don't necessarily mean Pelstron, right? Because I think he has a good sense of what is viable in SSF and what isn't. But some people that barely play solo self-found still claim it is solo self-found viable without actually playing the game mode. That is a red flag for me, right? I gotta find the trigger wand here. And don't forget, you gotta follow these things, and then with a bit of luck you will find it. And with a bit of bad luck you kinda don't. It's pretty clear, it's like green and all. Oh, 4-link, not bad. So those are a few factors at the very least.
Perhaps for once, something good.
If you follow my SSF guide, yeah, exactly. Don't follow Master's guide. So at least I'm looking at those aspects. Yeah. Could I leave it on the channel for a later watch? Yeah, I could. I think for this one it might make sense, but you can. There is a playlist, and I think you should check it out yourself maybe, because I can't really see that. But I made a playlist called past YouTube streams, and all the past YouTube streams are on there. So there's that. that you should check if you see. So I unlist all of them, but I put them in that playlist. So I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that playlist just works. Tatiantul 2 Ballista build for SSF. Yeah, he also plays SSF, I think. Right. Right, are we going there? Yeah, we are going there. So that's fine, I guess. Poison SRS. Yeah, I wouldn't play Poison SRS on Guardian. You should probably play that on the Necromancer, right? Right. Yeah, and he's like the totem guy, right? So those builds should be pretty safe in SSF. Yeah. So that's good. Yeah, I would say that's a little bit like how I look at builds. Hopefully that makes sense. Still on the fence between Glacial Cascade and Exsanguinate Mines. If you're on the fence about those two, I would do Glacial Cascade anytime. I don't think Exsanguinate Mines are really not that good, right? Like, I don't think they can compete with Glacial Cascade. I'm bleeding. No, don't kill me. I don't have bleeding immunity. I could spend some alteration orbs, I guess, on that, but... Yeah, you need a transfigured gem. Yeah, tell me about it. I played the build. But, you know... I think it's gonna be way better. Yeah, it requires more setup. True. But assuming you're gonna play more than 75 hours this league, I would go Glacial Cascade. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, for me, I don't have a good time leveling the build. I will just drop it after the campaign. Right, I can just take myself to Lab G over the 5th league start. Yeah, so then play a build that doesn't require a transfigured gem, right? If that is your, if that is what you don't like to do. I also don't like to do it, so I play this build, which is a great league starter and doesn't need a transfigured gem. That made it easier to get? Not really though. Right, I think it's a misconception, honestly. It's only true if your transfigured option has more than one choice. then it's easier to get. But otherwise it's not easier to get. Right, there's still the RNG if you find the roll on the Divine Font. People think you can just get to choose anything you want. That's not true, right? You still need to roll the roll on the Divine Font. And that is still a pretty big RNG. Gotta go back to sleep. Alright, man. Oh shit. "20 runs without getting transformed." Yeah, exactly. And next league you can get another 20 runs without getting the transformed, right? So then the buff doesn't do anything for you. But I am a little surprised at how many people are under the impression that it's now easier to get the transfigured gems. It's gonna be they're gonna be in for a bit of a rude awakening next league.
Good tidings. Ready to go. Well, time and time.
If you're thinking about dying, trust old Whalem.
Blessings.
Now it's a mother's goodbye. What was that? Good luck.
What was that earthquake? Oh, she said. Alright. Life, reduced cost of skills. Ah, last piece, huh? How much are we playing for currently? Oh, only 5 hours. 46 minutes. Not bad at all. And that includes a bunch of like talking to you guys, which I enjoy, don't get me wrong, but it's not exactly helping me speed up the campaign. And level wise, this is 64, I'm 63, okay. Not bad at all. Yeah, we need to go north, right? Like the... Oh, these... You pick these up. Because you need the jewels, right? Do you use a special filter? It is a special filter, yeah. I made it myself. And it is also in the build guide. If you do... exclamation mark MOBA, you'll get the written guide. This will be also the latest and greatest and updated guide. And the loot filter is in there. I will also update the loot filter and re-upload it for the new league. Yeah. And then at some point I swap to an endgame filter, which from that point I also update for myself. But this loot filter remains untouched for the most part. Okay, I can get another Spectre. So I think we're gonna go to Act 8 to also get the other Chieftain. Yeah, this boss. Sometimes people complain about the RPing in PoE 2. But I also feel that every now and then they forget how some bosses in Path of Exile 1 are. Like this person. Like, holy moly. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's kind of good to see you too, buddy. Oh. Sell. Whoop. Ban and reward. Do I care about anything? Onslaught I care about, I guess.
We do this for freedom.
Until I find a... something better. Do I care about the decks? Yeah, let's just follow my own guide here. Whoop, decks. Fine. You don't need the reliquary, I don't think, eh? That is not a quest thing. Yeah, I mean, the dexterity is kind of nice, right? Just that note, quality of life. You can upgrade your haste because of it, so it's gonna make you and also the minions, right? Because they benefit from all of this. It's gonna make them quite a bit better.
A leader cannot simply stride forward.
It's not what I was aiming for, but okay.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
Now let's buy 2 Glacial Cascade gems as well. At least that's what I will do. Do I care about the Sanctum? No, I don't. You can tell there's a filter, right? Because that strongbox didn't drop anything. But I'm filtering out all of the rares that I just don't find like an upgrade anymore. No one saw that. Yeah. So I'm filtering out quite a few things. Because also, like, you don't need rares. Like, at this point you just get currency, right? Directly from the ground, or for in the target, or in the future from like Mirage. So there's not much of a reason, I think, to drop rares after Act, I don't know, I think Act 4 I'm hiding almost all of them.
This'll do nicely.
Is it not worth go for a minion cluster? I don't think so. Personally. But feel free, right? Also feel free to share it with me what you would do, because I have crafted a bunch of stuff in PUB for minion clusters, and I don't think it is better. People say it's better, but I don't see it in the numbers on my own build, at least, right? So I don't know. I don't think so, and I think it adds more to, you know, it adds additional complexity as well to the build, right? Plus I feel like if it is out of 11 million you gain 500,000 from cluster jewels, I don't think that's worth it, right? Like, then just stick to the normal tree. Like, why make it so complicated? Right, if you get 2 million, I'd be like, yeah, all right, now we're talking, right? But I am not seeing that personally. Like, I don't get those numbers. So for me, I don't think it is that much better, if it is even better. But that's just me. And I think you should also see that sort of in the context of this build, huh? So I'm sure that, like, from an, well, you know, sort of a generic perspective, is it better to use cluster jewels in minion builds? Yeah, probably, right? But I think there are a lot of things that I don't have that maybe minion builds in trade do have, right? So, you know, we'll see. How about the new clusters? Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I think those currencies are gonna be crazy rare, right? So I don't think that it's gonna be that SSF viable at all. But I'm gonna try it out, and we'll see. Okay, time for a little respec apparently, right? As you can see. And then I'm taking block. And more block. Alright, let's path into this then. Strength and strength. Yeah. Do you think we'll use belt anointment? No. I don't think an anointment can compete with the Darkness Enthroned.
Remember, humanity.
Bannon was. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Now that the time and
Yeah. Here our ways divide.
It's a nice, it's a decent belt, or a decent, whatever it's called. So I can get rid of the minion damage maybe and go. I have it somewhere here. Elemental damage with attacks. Although not actually more damage. I think we'll just put it in the stash for now. I think we're fine. Okay. Yeah, and this instead of the phasing, I suppose. Okay, you know what? Yeah, you can. Yeah, so in theory, but good luck getting all of this in SSF. In theory, you can get a cluster, fracture a modifier on it, and then change the base type and get 2 more modifiers on it from a different base type. But I think there's no way like me or anyone playing the same or less than me is gonna get that. I mean, maybe if you are as efficient as Smokey in SSF, then maybe. I still don't think you'll get it, but then maybe, right? What am I doing here? I'm doing here glacial. That's what I'm doing here. Mix and match cluster and chance could be cool if you wanted more block. Yeah, so there. I mean, sure, it has its uses. I just don't think it's realistic to get it personally in SSF. I don't think it's realistic at all. So, yeah, you know.
Ascend with precision.
I wonder if the mixed match outcomes can happen via tree. No. No, you need well, the base cluster maybe. But you need the item. No, it can't, right? It can't. You can get the base item via the tree, sure. But then you need the currency, which will change the base type, or basically the cluster jewel type. So from, I don't know, a minion to a fire cluster, right? That's effectively what it will do. Yeah, that's it then, right? Isn't it? Am I missing something? No. So if you can get a fractured cluster that you like and that has the right number of passives, so it's quite a stretch, right, to get that from the tree, but I guess in theory you could, and then you change it with the currency type, which I imagine is incredibly rare. Yeah, then you would have one fractured mod of one type, and then you could change it with the new currency, and then, you know, chaos spam, I guess, or something, or harvest craft, or do whatever you want with it basically then after that. For the other thing, right? It's fine.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Some things that slumber to entertain doubt is to dance with death. You are such resilience. Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne. An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, a throne, is the most devious trap of them all. Death and loyalty. I die for the Empire.
Well, there's one essence drain. Not the right one, I suppose. Okay, I think you do this first. It's a bit more aggressive, and then we'll go for the block chance after this.
The goddess is watching. Traveler draws close to the end of the path. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round. Honor your name. You were born for this. Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire anew.
I really don't want to do this this content more than once at like on a league start scenario, right? When there's like so many sort of fun things to do. At least I hope and think so. Like I don't want to be stuck in that lab for hours. Just to be able to play my build on league start. I would rather spend like another, I don't know, 5 hours, which is realistically seen less efficient, right? But I would rather spend a few hours later just doing that on another character and then re-rolling a new character than spending like 3 hours on league start in the freaking lab, right? And then, you know, maybe you get lucky. Maybe I get my Glacial Cascade here. And then you just play the build. That's fine, right? Or you just save it and you also just make sure you get the other stuff. Like you get the belt. You get... at least I know what I'm looking for because I did play the build. You get your Doedre's Damning, you get the belt, you get a few other things, right? I think you're gonna be fine.
Make your mark, resilience. Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
But in the meantime, then I can just play this, which I think is gonna be fine. Holy moly, almost died there. Due to bleeds. That was rough. Not a sound you want to hear, especially not in the lab.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, the empire awaits you with open jaws. Triumphant at last.
Also easy to do this. Like this is an easy clear, isn't it? Well, didn't get it as per usual, but maybe now. Nope. Alright, that's the block, and then Kitava, then you'll have to fix some res. And then you can map. Oh, the res is actually not half bad. 98. I'm gonna be almost res capped after this as well. And I may have a craft even available, so...
that you would find the path of righteousness once more, my Lord of Light. I shall be honored to fight by your side.
Bro's yapping, yeah. He really likes innocence.
This I shall strike you down.
This is also easy enough, huh? Just like Izaro was.
So, Simon Tide. Good tidings to you.
Exile. Exile. Wake up. Come on. Till next time, shall we keep,
through the
Savior?
tunnel.
Boom-be-dum-be-dum. Talk to her, right?
By the
Books.
remember,
My name is Farewell for now.
Slash passives. Oh, yeah, okay, those two. But otherwise I should have 22. Yeah, okay, so that's fixed. And then slash played for the homies. 6 hours, 18 minutes. With quite a bit of yapping on the side. So I think 5 hours is probably possible. Right. Now we can try and push a little bit more. It's like 3 o'clock. We can play for... we can play. We can keep playing for a bit. See how it goes. See how fast we can go. Academy is fine, right? Yeah, so you do a bit of respec. You should have points, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Refund. And then just have a look at what I did. So I recognize all of this. Yeah, we go into block, huh? Get into block over here. 1, 2, 3. And then I think the block spell damage per block attack damage. There we go. 5 points. And then 1, 2 more of this. Ellie res when holding a shield. Kind of nice as well, of course. I'll be close to res capped. Yeah, exactly. Now I'm coughing. Yeah. Seems pretty cozy. Yeah, it's super cozy, man, and it's not stopping either. Like you can quite easily just progress. Like I'll try. Let's see how far we get, right? Not really doing the league mechanic then, but I'm still on a 4-link, for example. Level 65 apparently, completed the campaign. Last time I did all the league mechanic stuff, so I was completely over leveled. I think I was level 75 or something when I exited the campaign. Which is a bit much, right? Like that is not exactly required, you would think. But yeah, otherwise should be fine. Yeah, I got a whole build up. Video, mobalytics, POB. Like it's all there. Loot filter even. Here, now I had to resummon him, right? But soon you will not have to resummon him at all. But he still burns the whole map, huh? No issues. Well, let's take those. And he'll move. Yeah, he'll move faster too. I think in maps like this, it's actually going to be significant advantage. Oh, here, unique map. This is one of the most terrible maps that that are out there. Huh? I'm picking up the flasks. I need to find. I need to be able to craft a blood immunity flask, which I don't have right now. Now I could trigger my current one. Seems like possibly not an amazing idea, but I could. Which part am I taking? Attack damage per 5, yeah. And then go to the max size. You also notice that I'm taking a lot of... it's a very defensive build as well. Basically from the get-go, because I figured you just don't really need that much stuff. So in the notes, I put the trees here. So this is the first tree. Copy. Just like no need to think about anything. Still, the link still working. The link is still working. There we go. This is what we're going. This is what we're going for. Okay, so first points into that because we need Katarina, right? Did I talk to him? Yes. Okay, time to go home. Only downside being playing min. What? Minions. Downside. Downside. What do you even mean? This has 20% movement speed. I like that actually. And this has got some other stuff too. Let's see what happens. Defense. Yeah, okay, but I can fix that, right? Purity elements, frost blink. Whoop. I need some lightning res. I can fix that, I think. I like the life. I don't think I need strength. So if I want to get a move on, I shouldn't waste like too much time over here, right? Oh, here's my wand. I was like, did I sell it? I couldn't imagine that I sold that wand. Okay. Yeah, good. So I want to trigger on this thing. This is a great wand. Trigger, you desecrate, you offer, and you curse, right? I think that is the trigger. So I want 1 green and then 2 blue. Ideally not at the bottom, but I don't think we're gonna care about it too much, in all honesty. Oh, does it have a suffix? Oh, ooh, it doesn't have a suffix. It's a suffix, right? The trigger. Yeah, it's a suffix. Okay. Yeah, there's no way I can fix that, I'm afraid. I mean, okay, there is with divines and whatnot, but not anytime soon. Okay. Shame. We'll get another. We'll get another. It's fine. Yeah. Can I... Does this have open suffix? No, it doesn't. Any other open suffixes anywhere else? For resistances. Lightning, fire. What do I need? Lightning. Ah, we're good. Let's just keep mapping. I don't really need it. Next time, exactly. What I do need though is this. Indeed, great. That's all I want really. I don't really care about anything else. And these, should I just like at least slam something on them? Not less duration though, that is fine. Reduced chances, fine. Less duration, don't do less duration though, right? Chill. Charge recovery. Avoid being ignited. I mean, that is already what I'm doing. This is also pretty bad. Avoid being stunned. Yeah, I'll take it, sure. Alright, great. Excellent. Maps. Mappies. Is this the mappies? It is. Okay. Do it like this, I guess. Dunes. Bone Crypt. Shipyard. The Sanctum thing. What level is that? Level 1. Great. Fling an orb of binding on these things, and then I don't know, this, right? I even have a regex for this, right? If I can run it or not. So it's all good. Okay, let's start with this, I guess. Need some points, right? Next league, sir. Gloves, ring, amethyst ring, not bad. Okay. What's up with all the uniques? But yeah, sure, I'll take it. We can give that also to the homie, yeah? So it's not wasted for the most part. Heavy belts. A calling wand. That's potentially good, right? Okay.
Greeting.
Let's see. That's bad. I mean, chaos damage does not bypass energy shield. But it's not gonna... does it matter? For the homie? Yeah, I'll give it to him. Sure. What is this? Attack speed, attack and cast speed. That's good. And it's got the open suffix. Yeah, I'll take it. It's fine. And is this something for the homie? Crit chance. I mean, I'll just give it to him. And this, yeah, okay, it's a max roll. And I can craft some res on there. I should probably take it. And probably equip it too. But my current rings are pretty decent. So if I get lightning res over there, what is the worst one? This is the worst one maybe? I'm not gonna equip this. Okay. Now let's first color it, because that is I think the limiting factor right now. I just don't have a whole lot of resources. Yeah, let's color it. I got 7, see? This is fine. Trigger. Do I have 3 chaos is the question. According to this, no, but let's see if it's actually true. See? Not true. Can't equip my haste anymore. Well, can't win them all. We'll figure that out later. Give this to the homie, this to the homie. This we'll figure out later. Put a desecrate on there and then the flash offering. Where is it? It's in my offhand, I think. Here we go. I've been leveling that flash offering. I'll just do a Tempest Shield for now. I guess I won't. Purity of Elements, Simmers, with a boss Convocation, Automation, Shield Charge. Minion damage, Unleash, SRS. Okay. I could self-cast Convocation, but a bit much maybe. I can put a red, like a red aura in here. Right, reservation. Something that helps. I could do anger, I guess. Or I just say, fuck it, and we go a determination, but I think anger is fine for the time being. Oh no, it makes no sense because my... No, you shouldn't do anger because my... I get anger from my ascendancy. No, let's take determination then. That's fine. Alright. We're gonna be a little slower, but we'll figure that out over time. It's okay. Next map. Shipyard, Tier 1.
Pleased with yourself? Feel all high and mighty, a powerful god slayer.
Like not interacting with any league mechanic right now is of course, like it sets you back significantly, right? I would probably have at least, oh, I would have at least a 5 link and some pretty broken chest piece right now. If I would be doing the league mechanic, right? And maybe I will just for that a bit of provisioning, right? Just so that I can craft at least some pieces. Because I think with Mirage you will get it. You will still have access to the tree. I don't think you should go for it straight away, but you will still have access to it. Yeah, my bad. I should also pick up another Spectre, by the way. I wonder if the guaranteed 5 link from Act... Yeah. We'll get a new guaranteed 5 link though. Octavian said as much. So it will just, I think it will just be replaced by a new one. Yeah, it's in the, it was in the oh, my graph thing is full, of course. Yeah, because I still have the original one. Yeah, it was in the Q&A with Siggy. A gold ring.
Go with courage. Hello.
Fell asleep halfway through the reveal. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Let's see. 30% movement speed. Okay. Okay, sir. 41 int. 40 lightning, dex, life. That seems also an upgrade. I get a lot of upgrades here. Ground loot is saved. And then this thing. 50 gold res, minus 8 fire, and reduced mana reservation efficiency. And reduced rarity. Shame. Could have been amazing. I'm gonna sell a bunch of stuff, by the way. Like all of these, I already know I'm never going to use them. Like that is already a given. So let's just get it over with. I do this every league. I save up shit. And I just never... It's just never getting used, right? All of these never getting used. This claw thing though. Is it King's March? No, that's not what I want. It is 8. F8. Memory of the Keepers. Hello. Thank you. Boop. Boop. What do you do first? I think go to the 6 links, right? First. Got nothing. Oh, but I gotta wait. Do that quickly. And then I do have them. But I got some things at least. Let's see if I can make a thingy. I can make a thingy.
She is pleased. She be at peace.
Did she like that? She did kind of like it. Okay, anything goes, right? As long as there is something. What is this? Here's burning message. When commanded, I don't want when you apply exposure. Also not amazing. Minions have maximum life. It's fine. This is all I take. It's fine. And then this.
She will soon bear fruit. The tree drive them back.
2 points. It's this and then this, right? And also here. Okay. Good. Let's see. Also movement speed. For the homie maybe. Right, that's for the homie, that's for the homie, that's for the homie. And this we just sell.
Fight for Rayclast.
Okay. Completely new outfit for the homie. Great. Time to get home and map. It's gonna be so nice if this thing never despawns. Like the quality of life that brings is really pretty nuts. Because he's just always gonna be whacking away at these guys, like for free, effectively. Does weapon swapping cause you to lose specters? Only if you have equipped specters in the weapon. Or if the weapon provides +1 and because of that you lose the maximum specters, then one of the specters will turn into a corpse. Yeah, I have disabled weapon swapping on all builds, by the way. Like, I don't want to accidentally press those buttons. It's risky, I'll say that. Yeah, it's risky. Would not recommend.
Greeting.
What's this? A new challenger?
It's my turn to rip the exile. No. I choose absolutely. I just can't.
The weak deserve. I've seen you. They'll never even suspect us.
I'll help you, Scary. Hatmus.
Artemis, I can take them. They're yours. There's plenty more where that cat.
Witness the start of a new world order. This, if you can't, thank you. Please put the knife.
You did it! You exposed the center! I can destroy this rift. I just need time.
It's also a pretty excellent build for events like this. Because I'm not sure why there is like a crab in here. I got a possessed monster somehow. But other than that, normally, under normal circumstances, when you don't have like a giant crab messing everything up here, this is pretty good because you got like heat-seeking minions, right? So you don't really have to do anything. They will do everything for you. Normally you can just like stand here, chilling a little bit, while they kill everything for you. Fire and ignite resistant monsters isn't going to work out too well. Are chaos that built like Blighted Contagion SSF viable? I don't know. I don't play it, at least. I think most are viable. I think the question is more, is it a good league starter? And that I am not sure of. Okay, we're also gonna take some of these. Recover life on minion death. And what else? Effective offerings. Sure. Oh. Okay. We're out. No, not King's March. I gotta stop going to King's March.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Beware of the enemy.
Yeah, links. I think there's... Isn't there another link thing? But okay, we do this and then less dex, right? Less chance for dex. I think that's good. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Anything good? Strength and dex. Golden chaos. Fire and chaos. Huh. Decent, right? Practically a low life, but there's no life on this thing either. Really not bad.
Beware of the enemy.
I think I can equip this. I may have just killed my Spectre, which for now is not a problem, but you should watch out a little bit when doing this kind of bullshit. Minion damage, unleash, melee, splash. And then elemental damage with attacks. Okay, just need lightning res, which I still cannot craft, but we're getting there, I feel. Where was I going with the... This way. Through Alva, okay. Is it Act 8? No, it's Act 6, right? For is it Act 6? The Western Forest? No, the Southern Forest, I think. This is gonna be super scuffed, but there's not much, there's not a whole lot I can do about this. I don't have another way to get like a proper a host chieftain. Okay, this didn't take all that long. Get the flesh offering out of here. Get the host chieftain as a specter. And the Carnage chieftain should also be in here somewhere. Still. I think if I go to my hideout, aren't they expected to show up a little more over there, perhaps? Yeah, you see here? There they are, all of them. Host, Scarecrow, Carnage Chieftain, there we go. Carnage Chieftain. Okay. 2 apes. Flesh offering back, and now summon Bob. There's Bob. Okay, we're all good. Sell this. Okay. Fine. More maps. I think trying just to progress sort of ASAP, right? I think that is the message, kind of. So I'll just slam stuff on there. I think these can all be run by the looks of it. Otherwise we'll figure out soon enough, I guess. You want a few units to record in ultra-wide aspect ratio, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate that. There are sometimes people in the comment section that really do not appreciate that. But yeah, it's I like it too, because I also watch my own videos on the big screen, so there's that. And it works if you have a somewhat okay phone, nothing crazy, just a somewhat okay phone. I think it looks better too. So yeah, I like it. Some people give me a hard time about it though, but yeah, you can't win them all, you know.
Our dirty little deal is over, exile. On board.
Not in this place of filth. I'm afraid the only
Gruesome.
They don't call me Gobberman.
Look, Guff's a nice guy.
Whoa!
Keep your word or lose your head.
All I'm trying to do here is get them to rank 3 as soon as possible, and then just sacrifice them for intelligence, right? That is all I'm really trying to do here.
You surprise me, Hilda.
Thanks for the build. I'm testing it and almost Act 3. It's faster than I expected. Yeah. The tree should be fine at least throughout the campaign. The tree? Sorry, what tree? Oh, the passive tree. We got so many trees these days. The passive tree. I think the passive tree is fine if you play a little careful. Yeah. I agree. How is Absolution scaling in the endgame? I don't know. I'm not playing Absolution. I guess we could have gotten the specters from here, but just do it like this. That's nice, because that means I can have another graft. Was that the boss? Oh, that was the boss as well. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. I'm missing one, huh? Yeah, I'm missing one. Let's do the last one too. It's ritual after all. I might get lucky. Oh, don't blame myself for missing this guy. What else am I doing here? Oh yeah, I'm moving towards more defense over here. Cold res and then max res. Fine. No corpse. I think I'll just retry. I'll probably pick up the chromatics though, right? I don't think I care too much about the rest. You might get lucky with a corpse. Getting a corpse is hard though, I will say. So pick this up. Yeah, don't pick. You don't pick much else up, I think. I mean, this is decent, right? In essence, some of these. All right.
Hello.
14 all res. I mean, decent, but yeah, I don't have the sockets for it per se, huh? Although I don't need many sockets, I guess. Can you craft minion stuff from there? Strength and dex. Strength and dex. And then life. It's probably better than this. I lack 20 gold res though, but I can spare 20 gold res. That's okay. I could even craft if I want to. This is just plain bad, right? Yes. Then it's blue. That's the only downside of it. Otherwise decent, because most of this is pointless. Alright. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, I think so. Almost capped. I need lightning res. Can't I craft that on here maybe? I can. Yeah, okay, let's fix it and then we're done, right? Just a cheap one. Okay, now res capped. Minus 16 chaos. Could be a lot worse, I will say. Yeah. Could try to turn this into something. That green socket over there is very promising for my haste aura. Can I miss any of the things I'm running here? Not really. It should have 1 green and 3 blues. It's not unheard of to get that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Frostblink, haste. So I don't care about determination. I can level it in the offhand though. Right. Purity of elements, summon skitter bots. Yeah, and then we're pretty much in business. Enable the auras. Right. Still capped. More than capped even. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Will you use the new ascendancy notes? No, I don't think so. I don't. They're nice, but they're not. They're not better for this, right?
Shall see how far you can be pushed.
No, I don't think you you should / need to. Those notes are more also by those notes are more for like dominating blow, builds where you are also doing damage yourself. I'm not doing damage myself, right? It's purely minions in my case. So for me, that doesn't make like a whole lot of sense. But if you have a dominating blow and you have a weapon and you do some damage yourself, then then I think it's pretty good.
Let's kill this son. This one's going to hurt, isn't it?
Tanu Ani, not bad.
If you think that death, you should have. And the strong get stronger.
And the new belts, yeah, also not. Because you want the Darkness Enthroned, right?
There's only one. It is the card we wait to get.
Death's the only option.
Interrogate.
I must confess, consider us even.
Yeah, it's not gonna beat the Darkness Enthroned.
Death was such a gift. Every time you kill me, would you like to? And now you see that I am but one piece.
Enter. She will soon bear fruit. Your bond be ever vigilant.
Nice. Yeah, we'll take body armors, huh? Burst equipment, body armors. Oh, and here, I don't know what you do actually. Do you do anything? Anywhere else? No.
Can you drive them back?
I have a 5 link, but it requires 183 dex. Wait, I did less dexterity, didn't I? Less chance to have dexterity. Yeah, okay. And then I want more chance to have intelligence and more chance to have strength, right? That is what I want, but I didn't get it, so... Although this is a 5 link, which somehow is not showing on my filter. A little strict, maybe. But okay. Fair enough, because you probably can't equip it anyway.
Beware of the enemy.
Thanks for the sub, Brody boy. I appreciate it.
Hello.
Let's see. Anything good? Live? Chaos res, right? Always. Lightning, lightning, triple lightning and chaos res. Let's see what that does. That's good. It's positive chaos res. I'll take it. Yeah, and I'll put the rest out of there. Whoop whoop. Down next. Because I'm done, right? Yes. Oh, it also says completed. Huh. We will need to level multiple SRS. Yeah, you probably should. I also probably should. So, it's gonna be a good practice to level some SRS gems in the offhand, right? Just to make sure. But right now I'm leveling in the offhand stuff that I want on a 5 and 6 link. So I think I'm leveling elemental focus, I'm leveling multi-strike, and I'm leveling minion damage.
See this? Stay pure. Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower. Let's see what this tower can really do. Exile, are you going to build a tower as I've so kindly requested? Divine power. Hello? Please do not test my limits. Patience is not something I can...
Show me what you're capable of.
You won.
If you think you will have to cut the...
Are you? You're starting to figure it out, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes. But there's more going on than you possibly.
Yeah, you're not gonna be getting that many oils at the start, but hey. A man can dream, I guess. I think I forgot in the previous map to loot Froon's head. Which means I can't get a second graft. My bad, I guess.
Emperors have become trapped by their own machines, Riker. Take care.
I don't care.
There's an opportunity.
I'm no traitor or traitor.
I will not be too hard on him, Exile.
There is much.
Just a glimpse, Exile.
really doing?
Keep your word or lose your head.
That's pretty smooth, huh, so far. It's gone quite well. Making my way to ritual. Strength and dex. Strength and dex, and then this is lightning res. It does kind of the same thing as this one, but yeah, it's about equal, I guess.
Hello.
Minions have movement speed and all res. It's not terrible. If I have some time, if I have some like spare stuff, I could some spare res, for example. I can do it, I guess. And about absolution skill? What do you mean? I'm not using absolution. Another ritual. Very nice. SRS is just a great all-rounder. Like, it doesn't excel at anything, but it can do anything. Is at least how I see the build. Right, it's gonna be decent at content like this, for example. Where you just, like, I knew it was gonna be good at this, right? I can just stand here and wait and press the button. And most of the time, be fine, right? Don't have to do much here. So this is a good build for that kind of content. Ritual, you know, that sort of thing. But it can do anything. I mean, I made a whole bunch of videos about it last week, and I did the entire game. I killed Uber bosses, Uber pinnacle bosses, everything. But it doesn't really excel at anything, I would say. It's just a good all-rounder, very nice league starter, and yeah, that's I think the purpose as sort of the main selling point as well, right? Smooth Atlas completion, yeah. It's just a good league starter. But I think good league starters don't excel at anything, right? Like, aren't good league starters supposed to be good all-rounders so that you can actually do the content that you like? What should be the third Spectre if you not have anything? If you not had... So you mean a non-ritual third Spectre? Is that the question? What is a good non-ritual third Spectre? I mean, I typically don't have 3 Spectres if I don't already have one from Ritual. I don't think you should have 3 Spectres, in all honesty. If you don't have Ritual corpses, then there's no reason to spec into additional Spectres. Right? So I never have 3 Spectres and then one of them not being from Ritual. That is just not a thing. This is a very nice ring. I'll take it. And 17 Chaos is also quite nice. Sorry, not Chaos, Chromatic. This is also not bad. All of this is pretty much not bad. And here more. Okay. I'm mostly here, of course, for corpses, but okay. What else am I doing? Yeah, the rest I'm taking the corrupted blood immunity. Yeah, that's good, I think. I'm anointing practical application. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Hello.
Minions deal 16% increased damage, yeah. Cold lightning and then also a good bit of life. These are really good boots. Okay. I just need 1 green. Come on. Okay. And then this. Let's see. Defense. Yeah, but let's enable the auras again, right? What if I do this? Okay, my fire res got absolutely hammered if I do that. All right. Well, we'll put it in the stash. It's a decent ring. Decent enough at least. I can craft fire res on the boots, for example. I don't have to. It's fine. Let's get hand mouth going. What will be a good 7 link? Yeah, I think level 1. Level 1 ruthless, for example, pretty good. Just to say one thing.
She is pleased.
Okay. That is at least a 5 link. Pretty decent item, huh? This is even more decent item. With gold res. Okay, that should set me up for success, I think. Yeah, I think level 1 ruthless, level 1... there's a few. 3 red and 2 blue. No, I need at least 3 blue, I think. This should be doable. There go my specters again, which is fine, I guess. Melee splash, LE damage, SRS, unleash. And then what else? LE focus? No, minion damage, right? And then I just put LE focus in there, I think. I need this to be like 3 blue, 1 red. Wait. The chances of that happening are not like crazy high, but let's see. Yeah. I think just fuck it to an extent. Those specters are not like crazy good or something for me right now, so let's just wait. I'll just wait it out. I will spend some of this over there. This is a pretty decent item, should keep me going, and I'll just fish for... I could gamble, I guess. Wait, let's just gamble, right? Gamble a random energy shield helmet. There we go. I just need a bit of fire res on that thing, can I? I can. There we go. Let's spend 1 elch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's remove the flesh offering and get those guys back up. 1, 2. Right, my 2 monkeys. Okay, great. Alright, more maps, let's go. As long as it doesn't reflect. That is that's the only sort of thing that I really cannot deal with. Everything else should be fine, I feel. Here, so here is a reflect. There, alright. Let's go. Hello, are you only on YouTube? Yes. Yeah. I'm just not a big fan of Twitch. It's reasonable, I think, to be on a 5 link in this context. I think a 6 link is probably not reasonable. And I don't think I need a 6 link either. This is probably more than good enough for... yeah, for just the content. I'm not gonna do Alpha for the most part. Now that I think about it, we can use these coins in each slot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I did a little bit of that. So I made some... yeah, I looked at like what could be good. And I wrote that in a script as well. I'll probably publish that video tomorrow. The script is all done. But there are way more combinations. Although you'd have to get significantly luckier, right? And spend all your time leveling up gems. Because you need level 20 gems. It's balanced around that primarily, I feel. So it's not like completely bonkers. But you can get faster attacks on a shield charge. You can get... you can get arrogance on an aura. You can get... I got a few more combinations that I thought were like interesting. What else did I think was interesting? Well, you can get something nice on your specters, right? Like you can minion speed, combustion. Like you can get something pretty decent on your specters. Could even have like shenanigans with maybe Hex Curse or whatever that's called, right? So I think a bunch of options. Here, let me get you guys the script. Here. Shield charge, faster attack, frost blink, arcane surge, convocation, automation, hopium. As in, because this is a max level gem, so that would mean you can just like spam this on convocation. I technically it should work. Will they make it work? We'll see. Animate Guardian with minion speed or something. Golems with Feeding Frenzy. Like level 1 Feeding Frenzy on a golem. Insane, right? Would save you a slot. Auras, Arrogance, any skill, life tap. Right? All of these are great.
Greeting.
I'm missing Bob, am I not? Bob is not here. I'm looking at these icons, and I'm like, we're missing someone. Bob was not in the picture, guys. No, go towards ritual, right?
Greeting.
14 auras. With some decks. I mean, maybe. What's in slash play now? Should be about 7 hours and a bit. I'll check for you in a second. So doing what, tier 4? Tier 3? Yeah, I think if I can keep pushing, I might be able to do the like 2 void stones in maybe, I don't know, 11 hours or something. Which would probably be a record for me, in all honesty. But I'm not sure I will, because I'm not focusing on map sustain, so yeah, might face some issues there. So we'll see. Here. I'll explain. Yeah, exactly. 7 hours, 38 minutes. Yeah, you can easily take 1 hour off. Easily, right? A fractured dex roll. Not bad, actually.
Greeting.
Do I know you? You wear a mask. Your eyes.
The more tightly the gears still rotate. But
You! Confuse me, you did. Snap your little neck for that. My head still hurts. Making a new... Hard to make new friends, it is. Guess I was better as a merchant than a fighter. Just do it.
Yuck! That was time to see how the paupers live, I suppose.
I do wonder though, like I've played Absolution. Are you gonna have this in rank or in
It's worse than I feared.
how should I put it? Like, is this what Absolution early mapping gonna look like? I very much doubt it, right? Like even after the buffs. Like don't you have to like do way more yourself in when you're playing Absolution? I don't think Absolution is gonna be like as comfortable as this, personally. Absolutely horrible. Also high. Hey, Totamo. The one and only Totamo. If the Reliquarian has good uniques for minions, do you think she's going to be viable? I mean, viable, sure. Better than this? Probably not. It's hard to beat this ascendancy, I feel, in many ways. I mean, it's not really getting a lot of love, I feel, from the community, the Guardian, but yeah, I think it's pretty good. What can I say? I think it's pretty solid, super tanky. Like you do way more than enough damage, right? It's not like you need a shitload of damage if you look at this, right? Yeah, I don't know, but I also don't feel like I really need to defend it. It's just a build that I like and that I share with you in the hopes that you also like it. And people that have played it, they like it a lot. So it's like, you know, that is fine, isn't it? Okay, let's buy some maps before.
Stay vigilant.
The Guardian is super nice. My only cause of Guardians in past were to constantly summon the big guy. Yeah, exactly. They solved one of them, indeed. Is Guardian Necro due to tankiness? It's just a different build. But Guardian is not really suitable, in my opinion, for Poison SRS, right? If your plan is to play Poison SRS, then start with the Necro, I would say. That to me seems to make a lot more sense. This, for me, is just a good starter, and then you can do whatever you want, right? That's at least how I look at it. Jungle, Valley and Mesa. Well, we can run a double Mesa, I guess. If it doesn't reflect elemental damage, that is. Alright. Atoll, Shore, Cemetery.
Stay vigilant.
Keep your life to your own. Greetings.
Monster Alley. No reflect, right? Okay, now we can grind a little bit. I have done Ubers, yeah. It is in a series of videos on the channel.
Hello.
Are you going for rituals in Atlas because they're removing Karak? No. I like rituals, first of all, so that's a good reason. And you want ritual for the Spectre corpses. And I think in general, ritual gives just a lot of good gear also in SSF. Like you can get 5 links from ritual, 6 links from ritual, and you know, if the tree is not completely broken anymore, then I think the ritual is a good alternative to get some upgrades and gear and whatnot. Has anything changed with the skill dispatch, or is old POB still count? Yeah, the old POB is still pretty much accurate. I will make a video tomorrow, most likely, where I'm going over some of the changes, but it's like, it's very minor. So if you do !POB right, yeah, in this chat, you will get the POB, and it is still 99% accurate, right? Wait, is this a bitter dream? Yeah, I think it is.
Did you wish wish to join the other corpses, exile? Oh, please.
It's over, Brinerot.
Just
Yuck! That was vivid. Time to espionage.
When passing to the ritual, is it worth getting lost in transit? Lost in transit. What is lost in transit? What is lost in transit? I don't see it. Do I have it? Lost in transit. I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I'm really bad at this stuff. I might just beeline to block breach. Yeah, I might do that too. I don't know. I'm not gonna block anything, by the way, because if you block stuff, think about it. It will also be blocked for the Mirage, right? And I'm not sure that's a great idea. I'm not sure you want to be blocking stuff from the Mirage perspective. Ah, a little bit of respec towards extra Spectre. Right. Oh, this is not gonna work. Wait. Scour. I caught it just in time. Here. Better. Less recovery is not so great, but it's fine.
Greetings.
It is a bitter dream. Yeah, we can sell it for Ellie Pen. Can't you? Can't we? Can't you don't you get Ellie Pen from this? Oh no, that's the other version. Ah, still, it's a hypothermia. Who knows? Yeah, it's the node for the lost ship. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that is pretty good, but that is really only good if you also have either a bunch of scarabs, right, that put the nodes on there, the ore, or if you spec into ore on the Atlas. I think otherwise it's not worth it, because it only does something if you spawn ores, right? And if you don't spawn ores, then yeah, it's kind of pointless.
Know where you're going? I believe you.
Those are not the tapestry we weave. Is Yeah, there's a reason why I did not have quest tracking enabled, and it just messes up, I think, everything in the
in the UI. It's a bit of a mess.
Sorry, Gaff, but you're out. Too untrustworthy.
No back to the bed. Oh, just do it.
Yuck! That was
Rot in that. Bird.
Savor these last breaths.
The champ is here. What? The roaring crowd?
Oh, it's a bitter one. Hmm.
Automate a little more showy.
allegiance.
Cold-blooded betrayal. That's what I am.
I've seen you. And the strong get stronger.
Not great, huh? At least you got a little bit of space in this area. When you start going to the abyss nodes, second tree. I personally do that second tree. I'm not gonna take this bitter node. They can go screw themselves. That is a complete disaster if you take that one. This is kind of okay. Let's just hope we get something decent in 2 pools, huh? Oh, we have a 4th even. Well, maybe. Not much. I'm really fishing for those corpses, so I'm gonna be fairly strict about it, and I don't think I care about like too much else from the reward. Also a bit in the interest of time. I'd be looking a little bit longer at like actual league start at this thing, but
I doubt even back. The Inquisition, I assume.
Leave mask on. I don't.
I'm afraid your methods are brutal. You remind me.
Better a deal than having to kill you, old man.
this is also just kind of the tainted blast. I feel like I'm strong enough. So first tree is ritual shrines and harvest. Not even shrines, I don't think. No. And also definitely not harvest. No, ritual, maps, and that's it. Just ritual and maps. But I mean, that is just how I like to play the game, you know? It's not for everyone. Already mentioning that.
Hello.
Still going strong, making lots of progress. Yeah, we're doing well. It's tier, what is this, 4? But we're like, yeah, it's going well. Level 79. Oh, it's 2 of them. Nice. Yeah, this is really not a bad amulet, I think. Yeah, full res and a boatload of attributes. So we'll just equip that. It's a good one.
They've come to you to die. You are their mercy.
I stay true to my word. I never back down.
I guess we should talk. There's only one.
You show on. I choose.
Who's that really? Exile?
I will be cruel in my methods, because he can take.
Are you? You're starting to figure it out. I can see it in your eyes. But there's more going on than you.
It's also a great build for ritual. Like, you can just stand there. It's a good build for like all of these types of league mechanics. I think it should be pretty good with Mirage as well, I expect. I don't really see any any issues in that sense.
If you cut, thank you. Please.
Another divine vessel, not bad. I mean, I guess I'll take oils.
Hello.
I'll take the maps, of course. Safe behind a rock. Or maybe not. No one saw that. What else? Okay, more life, and then save these points, and then what else? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, there's more. Another rock. Maybe I'll move along though. That might actually be safer. It feels like a lot of juice, but it isn't really. Chevron's item. I mean, fine, right?
Hello.
Let's see, that's bad. This is also pretty bad. And that is also pretty bad. I could quickly deliver the hand, right?
Welcome back. Drive them back.
She grows behold, yeah. And going to what do I want? I want chaos, right? For example.
She is pleased.
Not really like amazing, but I suppose, you know, currency, I'll take it. Is there a way to craft +1 minion, +1? Not really, no. You are supposed. Either you just find a +1, right? They're not that incredibly rare, and then either do a bit of meta crafting, like lock prefix, stuff like that, right? That's an option you have. Or the better option, I would say, but it will take a bit more investment, perhaps. Bound fossils, right? Just spam bound fossils on a minion wand and a minion shield, and there is a very decent chance that you'll hit +1. But you don't need it, at least not while just progressing maps, right? It's more like a late game upgrade. I would just like pick up pieces from the ground, identify pieces from the ground, and yeah, basically take it from there. They're like this, right? Convening ones. Just pick those up. They're on the filter, so I would try to get this in endgame in SSF. Yeah, you do go for that in endgame in SSF, because then +1 to levels first of all is a big upgrade, whereas now +1 is, I mean, it's fine, but it's not massive, right? Yeah, it's more. I think it's more of an endgame upgrade. Oh, what's this? A Viridian Jewel. I will start SRS and want to clear all. Yeah, you can, man. It's as long as you follow the build, you should be good. Looking forward to playing this build on League Start. Yeah, I've played Poison SRS before, but not this variation. When I'm bored, I will transition to other stuff I want to play. Yeah, I think that's a good mindset, right? Like, I do the same thing, basically. That seems like a healthy thing to do. I hope the Mirage Ritual, I have like a bit of hopium. I hope the Mirage Ritual will spawn like insane Spectre corpses, right? That's my hopium. That like the imperfect ritual summons like insane Spectre corpses. I mean, what else are they gonna give me, right? Because I think every mechanic has something that you will get from Ritual. Every mechanic does. I'm pretty sure. They didn't say that, right? But I think that is how they are setting it up. To me, that would make a lot of sense, right? I read your guide to use my spec to find a ritual. This onslaught plus call is OP or... Yeah. Well, don't use any spectre, right?
Hello.
But indeed, get the one that is in the guide. Indeed, the what is it? The forest warrior. The forest warrior is great. Can I just slot this in? What does this do for me? Because I have a socket. And nothing to put in there anyway. What does it do? Templar. Damage penetrates res. Oh, that's so bad, dude. Okay. Do I have a jewel at all? I do have a jewel. And this does nothing for me either. By the looks of it. Okay, well. Fine. More maps. A time for more maps. Let's see. Let's start at tier 5. There we go. Anything else that I have yet to complete? Doesn't look like it. Tier 6, Promenade, Arsenal. Oh, and this, Spider Forest, Grave Through, Trough. True Trough. Okay, quick check. YOLO tier 16s. I can run all of these, okay. Go. Yeah, the Spectre. Yeah, so take the any for. Oh, you can take any Forest Warrior, right? Any of them is good. The culling is just a bonus. You don't need culling, and all of the Spectres have onslaught, even though the game says they don't, right? But the game is lying to you. All of the Forest Warriors have onslaught. So you don't have to worry about that.
We should solve this with... Oh, it's hard. Consider it done.
Shall we call some fountains of...
Deeply disappointing. What a way. The tapestry we weave is complex indeed.
Ah. Abyss. Nice.
I'd prefer peace if I had the choice, but I don't. Not here. Dominus ex.
Better a deal than.
Greeting.
I missed one. Interesting. It's fine. So I'm running these so that I can do Katarina. That is the rationale behind this. Now whether I'll be doing Katarina in this run is not super relevant, but Katarina is the 4th ascendancy.
This work?
I'm going to kill you, Giannis.
Are you gonna kill? You're starting to figure it out, aren't you? I can see it in your...
Also, you get decent-ish gear from these guys. Or at least you can get decently-ish gear from these guys. Where is this thing going? It's crossing half the map. Hello? Okay, yeah, sure, that's a way. What the fuck was that? Yeah, it will happen occasionally, I guess. It might have been ritual balls, right? You kind of should try and keep moving, I think, with ritual. Because you can't actually see the balls. But the ritual balls will kill you at this stage of the build. I mean... Later, you can just tank all of that. But right now, not yet. And you can't see it, right? You cannot see the balls, so... Should try to fix that. There were a few there, yeah. It's probably the balls, combined perhaps with the chaos damage, because I'm also at negative chaos res, so that's not helping. Alright, let's see. Ooh, here, there's one. But it's bad. I mean, it's bad, but I'll take it. Because I don't have anything better. And I'm about to have 3 specters, so... I'll take the black oil too. Yeah. It's, I mean, he at the very least he provides a debuff.
Greetings.
So he does something. He doesn't do much, but he will do something, right? It's okay. Strength and int. Hello?
Hello.
Do not disappoint her.
Was not pleasant. Consider me miffed.
Kind of sold on Guardian. Yeah. Yeah, it's really smooth.
When your team
Hillock removed.
should be a may. I may have.
I expect you will come at us with a new strategy.
Let's see if you can earn an honorable kill.
Another moment of your time.
If you think I'm... Was that really? Exile? Good choice. Now listen up.
Yeah, it's not. It scales well too, up to a point at least. But I mean, I'm here pretty smoothly doing what is it, tier 6 on a 5 link. It's gonna be pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Malkun, but it's nice that it drops, I guess. Oh wait, the invitation. Did I get it? Yeah, I did get it. Okay.
Greeting.
Minions deal damage. The attack speed on the minions is pretty good though. I mean, the 17% attack speed that I get on this thing is probably the best mod you can get at the moment, I would think. Pretty close at least. Yeah, it is obliterate indeed. Very much obliterate.
Dirt. Work.
I love a bit of... I will... The Syndicate. Consider it done.
This time, it'll be you begging for
I'll help you, Skill.
Wait! Another deal. Illic has very little on.
You bash. Hate the dog.
You could end my life. I
Oh,
would.
oh no,
Ryan,
no, don't remove all rivalries.
Hello.
Hail, Godslayer.
Yeah, I do follow the abysses, right? I'm not sure at what time. I think at tier 11 they can get into a abyssal depths. But still, like any gem that I would possibly get is an upgrade. Now I have hidden all of the non-minion gems. As you can tell, right? There should be a gem in here, I think, somewhere. Well, it is somewhere, but I can't be bothered. But yeah, any minion gem I would just like slot in the tree. I have a completely useless jewel currently in the tree, so.
Death's the
Automaid, a little more. The Syndicate?
no need for an inquisition.
Pathetic. I can appreciate. Take them. They're yours. There's plenty more where that came from.
This is Ancestors. I will see you again. I choose. Absolute. There's only. The Syndicate's a social machine.
Thus the weak seek to undermine the might. I've seen your strength. Strong and reasonable. I like you, Exile.
Would you pick up all the helmets in SSF? Not all, but I am picking up like decent bases, yeah. You could, if you want to, you can definitely pick up all the helmets just in the hopes to get a +1, but yeah. But I don't have a single +1 on my gear currently. It's not required, but it will help, of course. No, but I'm running a relatively strict loot filter because of progression reasons and because I just don't want to spend my time looking at loot all the time, so yeah. Running this fairly strict. Yeah, I'm actually cruising around yellow maps on a 4-link with 2k life. Yeah, 2k life is maybe a little, you know, that's not that much, but I can see the other stuff, sure. Shouldn't be an issue. I can pick up the circlet, right? In the hopes of it being decent, and then at least I can craft it into something okay. Okay, that's another Spectre. I'm just gonna drop that bird and then see if it's anything. I mean, I know what it is, but lose the flash offering, right? Or I'm gonna blow up the bird. Control E. Okay, nice. Bird. More maps. I'll run both. As a matter of fact, I think I'll run all of these. Just to get a few more. Okay, let's do a quick check. All good. any point running early AG? Not really. I mean, it will do a little bit of damage, right? But I just like leveling it, having it with me, sort of getting used to it, teaching people how it works, right? So, but you typically will not have gear for him on League Start, of course. So there's that.
You will have to cut the words from my mouth.
But I mean, I managed to find a dying breath. Which is pretty lucky, but you know, and you can find other gear and like give it to him. So he can just be like a unique bot, basically. Which I think is fun. You know, that's gotta count for something. You can just give him all the stuff that you don't need. Here, that was the screeching bird. When he does that, it's like a lightning damage debuff on them. Lucky I dropped every... yeah. It's a common drop still, right?
Just keeps trying to leave me. Let me. I'm a talker, yes, but you will have to get me drunk first.
Hmm. Bandits, is it kill all for this build? Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not gonna click on bitter rituals in a map like this. That is just not gonna happen. An incandescent heart, not bad. Man, I wish they made the use guy a permanent summon. You didn't read the patch notes, or? I like going in blind. Yeah, well, they did make him permanent indeed. You're not easy to satisfy, are you?
I'm no
good riddance. Arcana Priest.
Death's too kind for a monster like you.
I'll take a sapphire ring, sure. What are your thoughts of taking Harmony of Purpose instead of Radiant Faith? Harmony of Purpose. Let me check which one that is.
A victory like
Your body is
strong and reasonable. I like you, Exile.
Harmony of Purpose. I think for League Start Guardian is better. Oh, the random shrine? No. The random shrine is terrible. Also, like, shrines on this build are really not that good because they don't apply to your minions, right? So, no. And you don't need shrines, like, you're tanky enough. Oh, we can do a safe house. Nice. This is a pretty nice find, actually. Non-channeling skills. It's bad, it's a shame. Could have been good. Do you use skitterbots? Yes. I am using skitterbots now, right? Yes. What's up next? I'm missing something if this is level 85, by the way. What am I missing? More block? Minions penetrate Kurt Ellie res. Oh yeah, that I can do. There we go. I am running haste, automation, purity of elements, and summon skitterbots. You switched them anyway for Kera Bloodline. The fourth ascendancy is Katarina Bloodline, yeah. You don't run Hein, you're a person forward for Onslaught. I do both. Because they stack, right? You can use something else if you don't want to do haste. Like you can run something more defensive. I quite like haste. I also run Val haste typically. It's just that I don't really have that many Val orbs at the moment, so I can't really sort of reliably get it, you know. Yeah, haste is definitely, it's definitely preference. I mean, I like the quality of life it gives though. And you're so tanky already, so I feel like I can get away with an aura like haste. Which under other circumstances I would basically never pick, right? Ooh, a Cosprey's Will. Excellent. It's for the homie. A +1 curse. There we go. There you go, buddy. Have fun. Right now that's completely pointless because right now I don't really have anything, right? But when I also find SNF's touch, which is not very likely to happen, but or any other curse item, I suppose. Like I can corrupt a glove and then have him curse with those gloves, right? That's an option. It should help out a bit. If I can get like elemental weakness or something like that, should be fun. Oh, another guy. Yeah, okay. Let's see, 5 link. This is a pretty decent ring actually. 10 times orbs of unmaking. Yeah, I don't need that. Purple oil though, maybe. Convoking with nothing on it. Foul Discipline, Vitality, Tempest Shield, Clarity. Yeah, I got Vitality from a Spectre. And Discipline? Yeah, you can run Discipline, I guess. I didn't feel I needed more Energy Shield. But it's, I mean, it's nice. It's nice for the minions too, Discipline. So I can see that.
Hello.
A lot of fire and all res. Like this should beat out on this thing, shouldn't it? Yeah. Pretty nice. And then I got level 23 Zealotry, which I don't exactly need, but sure. Although I lose 101 life. That is a lot of life, I will say. What about this? Oh no. No, okay. It's not an upgrade, I don't think. Yeah, I also run a lot of ritual. I think it's clearly good. Exclamation mark POB. I'm stuck. Yeah, I was looking at the chat to be fair, but okay. Okay, you keep energy shield as a without Eldritch Battering. Yeah, I mean there are many ways to build this. I ultimately go mind over matter at like late game, which provides a bunch of tankiness as well. Thanks for the sub, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh, take this, right? Also another perk of doing ritual. 5 link chain halberd, yeah. You normally would get it from there. Cyclones, ladder raids, rain downs, blades. Oh, another? Yeah, sure. Do another. This, I guess. Raise zombie, 18, sure. The realm is currently down for maintenance. Oh. Okay. That was very short maintenance.
Hello.
Killed me. Now I'll kill you. Make this one last. No. I hate the dark.
Oh, I got another. Run it. All fire. I'll take it. Triple res. Sure. Oh, they're okay, another offering, I guess. It's fine, right?
Hello.
What chance do you using your body armor? Max res and fist taken as typically. I mean, for this build. Yeah, and pretty common, which is also kind of nice. Because you have basically 4 chances to hit the fist taken as, right? Because any element is good Except maybe Chaos, but I am also typically Chaos res capped. Not yet here currently, but I typically would be, so then yeah, then that is even an option. Yeah, me too. It's nice that to also look at others, and you can typically learn something from that as well.
There's only my immediate. I just can't crew. Even an ignoramus. I knew you were sharp.
No space. But in the hideout, I positioned Jan in such a way that I can actually not miss her and her exclamation mark. So we should be good there, I think. Extra life soul eater. Zombies? No. Another 5 link, yeah. I guess just more oils, right? Pretty safe. Are you going to new core belt? No. I also get Testudo, yeah. Or more of a late game thing. But I don't think so. The Darkness Enthroned is hard to beat, right? Let's see. I take apparently more curse effect. I do understand that. Oh, and another 10%. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Hello.
Okay, this ring though, this is a pretty nuts ring. Let's see. Yeah, so it really works for that thing. But do I lose a lot of life? No. If I just craft life, I'm good. Pretty great. We're way overcapped, but that's gonna come in handy sooner rather than later. I don't think I can take that thing off. Although, that's also a great amulet though, right? Yeah, exactly. Perfect for Ellie weakness maps. Agreed.
The goddess is watching.
What's going on here? I'm not interested in that though, right? Am I? I feel like I'm going in the wrong direction, but this must be the right direction, because this always is the right direction. As in, it is the starting zone always ends there. So it cannot really be wrong, I feel. No, it is true. This is correct, in fact. Okay, a golden door. And then this is the annex, yeah, sure.
There's a golden key. There must be a golden door. Let the day dawn, golden with possibility. Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end. The things that slumber should never be awoken. Strike with fidelity. By the goddess, what ambition! Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
You fellas got me hyped, and now I'm sad. Why? You should be happy. We're doing you a favor. I wonder how hard a new Void Stone exceptional gems would be to be. Yeah, I wasn't really I wasn't really using awakened gems, and exceptional, the regular ones I would just find, and you will. That guy was pretty fast, and I think you will still just find them, right? I don't think it's like much of a problem, to be honest. So I think you will drop your Enlighten, your regular one. But the Guardian dude doesn't persist between areas. No, but I mean, you walk into a new area and then you click one button and he will be with you for the rest of the area. I think that is pretty good, dude. That is not where I want to go. Oh, there is a thing. Might as well. Maybe disable traps or something.
A potent little gift from our primitive past.
But additionally unique. Yeah, okay. Pointless. I mean, I think it makes sense that you summon this guy in a way. Look, I'm just happy that they did this, right? I mean, it's a pretty big buff, man.
Aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, you must navigate your empire through troubled waters.
Yeah, I also think it's pretty fair.
Show me your resolve. Your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Guess, right? $30 million to a gem. Yeah, sure. Here, summon Raging Spirit. Right. Oh, do quality actually. That's much better than experience. Yeah, add 10 quality to a gem. Craft. Do not sacrifice it though. 30 million. Craft. There we go. Yeah, okay, I'm doing the same thing. Radiant Flash, yeah, and then at 94, I'm going to Katarina. Yeah, so I just don't bother anymore with the additional efficiency. I think that makes sense as well. I think that is a good thing to do.
Thanks.
Yeah, Feeding Frenzy is on Carrion Golem from me indeed.
Runs in my veins. You will fall here. Good exile. The strongest wins. And one day it will not be me. There's only nothing to hide. Only strength matters.
No, yeah, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, I like it, but it's somewhat preference. I mean, the carrion golem I feel is pretty mandatory. The carrion golem is it's a lot of flat damage for your minions, right? So I think that is pretty good.
Did you think that I would crumble in that prison? I'ma hurt you. Don't lock me up again. I choose. Bye bye. You killed.
You surprised me, Hillock.
I want another moment of your time. Absolute. I just. What a way. Even an ignorant. I knew you were sharp. Listen.
Yeah, carrion is great. I have the stone golem for just some taunt and a little bit of life regen. I kind of like it, but clearly not required. But I got everything else sorted. Like the stone golem is one of the things that I do drop if I for example have, you know, like too many auras or something that I want to slot in or stuff like that, right? Then the stone golem is one of the first things that leaves. But I do quite like it. I think he also provides 20% defenses these days, right? And I have some golem effect, so... And the golem effect that I'm running is untouched in the next patch. So that is quite nice, I feel. Oh, another ring mill. Or another 5-link, I should say. Not sure. I am currently equipping a ring mill, but can have a look.
Greetings.
That's okay, but it's nothing crazy, right? Mine is a little better, clearly, because it's from the tree. I think we'll talk with you. He's got nothing. Is there a mission? There's one mission. Factory. Or factory. I'll take factory, I think. I want to do sync only for do you bargain with all. What you do is you get everyone to, or not everyone, but you get people to level 3 as soon as possible by executing them, right? Or yeah, no, executing them, and then you interrogate them at level 3, so you can get to Katarina. Nothing there though, right? Wrong mask. Shame.
Hello.
Enough to be respectable. Barely.
Lava Lake, Port, City Square, Courtyard, Moon Temple.
The job
Sure.
never ends.
Greeting.
Cannot region. Okay. Let's try that again. What do you think about the new Guardian node? I mean, I think it's good if you're playing something like Absolution or what's the other one? All the stuff that got buffed basically, right? Like if you also attack something, well, basically mostly Absolution, isn't it? So if you attack something as well, then it's got synergy. Then I think it makes some sense, right? But if that is not the case, then for this build, the Guardian update didn't really do much in terms of nodes. It's great, of course, that the Radiant Sentinel doesn't disappear anymore. Like that's amazing, clearly. So I'm very happy with that. But the other nodes, yeah, it's for a different type of build. I think they're cool, right? I mean, it incentivizes you more to sort of be in the fight with your minions for a more active playstyle. And the same, I'm not sure what that skill or support is called, but the one that has like the floating hammers, right? The floating hammers is a similar thing. I think it's cool. And there's a few more, so I like the sort of package that they that they did there. I think that is good. Guardian retaliate, yeah, possibly. Although, Guardian isn't really great at retaliating, I don't think. But yeah, maybe. I think you would still do a gladiator, but maybe do a bit more of a hybrid version or something. I don't know. Yeah, retaliation skills, like they are incredibly clunky, right? Like they're super clunky. So I'm not sure if that is what you want to do, but yeah, you can.
There.
Wrong corpse. Is it bound? Oh, it's metallic. Holy Strike, yeah, they are. I've ran a couple of leagues, it's fun. The clunkiness, yeah, the clunkiness I think is completely bonkers.
Greeting.
Has anyone tested the summon spectral tigers? And see if minions can proc it. I have not, at least. But if it's on kill, then it should not work, right? Because for on kill to proc, you need to kill and not your minions. Same with mines, for example. Like that will not work for mines. Never noticed the Pharaoh's alt ascendancy gave +1 Spectre. Doesn't it block anything else though?
Greeting.
Looking at path of building, it should tell you though. Like if you hover over the node, I think it blocks everything else, any other minions. Yeah, so I also looked at it, I remember looking at it like, oh wow, that's really good. And then I read the rest, I'm like, oh shit, this is not good.
Death is
Keep your word or lose your head.
You killed me. Now I'll kill you. Make this one yours.
Watch carefully.
No! Don't want to die again. You bash well at.
I know. Look, on the question now, exile, is whether or not you're.
Okay, show your gear. Yeah, sure. I am running a minion wand with only attack speed. A thing, only this carnage. A shield with nothing on it. Res, more res, some life. A 5 link with pretty much nothing but some res. More nothing with res, and movement speed and nothing.
I shall.
Because I have a lot of nothing, yeah. No, but the build is strong, right? Because I'm doing tier 9 without any issues on effectively no gear and a 5 link. Like, if you would be using any league mechanic at this point, you'd have better gear than I have, right? Like, if I would use the crafting tree, I would be on a 6 link probably by now. But yeah, it's alright. I mean, tier 9, so end of yellow maps.
Dawn arise.
Oof, hello, sir. Three out of 4. Am I missing one again? Was there one at the boss? Like no minions are leeching for you? No, no minions are leeching for me. I don't need minions leeching for me. Oh, there we go. One forest warrior as advertised. And a flash offering 123. Effective offering. That is also pretty nice. Okay. Vitality? No, I don't think so. Okay, drop this guy. Do and one host chieftain and one carnage chieftain, and we will not need the bird any longer.
Hello.
There we have our permanent onslaught, so I can also get rid of that flask. I should have something like quartz, I guess. Armor is good. charges is good. Okay, great. The flash offering 123. Yeah, we do the 123. That's good. I think another thing I might do is just put some stuff on this, because like, what are the odds, right, that I'm gonna get something much better? Really not that high. Increased aura effect is great. I don't really want to touch on that thing, but I can touch on this. 6 chaos res, sure. No, that's not what I want. Where's my other or oh, this is the auras, yeah. SRS, Frostblink. Okay, yeah, we're all good, I think. Yeah, and also, slash played, 9 hours 52 minutes.
Do you know what happens to the lamb that wanders into the... Wait! You could hear more. The foundations are shifting, Exile, but I doubt you'll be able to help.
Bad news, I'm afraid. The Exile's no longer the primary target. Extinct. I am not above. Ha! My family.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis. Just not yet.
Fit haste and Val haste in, yeah. Indeed, yeah. So haste is already in the build. Val haste you can do once you have a few Val orbs, right, in SSF. file haste for bosses. I do file haste for mapping as well. I mean, it's nice to press, right? It's like just one. It's basically free damage and movement speed. It works for both, I would say, right? It works for bosses, works for mapping. It's quite nice.
Greeting.
Hey.
Put a move button, let auto trigger. Yeah, it doesn't work with auto trigger though. File haste, right? Like you have to click it yourself. It will only otherwise use it once and then not again.
So ugly.
So that we correct, the targets do not generate from minions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it makes sense. Because every time something says on kill, you have to be the one that is killing something, otherwise it will not work.
They are plotting against you.
Yeah. A little too ambitious on my end, but I just leveled up, so I thought, let's take a bit of risk there, but no. What is this jewel? Is it good? Cause bleeding, blind, life, and mana. I mean, I'll take it. Ideally they taunt, but blind is good. And it's flat life. Flat life is good too. Something dropped. Soldier gloves. It's not bad. It's not bad for the homie. Right? I got 7. It's fine. Reflect Fizz. Not great, but I'm just gonna try it. I need to be careful too then. Yeah, some people may die, but that's okay. Like they'll come back, right? Like I should just not shield charge and then at least I should be kind of okay. And maybe even if I shield charge, like I barely do any damage, right? So I guess the reflect on me is not that bad. We can try, see if I kill myself here. No, it doesn't hurt me. I think the message is more that tier 11 seems to be completely fine. Which is good news on a 5 link, on a build that's been played for 9 hours. A Soul Eater, yeah, okay. I'm not super tanky. And maybe I missed something else up there, that's possible. I got all my Spectres still though. They apparently don't care about much of the Fizz damage reflection either. Can roll 1 in the hopes of a map. I wouldn't mind a map dropping here. Don't think I'll get it though. Oh, here, a desert map. Here, I'll take it. Let's try and get this going. 2 uniques, that's fine. Still fine. Oh, that desert is the one I just did. But yeah, still fine actually. Yeah, exclamation mark POB. Looks promising, yeah, thanks. It's pretty good. I've played it last league too. It's just a very solid build. Ow. Okay, 2 mana siphons is a bit much maybe, but I think I'll league start this and then switch to dominating blow. Yeah, you can league start that. I will probably switch, but then to a completely different build. There's a nice build from Smokey. That seems pretty good. So I might just do that. Okay, guys, I haven't been streaming for what? Almost 11 hours. I am kind of done. I still need to eat and I have 2 friends coming over in an hour. So, all in all, a pretty successful start. I mean, this was a tier 11 on a /played of 10 hours and on completely crap gear. So, I'm not too worried about this for a league start. I think this is going to be pretty good. So, yeah, tomorrow I'll make hopefully a small video, and then on this build, like what changed and what not, and I will yeah, I've been updating some guys already on it, so should be all pretty good, I would say. Thanks guys for being here, I appreciate it, and see you all soon-ish. Time will tell. Have fun next week, guys. Bye bye.